This is Sparta!
Hey, boys, look what I got here.
Hey, where are the white women at?
This is Sparta!
To its third reading.
Madam Speaker, continuing page 21, next up is House Bill 2. House Bill 2 seeks to amend and reenact various sections of the Code of Virginia, all relating to the purchase, possession, sale, transfer, etc., of assault firearms and certain ammunition feeding devices prohibited. Penalty. The legislation reported to the Committee on Public Safety on January 19th, subsequently reported from the Committee on Appropriations with an amendment in nature as substitute.
Delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Helmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move the Committee on Appropriations substitute.
Shall a substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Substitute is agreed to.
Mr. Speaker, many of us feel the urgency to stop gun violence, the top killer of children in our Commonwealth. In that spirit, we've brought forth House Bill 2, which would end the sale of dangerous assault weapons and high-capacity magazines. This bill would stop the sale of weapons similar to those I and many of the other veterans carried in Iraq and Afghanistan. These weapons were designed with a sole purpose: to place accurate, sustained, aimed fire on an enemy and kill him. These weapons of war should not be for sale here in our Commonwealth. They have no role in our streets. Our kids, our families, our neighbors are not Al-Qaeda or ISIS. Our schools, our community centers, our college campuses, our nightclubs, and our shopping malls are not war zones. At least they shouldn't be. We know from the data that this bill will save lives. High-capacity magazines lead to 5 times as many deaths in mass shootings, and were involved in the deadly shootings at Virginia Beach and at Virginia Tech, and other mass shootings in our Commonwealth. Assault weapons like those this bill seeks to stop the sale of caused 85% of the deaths in mass shootings with more than 4 murders. We must, as a body, act to save lives, and today, with this bill, we have the opportunity to do that. I hope it's the will of this body to engross this bill and move it on to its third reading. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The delegate from Culpeper, Delegate Freitas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the delegate yield for a question?
The delegate yield.
Mr. Speaker, I yield.
Delegate will yield.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know the delegate served overseas in combat zones, as I did as well. The delegate referenced weapons of war. When the delegate was serving in either Iraq and Afghanistan, was he ever part of any operations which recovered weapons systems from known terrorist organizations, such as things like .303 Enfield rifles or perhaps pistols?
Mr. Speaker, I'd answer the delegate that there were a wide array of weapons of all sorts that we covered on all sorts of operations that were used to kill Americans and at times civilians in those war zones.
Delegate from Culpeper.
Mr. Speaker, will the delegate yield for another question?
The delegate yield.
Mr. Speaker, I yield.
Delegate yields.
I would ask the delegate, a .303 Enfield is a bolt-action rifle. Many of the pistols include some of the pistols that he no doubt carried in war zones. They're not included on here, so I guess I'm wondering what exactly constitutes a proper definition of a weapon of war?
Mr. Speaker, I'd answer the delegate that if he looks at this bill, we have provided a pretty significant definition of those items which are covered by the bill. And as many of us know, the weapons that are used in war have evolved over time. And the AR-15, for instance, was the basis for the M16 and the M4 that many of us carried. And those weapons were developed to be more deadly more precise, allow putting more rounds downrange to kill an enemy. And so while the definition of what we use as humans to kill one another in war zones has evolved over time, what is certainly true of these weapons is that they are particularly dangerous, they are particularly deadly, and have been particularly responsible for the deaths of children and innocent people in our country in massacres in our Commonwealth and throughout the nation.
Delegate from Culpeper, Delegate Freitas.
Mr. Speaker, will the delegate yield for one more question?
Delegate yield.
Mr. Speaker, I yield for one more question.
Delegate will yield.
I've noticed that in the bill, it seems that we've grandfathered claused in any number of weapons that could fall within the definition of either an assault weapon or a weapon of war, whatever that is. So I guess my question is that if this bill were to pass, provided that I was buying, purchasing, manufacturing, well, not manufacturing, buying, purchasing, transferring, anything, any sort of AR-15 or any other sort of weapon that would fall within the description of an assault rifle or assault weapon, would that still be legal to do within Virginia even after this passes, provided that it's before the date of, I think it was January 1, 2024?
Delegate.
Mr. Speaker, I would answer the delegate that this bill does in fact limit the number of these weapons that will be available in the future in our Commonwealth. But if the delegate wanted to offer a friendly floor amendment in order to further limit the number of these assault weapons in our Commonwealth, I would certainly entertain that motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The delegate from Culpeper, Delegate Freitas.
Mr. Speaker, speaking to the bill.
Delegate has the floor.
You know, I find it interesting. And like I said, I respect the delegate for his service over in Iraq and Afghanistan. And I think that all service is honorable. Not all service is quite the same. The service that I rendered over in Iraq was as a Special Forces weapons sergeant. So I am very familiar with the weapon systems that we're discussing. And I've always found the classification of a weapon as an assault weapon as being somewhat arbitrary, especially when we look at things like this. So what makes a AR-15 an assault weapon? Well, it's got to be a center fire, semi-automatic round, but it's also got to have one of these characteristics. So if it has a pistol grip, AR-15 has a pistol grip, now it's an assault weapon, right? So instead of like a typical stock like you would see on a hunting rifle, if you have a pistol grip, now it's an assault weapon. That's it. You don't even need the folding stock. You don't need any of the other characterizations in here. And the reason why I call that arbitrary is because it is. It's a question of ergonomics. We had somebody testify once where they said, look, the reason why I use an AR-15 is because I'm disabled and this one's easier to use. If you put a forward grip, now it's an assault rifle. Now it's an assault weapon. Ultimately, weapons don't assault people. I've noticed this. If you take a weapon and you put it on a desk and you don't touch it, nobody gets assaulted. People do assault other people. And that should be the sort of crime that we're actually going after. But again, we're going after inanimate objects. And I think part of the problem here that a lot of us have with this sort of approach is because I do think the delegate was being very honest that he would consider it a friendly amendment if we added something on there that would essentially require the confiscation of all of these weapon systems, all of these firearms. And in fact, it does require some method of either disabling or confiscation if someone is under the age of 21. So when I was an infantryman in the 82nd Airborne Division, right, if I had one of these things, now I would have to hand it over to the government. Not because I did anything wrong, but simply because I possessed it. Because apparently at 18, 19, or 20, at 20 I was going through Ranger School. But apparently I didn't possess the appropriate mental capacity to be able to handle a firearm like this. Ultimately, Mr. Speaker, the delegate is right when he says that our schools, that our playgrounds, that our nightclubs, and everything else should not be war zones. They should not be. I don't think anybody disagrees with that. The question is, why do we have the Second Amendment in the first place? Why do we have Article 1, Section 13 of the Constitution in Virginia? And the reason why, Mr. Speaker, this is historically validated again and again, is because our founders did understand that there was two responsibilities with respect to a free society. One was that of the security of a free state. That's why you see the well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state was rooted in the idea that free citizens had to be ultimately responsible for the security of a free state, whether that be from foreign invasion or from domestic tyranny. The second part of the Second Amendment, where it says the right of the individual to keep, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed, was because it was rooted in the understanding that to even be able to have a well-regulated militia, you had to have citizens that were able to own firearms. Firearms to be able to defend themselves and to be able to defend their countries. So ultimately, I don't agree that this is going to save lives. And I also don't agree that this is where it's going to stop. Because like the delegate said, he would consider it very much a friendly amendment if we added something right now that would lead to the confiscation of firearms from millions of law-abiding Virginians. And keep in mind, this isn't just about firearms. This is about high-capacity magazines. What's a high-capacity magazine? Anything over 10 rounds. I'll tell you right now, most Virginians, if you've owned a pistol, it probably came with a magazine over 10 rounds. If you keep that magazine past a certain date, because a lot of your magazines don't have any stamp on it, which suggests what the particular date is, it's probably going to be assumed that it was post-ban. You can have a misdemeanor for every single one of those magazines. That means you could do jail time and you could pay a fine. Not because you have them, but for each one you have. So if you have a couple pistols and you have a few magazines each one, you could be looking at 6 misdemeanors. Not because you did anything wrong, but simply because you possess them. I also find it interesting, Mr. Speaker, that we are constantly told by members from the other side of the aisle that there is a lot to mistrust with our government. I don't necessarily disagree with that statement. But I find it interesting that on one side, they can display so much animosity or skepticism about the efficacy of that government with respect to both its intentions and its capabilities for providing people safe or properly adjudicating things within the criminal justice system. But then they will come here and say, but you need to hand over certain firearms because you don't need them. That same government that we told you that is potentially corrupt, potentially racist, potentially sexist, potentially patriarchal, potentially defunct with respect to actually carrying out its responsibilities to the protection of safety and the carrying out of equal justice before the law, that's the institution that will now protect you. Mr. Speaker, pick a side in that debate. Thank you.
Shall the bill be engrossed and passed on to a third reading? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed on to its third reading.
Speaker, turn to page 22. Next up, the category House Bill second reading regular is House Bill 113. It seeks to amend and reenact Sections of the Code of Virginia relating to possession, purchase, or transportation, of handgun by person convicted of certain drug offenses and operating a boat or vehicle while intoxicated prohibited. Penalty. This legislation report to the Committee on Public Safety with a amendment substitute and subsequent reported by the Committee on Appropriations.
Delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the substitute.
Shall the substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Substitute is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker and members of the body, HB 113 provides that any person who within a 5-year period has been convicted of 2 misdemeanor DUI offenses shall be ineligible to possess, purchase, or transport a handgun. It also provides that with respect to anyone who violates the provisions, they shall be given the opportunity to voluntarily relinquish any firearm in their possession or to transfer their firearm, their handgun, to another individual 21 years or older subject to certain conditions. I hope it'll be the will of the body to engross the bill and pass it on to its third reading.
Delegate from Shenandoah, Delegate Gilbert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the delegate yield for a question?
The delegate yield.
I'll yield.
Delegate will yield.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I heard the delegate's explanation that if you get convicted of this misdemeanor offense of a second offense within 5 years of driving under the influence of alcohol or drugs on the highways of the Commonwealth of Virginia, that you lose your rights to possess a handgun for 5 years. My question to the delegate would be, does the delegate know how long you lose your right to drive on the highways of the Commonwealth of Virginia for the conviction itself?
I would say to this gentleman, Mr. Speaker, that I think that depends on the sentence one receives. But the Commonwealth long ago, the concept of losing the ability to own or possess or carry a handgun for a misdemeanor offense has long been the law in Virginia. 30 years ago, the statute that this bill is based upon was passed 30 years ago unanimously out of both bodies and signed by Governor George Allen. So this bill is simply rooted in existing statutory law that recognizes that people engaged in irresponsible, dangerous behavior, as evidenced by their transgression or their conviction of drug, and now what this bill would do, DUI misdemeanors, would lose that particular rights. It's deeply established in Virginia statutory law.
Delegate from Shenandoah, Delegate Gilbert.
Speaking to the bill at the appropriate time, Mr.
Delegate
Speaker.
has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me help educate the gentleman. It does not, in fact, depend on the sentence you receive, as you and I well know, because we practice in this area, how long you lose your license for a second offense DUI within 5 years. In every single instance where someone is convicted of driving under the influence twice within 5 years, you lose your license. You're privileged to drive in Virginia for 3 years. So the thing that you've done that is a violation of the law, we're going to take away your license for 3 years, but the thing that has absolutely nothing to do with it, we're going to take away your right, your Second Amendment right to possess a firearm for 5. And I would submit to the gentleman that that's probably something I would have checked out before I started putting numbers on what we're going to do to people who are citizens of this Commonwealth. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Shall the bill be engrossed and passed on to its third reading? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed on to its third reading.
House Bill 173 is now before the body. It seeks to amend and reenact sections of the Code of Virginia relating to manufacture, import, sale, transfer, or possession of plastic firearms and unfinished frames or receivers and unserialized firearms prohibited. Penalties. Legislative Report Committee on Public Safety with Amendment Nature Substitute. Substitute report for Committee on Appropriations.
Delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Simon.
Mr. Speaker, I move the committee substitute.
Shall the substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Substitute is agreed to.
Mr. Speaker, members of the House, this bill is the prohibition on ghost guns in Virginia. And real quickly, what the problem this is trying to solve is folks that will go online or go to a gun show and purchase an unfinished frame or receiver. So for those of you that aren't familiar, the frame or the receiver is the bottom part of the gun, and that's the part that gets the serial number, and that's the part that is considered a firearm by the ATF, FBI, the folks that regulate firearms. And the way these kits work is you buy it, it's made of polymer, right? It's essentially plastic, and it's polymer, and it comes ready to assemble with 2 tabs on either side that you can file down with enough time and energy, and then you bore a hole for the barrel to go into it. It sits right there in that, and you've got now with the kit a fully ready to go Glock 9mm style pistol. It's got no serial number. There's no way to know who's bought it. I was able to purchase one without providing any kind of identification, and they are in fact used and have been used by young people, too young to purchase a firearm. And they were used in Fairfax County a few years ago, and a murder was committed using one of these firearms that these young people were able to purchase because it bypasses all of the safety protocols that we put in to our law as far as background checks are concerned, ID checks, and so forth. This bill does a lot to answer some questions that folks have had about this bill in the past. First of all, it's got a 6-month delayed enactment date to allow people that might already own a firearm that was purchased this way and built this way. So they're a hobbyist, they bought a kit, they put the firearm together, and they enjoy using it. They can go now during that 6-month period to a FFL, and they can have the gun serialized, right? So we're not taking away anything from anybody that they may have legally purchased at the time that was legal. You can go, you can get a serial number. We have very detailed instructions for how that serial number is to be done and put on there. If you don't want it anymore, you don't want to go to the trouble of serializing it, you can go ahead and take it to an authorized gun buyback program, turn it over to them. They will take it, give you money for it if that's what you want. We put in some things to, folks that have older firearms, right? Not antiques, but older firearms prior to 1968 that never had a serial number are exempted from this bill. All right. That's not as far as some of the advocates would have liked me to go, but I thought it seemed fair. You wouldn't have to, somebody described it as defacing your firearm by etching a serial number onto it. So that's fine. Doesn't apply to that. It really is supposed to be forward looking to these kinds of weapons that did not exist in the 18th century, right? So there's no analogous statute to look back to from the 1700s about polymer guns or how we would regulate, the manufacture of polymer weapons, because they didn't exist in the 18th century. So I know the Bruin question is on a lot of people's minds. I don't think that affects this piece of legislation. So, Mr. Speaker, members of the House, this is a straightforward bill to make sure that we don't allow young people, people with criminal convictions, people with mental health issues that would prevent them from otherwise purchasing a firearm, from skirting those rules, buying an almost all ready to go kit to build the gun themselves, and using it to do harm to those that wouldn't. So this helps keep firearms out of the people that shouldn't have them. Be the pleasure of the body to engross the bill and pass it to its third reading.
Shall the bill be engrossed and passed on to its third reading? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed to its third reading.
Next up, top of page 23, House Bill 358 is now before the body. It seeks to amend and reenact sections of the Code of Virginia relating to voluntary registered family day homes, safe sleep guidance, compliance training. Legislation report Committee on Education with amendment nature substitute.
Delegate from Newport News, Delegate Simons.
Mr. Speaker, I move the committee substitute.
Shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Substitute is agreed to.
House Bill 2. House Bill 2 seeks to amend and reenact various sections of the Code of Virginia, all relating to the purchase, possession, sale, transfer, etc., of assault firearms and certain ammunition feeding devices prohibited. Penalty. The legislation reported to Committee on Public Safety on January 19th. Subsequently reported from the Committee on Appropriations with an amendment in nature as substitute.
Delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Helmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move the Committee on Appropriations substitute.
Shall the substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Substitute is agreed to.
Mr. Speaker, many of us feel the urgency to stop gun violence, the top killer of children in our Commonwealth. In that spirit, we've brought forth House Bill 2, which would end the sale of dangerous assault weapons and high-capacity magazines. This bill would stop the sale of weapons similar to those I and many of the other veterans carried in Iraq and Afghanistan. These weapons were designed with a sole purpose: to place accurate, sustained, aimed fire on an enemy and kill him. These weapons of war should not be for sale here in our Commonwealth. They have no role in our streets. Our kids, our families, our neighbors are not Al-Qaeda or ISIS. Our schools, our community centers, our college campuses, our nightclubs, and our shopping malls are not war zones. At least they shouldn't be. We know from the data that this bill will save lives. High-capacity magazines lead to 5 times as many deaths in mass shootings, and were involved in the deadly shootings at Virginia Beach and at Virginia Tech, and other mass shootings in our Commonwealth. Assault weapons like those this bill seeks to stop the sale of caused 85% of the deaths in mass shootings with more than 4 murders. We must, as a body, act to save lives, and today, with this bill, we have the opportunity to do that. I hope it's the will of this body to engross this bill and move it on to its third reading. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The delegate from Culpeper, Delegate Freitas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the delegate yield for a question?
The delegate yield.
Mr. Speaker, I yield.
Delegate will yield.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know the delegate served overseas in combat zones, as I did as well. The delegate referenced weapons of war. When the delegate was serving in either Iraq and Afghanistan, was he ever part of any operations which recovered weapons systems from known terrorist organizations, such as things like 303 Enfield rifles or perhaps pistols?
Mr. Speaker, I'd answer the delegate that there were a wide array of weapons of all sorts that we covered on all sorts of operations that were used to kill Americans and at times civilians in those war zones.
Delegate from Culpeper.
Mr. Speaker, will the delegate yield for another question?
The delegate yield.
Mr. Speaker, I yield.
Delegate yields.
I would ask the delegate, a 303 Enfield is a bolt-action rifle. Many of the pistols include some of the pistols that he no doubt carried in war zones. They're not included on here, so I guess I'm wondering, what exactly constitutes a proper definition of a weapon of war?
Mr. Speaker, I'd answer the delegate that if he looks at this bill, we have provided a pretty significant definition of those items which are covered by the bill. And as many of us know, the weapons that are used in war have evolved over time. And the AR-15, for instance, was the basis for the M16 and the M4 that many of us carried. And those weapons were developed to be more deadly, more precise, allow putting more rounds downrange to kill an enemy. And so while the definition of what we use as humans to kill one another in war zones has evolved over time, what is certainly true of these weapons is that they are particularly dangerous, they are particularly deadly, and have been particularly responsible for the deaths of children and innocent people in our country in massacres in our Commonwealth and throughout the nation.
Delegate from Culpeper, Delegate Freitas.
Mr. Speaker, will the delegate yield for one more question?
Delegate yield.
Mr. Speaker, I yield for one more question.
Delegate yield.
I've noticed that in the bill, it seems that we've grandfathered claused in any number of weapons that could fall within the definition of either an assault weapon or a weapon of war, whatever that is. So I guess my question is that if this bill were to pass, provided that I was buying, purchasing, manufacturing, well, not manufacturing, buying, purchasing, transferring, anything, any sort of AR-15 or any other sort of weapon that would fall under the description of an assault rifle or assault weapon, would that still be legal to do within Virginia even after this passes, provided that it's before the date of, I think it was January 1, 2024?
Delegate.
Mr. Speaker, I would answer the delegate that this bill does in fact limit the number of these weapons that will be available in the future in our Commonwealth. But if the delegate wanted to offer a friendly floor amendment in order to further limit the number of these assault weapons in our Commonwealth, I would certainly entertain that motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The delegate from Culpeper, Delegate Freitas.
Mr. Speaker, speaking to the bill.
Delegate has the floor.
I find it interesting. And like I said, I respect the delegate for his service over in Iraq and Afghanistan. And I think that all service is honorable. Not all service is quite the same. The service that I rendered over in Iraq was as a Special Forces weapons sergeant. So I am very familiar with the weapon systems that we're discussing. And I've always found the classification of a weapon as an assault weapon as being somewhat arbitrary, especially when we look at things like this. So what makes a AR-15 an assault weapon? Well, it's got to be a center fire, semi-automatic round, but it's also got to have one of these characteristics. So if it has a pistol grip, AR-15 has a pistol grip, now it's an assault weapon, right? So instead of like a typical stock like you would see on a hunting rifle, if you have a pistol grip, now it's an assault weapon. That's it. You don't even need the folding stock. You don't need any of the other characterizations in here. And the reason why I call that arbitrary is because it is. It's a question of ergonomics. We had somebody testify once where they said, look, the reason why I use an AR-15 is because I'm disabled and this one's easier to use. If you put a forward grip, now it's an assault rifle. Now it's an assault weapon. Ultimately, weapons don't assault people. I've noticed this. If you take a weapon and you put it on a desk and you don't touch it, nobody gets assaulted. People do assault other people. And that should be the sort of crime that we're actually going after. But again, we're going after inanimate objects. And I think part of the problem here that a lot of us have with this sort of approach is because I do think the delegate was being very honest that he would consider it a friendly amendment if we added something on there that would essentially require the confiscation of all of these weapon systems, all of these firearms. And in fact, it does require some method of either disabling or confiscation if someone is under the age of 21. So when I was an infantryman in the 82nd Airborne Division, right, if I had one of these things, now I would have to hand it over to the government. Not because I did anything wrong, but simply because I possessed it. Because apparently at 18, 19, or 20, at 20 I was going through Ranger School. But apparently I didn't possess the appropriate mental capacity to be able to handle a firearm like this. Ultimately, Mr. Speaker, the delegate is right when he says that our schools, that our playgrounds, that our nightclubs, and everything else should not be war zones. They should not be. I don't think anybody disagrees with that. The question is, why do we have the Second Amendment in the first place? Why do we have Article 1, Section 13 of the Constitution in Virginia? And the reason why, Mr. Speaker, this is historically validated again and again, is because our founders did understand that there was two responsibilities with respect to a free society. One was that of the security of a free state, That's why you see the well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state was rooted in the idea that free citizens had to be ultimately responsible for the security of a free state, whether that be from foreign invasion or from domestic tyranny. The second part of the Second Amendment, where it says the right of the individual to keep, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed, was because it was rooted in the understanding that to even be able to have a well-regulated militia, you had to have citizens that were able to own firearms. Firearms to be able to defend themselves and to be able to defend their countries. So ultimately, I don't agree that this is going to save lives. And I also don't agree that this is where it's going to stop. Because like the delegate said, he would consider it very much a friendly amendment if we added something right now that would lead to the confiscation of firearms from millions of law-abiding Virginians. And keep in mind, this isn't just about firearms. This is about high-capacity magazines. What's a high-capacity magazine? Anything over 10 rounds. I'll tell you right now, most Virginians, if you've owned a pistol, it probably came with a magazine over 10 rounds. If you keep that magazine past a certain date, because a lot of your magazines don't have any stamp on it, which suggests what the particular date is, it's probably going to be assumed that it was post-ban. You can have a misdemeanor for every single one of those magazines. That means you could do jail time and you could pay a fine. Not because you have them, but for each one you have. So if you have a couple pistols and you have a few magazines each one, you could be looking at 6 misdemeanors. Not because you did anything wrong, but simply because you possess them. I also find it interesting, Mr. Speaker, that we are constantly told by members from the other side of the aisle that there is a lot to mistrust with our government. I don't necessarily disagree with that statement. But I find it interesting that on one side, they can display so much animosity or skepticism about the efficacy of that government with respect to both its intentions and its capabilities for providing people safe or properly adjudicating things within the criminal justice system. But then they will come here and say, but you need to hand over certain firearms because you don't need them. That same government that we told you that is potentially corrupt, potentially racist, potentially sexist, potentially patriarchal, potentially defunct with respect to actually carrying out its responsibilities, the protection of safety and the carrying out of equal justice before the law, that's the institution that will now protect you. Mr. Speaker, pick a side in that debate. Thank you.
Shall the bill be engrossed and passed on to its third reading? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and passed on to its third reading.
Speaker, turn to page 22. Next up, the category House Bill second reading regular is House Bill 113. It seeks to amend and reenact sections of the Code of Virginia relating to possession, purchase, or transportation, of handgun by person convicted of certain drug offenses and operating a boat or vehicle while intoxicated prohibited. Penalty. This legislation reported to the Committee on Public Safety with a amendment substitute and subsequent reported by the Committee on Appropriations.
Delegate from Fairfax, Delegate Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the substitute.
Shall the substitute be agreed to? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Substitute is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker and members of the body, HB 113 provides that any person who within a 5-year period has been convicted of 2 misdemeanor DUI offenses shall be ineligible to possess, purchase, or transport a handgun. It also provides that with respect to anyone who violates the provisions, they shall be given the opportunity to voluntarily relinquish any firearm in their possession or to transfer their firearm, their handgun, to another individual 21 years or older subject to certain conditions. I hope it'll be the will of the body to engross the bill and pass it on to its third reading.
Delegate from Shenandoah, Delegate Gilbert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the delegate yield for a question?
The delegate yield.
I'll yield.
Delegate will yield.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I heard the delegate's explanation that if you get convicted of this misdemeanor offense of a second offense within 5 years of driving under the influence of alcohol or drugs on the highways of the Commonwealth of Virginia, that you lose your rights to possess a handgun for 5 years. My question to the delegate would be, does the delegate know how long you lose your right to drive on the highways of the Commonwealth of Virginia for the conviction itself?
I would say to this gentleman, Mr. Speaker, that I think that depends on the sentence one receives. But the Commonwealth long ago, the concept of losing the ability to own or possess or carry a handgun for a misdemeanor offense has long been the law in Virginia. 30 years ago, the statute that this bill is based upon was passed 30 years ago unanimously out of both bodies and signed by Governor George Allen. So this bill is simply rooted in existing statutory law that recognizes that people engaged in irresponsible, dangerous behavior, as evidenced by their transgression or their conviction of a drug, and now what this bill would do, DUI misdemeanors, would lose that particular rights. It's deeply established in Virginia statutory law.
Delegate from Shenandoah, Delegate Gilbert.
Speaking to the bill at the appropriate time, Mr.
Delegate
Speaker.
has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me help educate the gentleman. It does not, in fact, depend on the sentence you receive, as you and I well know, because we practice in this area, how long you lose your license for a second offense DUI within 5 years. In every single instance where someone is convicted of driving under the influence twice within 5 years, you lose your license. You're privileged to drive in Virginia for 3 years. So the thing that you've done that is a violation of the law, we're going to take away your license for 3 years, but the thing that has absolutely nothing to do with it, we're going to take away your right, your Second Amendment right to possess a firearm for 5. And I would submit to the gentleman that that's probably something I would have checked out before I started putting numbers on what we're going to do to people who are citizens of this Commonwealth. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Shall the bill be engrossed?
If the clerk will close the roll, a quorum is present. We are going to go a little bit out of order. There's a few meetings happening simultaneously, and I know some members need to go and present. So with that being said, first up is going to be HB 1325, Delegate Taylor. You are up and you can present from, you want to go down or stay up here? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I appreciate your graciousness. I'm here to present HB 1325, which streamlines the process of transferring information from firearms dealers to the Department of State Police. The section requiring weekly postal mailing or physical delivery of purchase forms to the Virginia State Police for subsequent review has been long since made redundant. Background checks are now done via computer application or telecheck, and answers are usually given within minutes or hours rather than days. By continuing to require the dealer to conduct this mailing, it merely is imposing an administrative burden and cost that no longer is needed, also imposing a burden on the Virginia State Police because they have to receive, process, and then dispose of these in a statutory time period. This bill merely removes the redundant section without impacting the current active process at all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any, we'll move to members from the committee. Is there any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, is there any members of the public wish to speak in support of this bill? And I do ask that we will have 3 minutes for opposition, 3 minutes for support. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Patricia Webb. I'm a licensed FFL in the state of Virginia. I won't need 3 minutes to say this. I strongly support this bill. It's entirely outdated. Everything is computerized these days. So it's just cleaning up the code section to allow for current procedure and remove some administrative requirements that are unnecessary. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone on the online queue in support? We have first up in the queue is David Adams. You're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm David Adams with the Virginia Shooting Sports Association, the state affiliate of the NRA, and we strongly support this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Next is Dr. Virginia. And if you can unmute yourself, Dr. Virginia. There we go.
I listed the wrong thing. I oppose this bill. Sorry. I'm with the Charlottesville Coalition for Gun Violence
well,
Prevention.
No worries.
Charlottesville
If you
Center for
support,
Peace.
I'm going to come back to you once we get to that part. Thank you.
Okay.
But next up will be Vic Nichols.
Yeah, we can't even get the BSP to patrol the highways here for a number of different things because they said they don't have the people. So how about helping the BSP out and take some of this paperwork away from them? That's just a waste of time. Thanks.
Thank you. And next in the queue is Mr. Singh.
Hello, I support this bill for the reasons stated previously. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we will move to any members of the public which to speak in opposition against this bill. If you can line up.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Lori Haas. We oppose the bill. The Virginia State Police do a wonderful and thorough job with background checks. Virginia is a point of contact state, which means the query goes from the federal firearms licensed dealer to the Virginia State Police and then on to NICS and then back to Virginia State Police. The paperwork that is required is the application that the purchaser fills out. It's just a requirement that the paper trail be mailed to the Virginia State Police. There is information on that application that is not conveyed to Virginia State Police in the query for the firearms background check that then goes on to NICS. This is a simple procedure. Federal licensed firearms dealers have been doing this for years. It is not burdensome. They have the paperwork in hand. They are just asked to mail a copy of that paperwork to the Virginia State Police so that they can be thorough in checking on the applicant and the purchaser of a firearm. We oppose this bill. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, for the reasons, Andrew Goddard, Virginia Center for Public Safety, for the reasons my colleague just gave, we oppose the bill.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Liddy Ballard from Brady. Any measure that might reduce the efficacy of background checks in our state is something we can't support, so we oppose this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving to the online queue, we have Kendu Jacobson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On behalf of Everytown for Gun Safety and Moms Demand Action, for the reasons previously stated, we oppose this bill.
Thank you. Next, we have Dr. Virginia.
Thank you. Let's see, I'm with the Charlottesville Coalition for Gun Violence Prevention and the Charlottesville Center for Peace and Justice. And for all the reasons previously stated, we oppose the bill.
Thank you. And Ms. Dawn, I'm sorry, I forgot to come to you, but you're up. I see that you're speaking for the bill. Dawn Dope.
Yes, I was speaking for the bill. I just couldn't turn my thing on at the moment. I would like to see this pass. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving back to the committee, is there any further questions for the patron? Seeing none, committee moves off motion.
Move to report.
Okay. The motion fails and the bill fails to report. Next bill up that we will take. Hearing no second, the bill fails to report. Next bill up will be HB. Let's see who's in the room. All right. Next, we will take up HB 1195, Delegate Hayes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Committee will be at ease. One moment. Delegate Hayes, is it all right if I go with Delegate Zier before you?
Certainly, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Delegate Zier. HB 1230.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to offer an amendment and would ask that council explain that amendment, and then I'll explain the bill.
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment that basically repeals the section 22.1 to 80.2:4, which is the firearms by school board section, and I can pass that out now.
Thank you, council.
Thank you. Being that the substitute, there's a motion, well, there hasn't been a motion made to accept the substitute. Thank you.
Motion to accept the substitute.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, there's a motion to accept the substitute and properly seconded. All in agreement, please say aye.
Aye.
All against? The substitute is before us.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill simply repeals a section of the code that binds local school boards from self-determination with regard to protection of the students entrusted to them. It would allow school boards to authorize and designate select employees to be armed on campus. The intent is to put the advantage of surprise on the side of the good guys. Schools are much harder targets when a would-be attacker can't predict who on the inside might be able to fight back. I recently had a conversation with a Virginia teacher who told me about an hour and 45-minute ordeal wherein he was stuck in a classroom, doors locked, shades drawn, crowded back into a corner, trying to keep 26 kids quiet for that period of time. And he talked about feeling so defenseless. He had nothing. He realized if the reason they were on lockdown came busting through that door, he had no way to protect these 26 students. He told me teachers are not machines for instruction. He told me that they teach because they care, and because they care, they want to protect. We entrust our children's hearts, we entrust their minds to these teachers. Let's equip them to also protect these children. This bill offers them this opportunity.
Thank you. Moving to the committee, is there any members that have questions for the patron? Seeing none, is there any members of the public wish to speak in support of this bill?
Afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Philip Van Cleve, Virginia Citizens Defense League. We strongly support this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Patricia Webb, Virginia Citizens Defense League, also speaking as a mother. I want to point out a couple of things. This bill does not require teachers to carry firearms. It allows teachers that are competent, have training, and want to. It gives them the tools to defend their charges should some deranged killer attack the kids in the school. I urge you to see favorably on this bill and vote for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving to the online queue. We have David Adams. You're up first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. David Adams, Virginia Shooting Sports Association. We strongly support this bill.
Thank you. Next in the queue is Vic Nichols.
Utah allows concealed carry. You don't see any shootings there, do you? They don't go after the kids. Kate Nixon wanted to take her gun into Building 2 in Virginia Beach, and she had a law that said, no, you couldn't, and she died because of that law. So start making sure that our kids are safe and allow people to conceal carry and go in there, and that way people will know you don't mess with kids.
Thank you. Next in the queue is Mr. Singh.
Yeah, kind of piggybacking off the point of the person in person, the older woman who was supporting this bill. I think it's a good bill because, we don't live in a society where, everybody does good just to be good, right? Not everyone is 100% ethical or good all the time. And unfortunately, we do have these bad people that, seek to do harm to, children in schools. So again, this isn't forcing teachers to everybody get a gun in a classroom, right? But maybe if a teacher has some experience, the training, former law enforcement or military, they're qualified, they can have an extra tool to defend themselves and the children. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Don, you're up next. I didn't forget you this time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would strongly support this bill. I've been a substitute teacher, and it's pretty scary during lockdown drills. There is one school resource officer for 975 kids at the local middle school. That's not enough. We need more help.
Thank you. Moving back to, is there any members of the public wish to speak in opposition of this bill?
Mr. Chairman, Andrew Goddard, Virginia Center for Public Safety. We strongly oppose this bill. The armed defense of a compound like a school, it requires somebody to be well-trained and to be consistently on guard. A teacher is supposed to be teaching. It's not something you can just add on as and by the way, look after the school, make sure that you shoot anybody who comes in here with a gun. It's not going to work. We need these, if we need to have armed people in schools, then let's have armed professionals in schools and not have them split their time between teaching and being guardians. And we've looked at what happens when we have some armed professional police officers, and it hasn't made the slightest bit of difference. Police officers were present in many, many school shootings. And the concept that people choose schools because there's nobody there with a gun is completely not founded in law. In fact, people pick schools because they went to that school. They pick schools because somebody they want to shoot is in that school. They pick schools for a lot more reasons than just the fact. And many of these people who go to schools are suicidal. They're not. The gun that's going to finish them off is the gun they have in their hand, and they know that. So just having a teacher who may not be anywhere near the situation and busy teaching as the armed guard in a school, it just doesn't make sense.
Thank you.
Thank you, Julie Briskman, Vice Chair, Loudoun County Board of Supervisors. Absolutely do not support this bill. It's not the teacher's job to be carrying a firearm in the school. The FBI reported between the years of 2014 and 2022, good guys with a gun, stopped 14 out of more than 300 mass murder incidents. It's not going to work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is David Hogg. I'm a co-founder of March for Our Lives and a survivor of the Parkland school shooting in 2018. We've had multiple instances of shootings where there have been quote unquote good guys on campus with large amounts of training, law enforcement officials, including the instance at my very own high school, where the cop who was assigned to my high school proved to be nothing but a coward with a gun. The best way to protect our schools from gun violence is doing it the same way that they do in every other country. It's to ensure that bad guys have as hard of a time as possible at getting a firearm to begin with. The shooter at my high school repeatedly threatened to shoot up my school multiple times. And despite that, Florida did not have a law in place that was able to disarm him. I would also like to remind the committee of what happened in Uvalde. If 300 plus law enforcement officers refuse to confront a gunman with an AR-15, having more teachers with guns is only going to put students in danger. Our schools are meant to be places for playing. They're not prisons. Thank you.
Thank you. Will the remaining speakers just state their name, organization, and support or not?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Liddy Ballard, we support this bill from Brady.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. Lori Haas, thank you for considering this bill. We adamantly oppose it. We know that law enforcement with the highest levels of training only hit their target 20 to 30% of the time in an active shooter situation. To expect teachers to do the same doesn't work. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Susan Ahern, and if a teacher can get to a gun quickly in a mass shooting, so can a student access that gun. My son was at Virginia Tech, a survivor. More guns is not the answer.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, Lydia Ballard from Brady. I want to clarify that we strongly oppose this bill. We do not support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you for the clarity. I oppose the bill too. Moving to the online queue, we have, first up is Ms. Melanie Cornelise.
Hi, I'm with the League of Women Voters, and we join school safety experts, teachers, and law enforcement in opposing the idea of having anyone other than trained law enforcement carrying firearms on school property. This is because the evidence shows that when people bring guns onto school property, they can be lost, misfired, and misplaced, leading to greater danger for our students, teachers, and our staff. As an example, such as Uvalde and Parkland and many other mass school shootings, the idea of a good guy with a gun is a myth. There are many other effective ways to prevent gun violence in schools. This one is a dangerous bill that threatens real harm and loss of life. Thank you.
Thank you. Next in the queue is Dr. Virginia.
Virginia Roadknapp with the Charlottesville Coalition for Gun Violence Prevention and the Charlottesville Center for Peace and Justice. And I strongly oppose this bill for the reasons stated previously. Thank you.
Thank you. And last but not least is Mr. Jacobson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the interest of time, Kendall Jacobson, Everytown for Gun Safety and Moms Demand Action. We strongly oppose this bill.
Thank you. Moving back to the committee, does any members have questions? Delegate Helmer.
Mr. Chair, speaking to the bill.
Delegate has the floor.
Mr. Chair, I just want to be really clear on what this substitute does. This substitute repeals all of the code that we have on who can carry firearms in school. It removes what the original bill presented had in terms of folks having to be trained. My wife has spent a decade as a classroom teacher and is now an administrator in a public school. What this bill would do in effect is create a wild west of firearms ownership and carrying in public schools, where it has been a bipartisan endeavor of this body for years to keep firearms out of the public schools. It would make her, my kids who are in our schools, and every one of us who has kids in public schools have to worry about who in that school at any moment has access to a firearm. They don't have to be trained anymore. They don't have to secure it safely. This is incredibly dangerous. Mr. Chair, I move that we pass by this bill indefinitely. Thank you.
There has been a motion to pass by indefinitely and properly seconded. This motion is not debatable, but delegates, oh, it is debatable, but you have 2 minutes.
I appreciate that. I would respond that this bill does not put guns in schools. This bill enables school boards who are chosen by the parents of that community, school boards in whom those parents have entrusted their children to make that decision. This isn't us saying the school is going to be a place where every teacher is carrying or any teacher is carrying, but this simply gives those school boards the authority that the parents have put in their hands.
Delegate Helmer.
Mr. Chair, I would just respond, and I'll only use 10 seconds or so of my time, that actually this amendment entirely repeals that component of the code. The original bill that you brought forward had that, but this does not. And so this just repeals the entire section of the code that deals with training and who can have a firearm in school. And it would not put that in the hands of school boards. I hope we do pass this bill by indefinitely. Thank you.
Delegate Zier, would you like the last word?
Yeah, again, I'm just trying to give school boards the authority and trying to put the power back in the parents' hands to choose their school board and let their school board make those decisions.
Thank you. The clerk will open the roll. The clerk will close the roll. HB 1230 is passed by indefinitely on a vote of 6-1.
Thank you, Mr.
Delegate
Chair.
Zier. Next, we will take,
I know we got.
oh, yes. Yeah, I'm going to come back to you, delegates here.
Okay.
Next, we're going to take Delegate Hayes, HB 1195.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of the committee, you have before you HB 1195. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, I won't be too long because this is an issue that we've brought before the body several times just a few years ago in reference to a mass shooting in our area of the Commonwealth in Chesapeake. We had a mass shooting at a Walmart. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, families of that mass shooting, the survivors and family members of those who lost their loved ones, after looking at the situation where an employee ran out, purchased a firearm, and under duress ran into the workplace, allegedly, and killed several of his coworkers. The family members thought it prudent that the Commonwealth needed a waiting period when purchasing firearms. And so just as late that night of November the 22nd, 2022, when we learned of this news, we started getting calls from members of the General Assembly. And the next morning, getting calls from statewide elected officials and more of our colleagues saying, whatever we can do to help these families so that we don't have to go through this again, please let us know. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, this is something that we can do. This bill requires a 5-day waiting period for the purchase of firearms here in the Commonwealth of Virginia. All kind of studies and statistics show that homicides are lessened, suicides are lessened by waiting periods. In fact, I think it's 85% of those who do not own a firearm believe that we ought to have waiting periods in this country. Gun owners, the number is 72% believe that there ought to be a waiting period. And so for these reasons and many others, Mr. Chair, I'll just be brief. I ask that you act favorably upon this piece of legislation.
Thank you, Delegate. Moving to the committee, does any members of the committee have questions? Seeing none. Moving to the public, is there any members of the public that would like to speak in support of this bill?
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Lori Haas. We wholeheartedly support this bill. Waiting periods is our current law in 11 other states. Those waiting periods range from 72 hours to 14 days. A 5-day waiting period in the Commonwealth of Virginia is very reasonable. Waiting periods require gun buyers to wait a specified period of time before a purchase is completed. Creating a period of time between the transfer of a firearm is completed allows for the person who may be in a suicidal crisis, an anger or emotion-driven state, mental health crisis, emotional crisis, to reassess their need for a firearm. Waiting periods are designed to interrupt and disrupt impulsive acts of violence towards others and self-harm. We know that means matter, and reducing access to firearms can reduce and prevent suicide. Research shows that 90% of firearm suicide attempts result in death, while only about 4% of all other suicide attempts result in death. Studies show that the majority of persons who survive a suicide attempt do not go on to reattempt. Putting time and space between a person who is considering self-harm and easy and quick access to a firearm will save lives. In Virginia, the default proceed for a firearm purchase is 5 days. The Virginia State Police currently have up to 5 days to complete a background check before a firearm is transferred. It makes sense to align the waiting period to the default proceed period and have a 5-day waiting period before a firearm can be transferred after a background check. Thank you.
Thank you. There is about 2 minutes left for.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Liddy Ballard from Brady. For the aforementioned reasons, we support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Andrew Goddard, Virginia Center for Public Safety. I couldn't put it any better than my colleagues, so we support the bill.
Thank you.
My name is Susan Ahern. I support the bill. Most gun deaths are suicide, and it's also a very impulsive act. So this will save lives, not just in one generation, but in the next.
All right. Thank you.
David Hogg, just wanted to say I support the bill.
Thank you.
Good afternoon to the committee. My name is Jessica Burgess. I'm the trauma surgeon at Norfolk General that cared for the victims of the Walmart shooting, and I strongly support this bill.
Thank you. Moving to our online queue. First up is Dr. Virginia.
Thank you. Member of the Charlottesville Coalition for Gun Violence Prevention and the Charlottesville Center for Peace and Justice. I support this bill. A number of years ago, a wonderful neighbor of mine was shot and killed by her mentally ill daughter, who should not have been able to buy a gun. Nevertheless, she bought the gun the day before and killed her mother. I support the bill strongly.
Thank you. Next. Oh. Next up is Miss Melanie Cornelise.
I'm Melanie Cornelise with the League of Women Voters. This is one of my sons. My other one, I'm calling from Chesapeake today. My older son, 16 years old, went to school with one of the victims. He was 16 years old, and he was working in the Walmart that day, along with 5 other coworkers who were killed by that gunman who bought that gun that day. And 4 other people were injured as well. It's been an enormous, enormous tragedy and hole in our community. Please support this bill.
Thank you. Next in the queue is Kendall Jacobson. Is Kendall still on?
Thank you, Mr. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kendall Jacobson, Everytown for Gun Safety and Moms Demand Action. As previously mentioned, waiting period laws save lives. We strongly support this bill.
Thank you. Moving back to members of the public, which would like to speak against the bill. And we'll start the timer.
Mr. Chairman, Philip Van Cleve. Well, you know, if waiting periods save lives, California would have a really low gun rate. They've got a 10-day waiting period. And yet they've got double, according to the FBI, they've got double the violent crime rate that we do. So I don't think it's working very well there. Look, when we got this incident check system, gun owners were told, look, it's no big deal. We're going to implement this system. You can buy your gun. You'll be out of there within a few minutes. It's really not a big deal. So that was the promise. And here we are. Now we're talking about, well, now we're back to a 5-day waiting period. That will do severe damage to gun shows because you'll buy the gun at the gun show. Now 5 days, the show's over. Now you got to drive to wherever it is that store was from at the gun store that you bought the gun from. And when you do buy a gun, even if you don't go through a gun show, you're going to make 2 trips, and it could be a drive to get to the gun dealer. So this, like I say, this breaks a promise that this was to be an instant check. That's why they called it instant check. There was a reason they picked that name. It wasn't for any other reason than to show gun owners that we could trust the system to be quick. So this defeats that. Please oppose.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Patricia Webb, Virginia Citizens Defense League, also a licensed FFL. This bill poses a number of problems. First off, PolitiFacts says that waiting periods show no significant change in crime rates or deaths by guns. So the whole reason for the bill is a moot point. Second off, as Mr. Van Cleve said, this now requires 2 trips to the gun store. It would put the gun shows out of business, which are a major income source as far as sales tax goes for the Commonwealth. The nation's gun show in Chantilly brings people from Maryland and from West Virginia and even from Pennsylvania. That is a major source of revenue for the state that would be put out of business by this. As well as that, I want you to think about the private sale background check. So The General Assembly passed private sale background checks a couple of years ago. And a buyer and a seller must now find a dealer, which is not easy to find a dealer that will even do a private sale background check, or they must go to a gun show to the state police booth at the gun show. This would impact them in,
Thank you.
this would impact them by
Thank you.
not
We have
allowing
other
that
speakers that have
transaction to take
present.
place.
Thank you. And if you can just state your name or organization.
Mr. Chairman, Chris Kopacki, representing the National Shooting Sports Foundation, and our members opposed.
Thank you. Moving to the online queue. First, we have Taylor McKee.
Mr. Chairman, Taylor McKee, representing the National Rifle Association, and we oppose the bill.
Thank you. Next in the queue is David Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. David Adams, Virginia Shooting Sports Association, the state affiliate of the NRA, and we strongly oppose this bill.
Thank you. Next up is Vic Nichols.
Yeah, average time to crime for firearms traced by BATFE was nearly 9 years. Criminals aren't affected by waiting periods. Only legal people are. Why is that? Thank you.
Thank you. Next in the queue is Don Dope.
I'm concerned for domestic violence victims who need access immediately, not wait 5 days. That's the most dangerous time. Thank you. I oppose this bill.
Thank you. Next is Mr. Singh.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. I want to start off by saying I do sympathize greatly with the delegate who brought up this bill, the story he told. But I don't think this is the right way to go about it. And that's all I have to say for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving back to the committee, does any members of the committee have any questions? And first, I would just like to remind everyone, we have a pretty long docket. It's 19 bills we want to hear, so we will keep it moving when that timer beeps. So please be respectful to other people that would like to speak. And I just also would like to thank the patron for bringing forth this bill. When I got the phone calls letting me know that my cousin was one of the ones that was shot and killed in that Chesapeake shooting, this bill is, you know, right on time. I wish we passed it sooner, but this is something that we need. This is something that will help. Like Lori stated, this waiting period is crucial for people that has those spare of the moment feelings and need that cool down period to save lives. So I just thank you for bringing this forward. Delegate Helmer.
Mr. Chair, I move to report and refer this bill to the Committee on Appropriations.
Second.
There's been a motion made to refer HB 1195 and properly seconded to the Committee on Appropriations. The clerk will open the roll. The clerk will close the roll. HB 1195 reports and refers out to appropriations on a vote of 5-4.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee.
Thank you. Next up will be Delegate Hope, HB 798.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the subcommittee. I have 3 bills before you, and I can do 798, I think you called. Initially, I'm glad to do that one start first.
Yes, if you don't mind starting with 798, and then we'll go to the other 2.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, members of the subcommittee, my 3 bills are very straightforward. House Bill 798 is a bill that makes assault and battery and stalking convictions for firearms prohibitory for 5 years. These are the offenses that you're most likely to reoffend and most likely to involve gun violence. And so that's why we're focused on assault, battery, and stalking convention. Peer-reviewed public health research shows that a history of violence is a strong predictor of future violence. Research also shows that people convicted of violent misdemeanors are at risk of committing future violent crimes. Laws prohibiting persons with convictions of violent misdemeanors associated with significant reductions in firearm homicides, generally intimate partner firearm homicides specifically. We need to disarm those that are convicted of these most serious offenses and convicted of violent acts to reduce future risk of death and injury from firearms.
Thank you.
And again, Mr. Chairman, the bill is focused on those, and see how it's drawn to those sections of the code are related to assault and battery, stalking, and assault and battery and stalking. Those are the three.
Thank you, Delegate Hope. Moving to the committee, is there any questions from members of the committee? Seeing Delegate Cardoza.
Quick question, really, of council. The way this reads is a little weird. It says any other than any offense listed in and it refers to the code section. And so the way I'm reading it, and I could be incorrect, I'm not a lawyer, it's saying any misdemeanor that is not in this code section is this. And I want to clarify. Can we clarify that?
Mr. Chair, so subsection B, the way it works is any of those offenses listed in subsection B, unless it is in subsection A, because subsection A allows for the assault and battery of a family or household member back to July 1, 2021, which is why there is that exception, because this only picks up convictions from 2024 on. So if it predates that, it's going to be limited to subsection A.
Thank you. That's what I wanted to know.
Thank you. Moving to members of the public that wish to speak in support of the bill. And if we can start the timer.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. This is a common sense bill. We know that firearm violence is a public health epidemic in the Commonwealth, and prohibiting violent persons from access to firearms is a logical step to take to reduce firearm injury and death. 15 states in the country already have this similar prohibitions on firearm possession. Several of those, 8, as a matter of fact, impose an indefinite ban. In this law, it would be a 5-year prohibition, and with no intervening prohibitions applying during that 5-year window, the person would have his or her firearms rights automatically restored. This is a timeout for persons who are convicted of a violent crime. I hope you will support the bill.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Andrew Goddard, Virginia Center for Public Safety. We support the bill. We like the fact that it's a temporary operation here, and we also like to repeat the fact that violent past, a violent history, is a very big predictor of future violence.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Liddy Ballard from Brady. We support this bill.
Thank you.
David Hogg from Parkland, March for Our Lives. We support this bill, and it just doesn't make sense for any common sense person to think somebody who has assaulted somebody or has a history of violence should have a firearm to make that violence potentially deadly. I support this bill. Thanks.
Thank you.
Susan Ahern, I support the bill, and our children are counting on us to keep guns out of dangerous people's hands.
Thank you. Moving to the online queue is Dr. Virginia. You're up first.
Virginia Roadknapp, Charlottesville Center for Gun Violence Prevention, and Charlottesville Center for Peace and Justice. I strongly support this bill for all the reasons given. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Kendall Jacobson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kendall Jacobson on behalf of Every Town for Gun Safety and Moms Demand Action, focusing in particularly on stalking incidents. We know that attempted murders of women are often preceded by stalking incidents. In one study, we found nearly 9 out of 10 cases there had been a stalking incident in the year leading up to the attempted murder. We strongly support this bill.
Thank you. Awesome. Now we will move forward with anyone wish to speak against the bill from the public. And we will start the timer.
Philip Van Cleve, VCDL. Misdemeanor should never take away basic civil rights. That's exactly what this does. It's a minor crime by definition. That's why it's called a misdemeanor. Also, the bill encompasses simple assault. So, we're really trying to get to basically the goal of this stuff is to take away guns the most easy way you can from as many people as you can. And a simple assault is one nice way to do that goal. So we strongly oppose this. It's completely wrong-headed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. Patricia Webb, Virginia Citizens Defense League. I want you to take a look at what a simple assault might be. And think about a circumstance where someone, say in a divorce situation, might be charged with simple assault for just, I mean, I've heard of cases where somebody yelled at somebody else, they turn around and ran into a wall, and the person that yelled at them was charged with assault and convicted of it. So that is not a circumstance where somebody should lose their civil rights. So I urge you to vote against this bill. Thank you.
Thank you.
Natalie Erdesy, I'm a mother of 4. I'm also a domestic violence and sexual assault advocate. I just wanted to point out that stalking is a felony in Virginia, and felons are prohibited from owning firearms. And I will echo the point that was just made by the woman before me, that simple assault charges can literally be throwing a pencil at another person. Do I condone that? No. It actually kind of breaks my heart to oppose this bill, but 5 years is an excessive amount of time. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving to the online queue. Taylor McKee, you're up first.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Taylor McKee, representing the National Rifle Association. We believe only prohibited people should be those that have committed felonies or have mental adjudications. And that's all I have to say, sir. Thank you. We oppose this bill.
Thank you. Next in queue is David Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. David Adams, Virginia Shooting Sports Association, and for all the reasons stated previously, we oppose the bill.
Thank you. Next in queue is Vic Nichols.
Yeah, most state inmates who are in possession of a firearm at the time they're arrested obtain the firearm through an illegal source or from a friend or family member. And that's from the U.S. Department of Justice Office of Justice Program, Bureau of Justice Statistics. So the only thing you're doing here is nothing. It sounds good, feels good, but it actually does not take care of anything.
Thank you. Next in the queue is Mr. Singh. Okay, not hearing from Mr. Singh. Ms. Don. And not seeing Ms. Don, we will now come back to the members of the committee if they have any questions for the patron. Delegate Helmer.
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion.
Yes.
Speaker.
It's okay.
Looking in the future. All right. We're on committee. It's late in the day. Mr. Chair, I move to report HB 798 and refer it to the Committee on Appropriations.
There has been a motion made to report and refer HB 798 to the Committee on Appropriations. The clerk, and properly seconded, the clerk will open the roll. The clerk will close the roll. HB 798 reports and refer to appropriations on a vote of 5-4. Delegate Hope.
House Bill 797.
Delegate Hope.
Mr. Chairman, members of the subcommittee, House Bill 797 is a simple bill. It does two things. It would require live fire training to qualify for Virginia concealed handgun permit. And it also removes the private organizations such as NRA and the USCCA from the code as certified to train applicants. You know, when I first came here, I was always taught that we don't put proper names of organizations in the Virginia code, but there is this glaring exception. And so we take a step to remove that. Concealed handgun permit holders are allowed to carry handguns concealed in public where they may expose the general public to increased risk of injury and death from that firearm. We require a law enforcement officer to undergo hundreds of hours of training to carry a firearm in public. The public deserves more training by those carrying firearms in the public. Recent research shows that dropping training requirement from obtaining a CHP leads to a significant increase in gun assaults. This will have the opposite impact, and we'll see a reduction by just simply requiring live fire training of 10 rounds.
Thank you. Moving to the committee, does any members of the committee have questions? Seeing none, move into the public. Is there any members of the public that would wish to speak in support of the bill?
Mr. Chairman, Andrew Goddard, Virginia Center for Public Safety. We support the bill. I took the opportunity of getting a concealed handgun permit myself when it was allowed without training by being allowed to type on a computer. And I obtained a handgun permit and I'd never even touched a handgun in my life. So this is a part of the code that really needs to be cleaned up. We need people to be able to show competence, and that is not something you do without proper training.
Thank you.
Hi, David Hogg here from Parkland again. I wanted to speak in support of this bill, actually because contrary to probably what a lot of people think, I was actually on the shooting club in college. And one of the things that I was interested in pursuing, I went to college in Massachusetts, was getting a firearms license, not because I wanted to own one, but because I wanted to be trained in firearms safety. Unfortunately, it was much harder to do that because I don't agree with things that the NRA says. I don't support a lot of their stances. And I grew up around guns in my household, but there are very few organizations that don't provide that, but this bill would help to change that in Virginia, and that's why I support this bill, because it shouldn't have to go through extremely politicized organizations that have extremist stances in the first place. It should be a nonpartisan one to ensure the safety of all people that want to have a firearm in the first place. And that's why I support this bill.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Lori Haas. A lot has been said. I'd just like to add to my support and to share with you, DCJS currently trains law enforcement officers. They train security personnel, and they have other training modules available to them. They are the perfect state agency to provide this training, and it makes sense to take private organizations out of the code for a whole host of reasons. We most definitely support the requirement to have live fire training for persons to carry a concealed handgun in the Commonwealth. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Firearms training is a benefit to both gun owners and the public. Additionally, it's highly unusual that a specific organization is identified in code. Therefore, there's no reason that the USCCA or the NRA should be singled out in this way. And like Lori said, there is a state agency that is fully equipped to handle this. And we strongly support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving to the online queue. Dr. Virginia, you are up first.
Thank you. Member of the Charlottesville Coalition for Gun Violence Prevention and the Charlottesville Center for Peace and Justice. And we strongly support this bill. Bothers me that it's only training for use of a gun and there's nothing about the mental health assessment. The pilots took training to learn how to fly a jet, and then they flew the jets into the Twin Towers. Training is absolutely necessary, but it's certainly not enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Next in the queue is Kendall Jacobson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kendall Jacobson, Everytown for Gun Safety and Moms Demand Action, strongly support this bill.
Thank you. Coming back to members of the public which wish to speak against the bill.
Again, Philip Van Cleve, VCDL, and so continues the assault on concealed handgun permit holders. First of all, DCJS has been asked about this. They don't want anything to do with it. This is not the kind of thing that they have any expertise in, because permit holders are not police. We don't need police training. We don't need police qualifications. We don't have the powers of arrest. None of that stuff. We're not here to enforce laws. We're simply here to protect our lives with a firearm. And as far as the NRA goes, they have two branches, and their branch on education is top notch. It always has been. That's how the organization was originally formed. There are a lot of NRA instructors in the state. If you knock that off, you have dramatically cut back on where people can get training. So the question is, do you want people to be trained or not? If you don't want them trained, then knock the NRA off there, because people will have a hard time finding an instructor that qualifies. So that's why that's in there. They are the premier. And finally, live fire, again, where's the problem? Right now, the permit revocation rate, according to the Virginia State Police, for any reason whatsoever, is 0.1%. These are extremely law-abiding people. We're not having a problem with them. Let's not fix something that's not broken. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. As I want to reiterate what Mr. Van Cleve said, 1/10 of 1%, 0.001 of the 720 plus thousand permit holders in Virginia have been, had their license revoked because they are not a problem. As far as the NRA goes, if you take the NRA certification and the USCCA certification out of the system, on the Senate side, it was argued, well, the judge can still allow a qualified course if he so chooses. But what you're telling the judge is if you take that out, that you don't choose to recognize that. I would like to point out that a lot of police departments refer to the NRA when they're setting up their police ranges because the NRA is the gold standard for firearm safety. I am an NRA instructor. Their courses are not politicized. They are very careful to keep it that way because they want a large variety of people from all political persuasions to learn firearm safety. So I urge you to oppose this bill. It is wrong on so many fronts. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Natalie Erdesy, Fauquier County, mother of 4, have my concealed carry permit. I think it's important to note that if you have a concealed carry permit, you are not to shoot to kill, you're supposed to shoot to stop, which means limbs. I think that a lot of people would benefit from taking some of these courses, it sounds like to me. And I had the privilege of taking my instruction with a private agency that also trained our law enforcement agency. Thanks.
Thank you. Moving to the online queue. We have Taylor McKee.
Mr. Chairman, Taylor McKee with the National Rifle Association. We're strongly opposed to this bill. We're a nonprofit organization. We're the premier firearm safety and training instructors across the country. We advocate for firearm safety and gun responsibility. We have some of the best instructors across this country, and we offer the citizens the ability to come and learn how to utilize and safely carry a firearm. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Next in the queue is David Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. David Adams, Virginia Shooting Sports Association. We strongly oppose this bill. To the assertion that DCJS is a perfect agency to handle this training, I'd suggest that anybody who has tried to sign up for a Department of Game and Inland Fisheries hunter safety course will tell you that a state agency is not equipped to handle the number of people that would be signing up to get this training. And I also find it interesting that what is being left unsaid, that this bill also repeals the authority to issue NRA license plates to folks who want to show their support for the organization. Does that mean we're also going to repeal the authority for DMV to issue AFL-CIO license plates because they also do that? Or we're going to repeal the authority to support out-of-state colleges and universities because they do that? We strongly oppose this bill.
Thank you. Next in the queue is Mr. Singh.
Just for time's sake, I strongly oppose this bill. USCCA has some great resources. Even if you're, on support this bill, look it up, look up the YouTube channels. Very nice, calm, relaxed people explaining great stuff. Thank you.
Thank you. Next in queue is Ms. Don.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There are currently 3,820 USCCA and NRA instructors in the state of Virginia. There are 131 training counselors. I happen to be one of them. I am a training counselor for both NRA and USCCA, and there is not a program out there that is better done than these. And as much as I like our police officers, as somebody that trains instructors, that's the #1 group that fails my instructor classes. They've already taken DCJS classes.
Thank you, Ms. Don, but the time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now we'll come back to the committee. Delegate Helmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, motion?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, I move that we report and refer House Bill 797 to the Committee on Appropriations.
Second.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it needs to go there.
You know what we can do? We can report. Before we get.
I amend my motion. I move to report House Bill 797 to, that's it.
Second.
There has been a motion to report and properly second HB 797. The clerk will open the roll. HB 797 reports out on a vote of 6-4. The clerk will close the roll. Delegate Hope, you have one more bill before
My
us.
last bill, House Bill 799, and I do have a line amendment. And I ask the staff attorney to report the line amendment.
Mr. Chair, the line amendment is a simple delayed enactment clause. So at the end of the bill, it would read that the provisions of this act shall become effective on July 1, 2025.
Move the amendment.
There's been a motion to move the amendment and properly second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? The amendment is before us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the subcommittee. What we're trying to do here with both of these bills is try to raise the bar to achieve a concealed handgun permit. What this bill simply does is it requires a person to submit to a fingerprint for a condition of a concealed handgun permit. The fingerprinting will ensure that the person actually applying for the CHP is indeed that person with the name and social security number matched to the application. That's the bill. It's a safety mechanism more than anything else. And I hope the body will find favorably on this bill.
Thank you. Moving to the committee, Delegate Simon.
So right now you can go and apply for and get a concealed handgun permit. You don't actually have to provide fingerprints. Is that right?
Mr. Chairman, that is correct, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Thank you for catching that.
Any further questions from the committee? Seeing none, is there any members of the public wish to speak in support of the bill?
Mr. Chairman, Andrew Goddard, Virginia Center for Public Safety. I'll take you back to the Jonesboro, Arkansas school shooting, where two young men in their early teens shot students after they pulled the fire alarm and the students ran outside and they shot them dead. That person was incarcerated as a minor. He was released, and at the age of 21, he was still fanatical about guns. He applied for a concealed handgun permit. And the only reason he changed his name, he changed all of his background information that he could change. The only reason they found that he was the same person who had done the school shooting was because he gave his fingerprints, and they managed to match the fingerprints to his record. So I think fingerprints, you can change your name, you can change all sorts of things, your hair color and everything, but you can't change your fingerprints.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Delegate Simon is correct. The code used to include a requirement for fingerprinting, and I'm not sure how many years ago that this body, under a different set of circumstances, removed the requirement to have a fingerprint. It's a simple security measure. In this day and age when assumed identities are so easy to accomplish, a fingerprint is just absolutely necessary, and it's not a difficult hurdle. People do it all the time. Many of us have to get fingerprints and background checks to volunteer in our churches, to volunteer in our schools and other circumstances. A fingerprint is just makes a lot of sense. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Liddy Ballard from Brady. In addition to what has been said, fingerprinting also allows for the ability to screen for unsolved crimes, therefore protecting potentially dangerous purchasers from being able to purchase and possess guns. We support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you.
Susan Ahern, I support the bill, and that's all I want.
Thank you. Moving to the online queue. First up is Dr. Virginia.
Thank you, Virginia Rovnak with the Charlottesville Coalition for Gun Violence Prevention and the Charlottesville Center for Peace and Justice, and for all the wonderful reasons given. We support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Next in the queue is Mr. Jacobson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kendall Jacobson, Everytown for Gun Safety and Moms Demand Action. We support this bill.
Thank you. Is there any members of the public wish to speak against the bill? And we will start the timer.
Again? Y'all never visited me and told me that you were going to oppose my bill.
Yeah. Philip Van Cleve, VCDL. Well, assault on permit holders continues. By the way, prior to what the Brady representative said, this is not about purchasing guns. This is about concealed handgun permits. We did have a setup before we had to do fingerprinting, and it wasn't necessary. People, including the state police, said they didn't need to do this, so they got rid of it. And again, 0.1% of all permit holders have their permits revoked for any reason. So this system is working. So again, this is an additional thing that's going to make people have to take off work to go down, find a place to get fingerprinted, and run through that. It'll also run up the cost of permits. And again, we're fixing a problem that doesn't exist. If the goal is to just make it really hard to get a permit, then I understand why this bill was put in. But if your goal is public safety, we got that covered. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. I want to point out also that this bill, not only does it say for your initial permit application, but for renewals. So every 5 years, I would have to take off of work and go down to my police station and have my fingerprints done to exercise a right. We don't require fingerprints for voting. Do we not want to know for sure that the person registering to vote is who they say they are? And as far as the assumed names, when you fill out the application for your concealed handgun permit, you put on that application all prior names. And to legally change your name, you have to go through a court, and there is a paper trail. So the arguments that I'm hearing in favor of this bill, they don't hold water. I urge you to oppose this, quit treating legal, law-abiding people like they're criminals. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving to the online queue. There we go. Taylor McGee, you're up first. Seeing no Taylor. David Adams, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. David Adams, Virginia Shooting Sports Association. We're strongly opposed to this bill. Mr. Van Cleve hit the nail on the head. If you're looking to make things as inconvenient as possible to be a gun owner, that's about what's going on here in the last 2 weeks. We oppose the bill.
Thank you. Vic Nichols, you're up next.
Thank you for giving me the chance to speak.
Okay, shit. I'm on now. Hey, what's up, Perks? So is this still on the fingerprinting bill? I'm ready to beat my head into my desk. Like, seriously. This shit is so insane. Hey, Virginia, get your head out of your ass. Elect more people like Nick, and you won't have this issue. It's really damn simple. Oh my God. Vanessa Kitty, what's up, my sister? G23, what's happening, my brother? How you doing? So yeah, I've been, of course, you guys have seen me. I'm in the background in the chat and chilling. Well, not really chilling. I got other stuff I've been doing, trying to get kids to bed, all the other shit, and losing my mind listening to this. Because I haven't listened to all this. The only reason I haven't looked this stuff up, just that a little bit, was I didn't know it was happening. Coleon Noir and a couple other guys posted stuff about the assault weapons ban, passing in Virginia. And I started doing a little look here and there to see what was going on. And you guys know me. I like to show stuff in people's own words. I don't like to do little clips and snippets. I like to show the whole thing. And I watched some of this earlier tonight while I was doing other stuff. And this part, the fingerprint bill, a couple other things that we've already hit, I hadn't seen yet. So I'm just as fucking amazed as you guys. Well, I can't say I'm amazed. I can't say I'm amazed. Hell, I can't even say I'm surprised. It's more like, I don't know. Holy shit, what are you guys voting for? What? And who? Oh my God. Playing with a new S24 Ultra? Hell yeah, brother. And I've got to get to, sometime next little while. I got to do some stuff on what's happening in Alabama because there are some gun control bills in Alabama that they're trying to do. If they have hearings, I'm going to go to the hearings. Georgia, right next to me, is my real concern right now because they have a bunch of shit going on. But this idea of teachers earlier, teachers don't need to carry guns. Someone get a hold of them. If I'm carrying concealed, someone basically has to beat my ass to take my gun. That's more than just an assault. Okay, let's just cover that. If I'm a teacher and I've been through lockdowns a couple times for stupid shit going on around the schools I work in. If I'm a teacher and I'm locked down, I want more in my hand than a fucking stapler to be able to defend my students. I don't have to go out and play Rambo. That's not what I need to do. I pull my guys back to an area, my guys, my girls, whatever, pull them back to an area that I can control, and then anything that pokes its head in that opening that's not a cop gets shot in the fucking face. It's really goddamn simple. Oh, man. Fuck me running. These people are retarded. Okay, let's get back to this because you guys know I like to share the pain, and I was listening to this anyway, so I just decided to share it with you guys. That's the whole point of the stream. And like I said, and I've got it down there in the tab. Any of you guys that have something coming up in the state or think something coming up in the state or it's your state and we need to look into it, just send me an email and we'll cover it. Because any of this shit, I will cover.
Speak. Cops wanted the fingerprinting gone because it was a time suck. That's why it was gotten rid of, because the cops were going, we don't have time for this mess. Next is discrimination against older people because your skin loses elasticity with age and the patterns become less prominent because of the thickening of the ridges and furrows in your hands. Bricklayers and people who wash dishes by hand, they lose details in their fingerprints. Calcium oxide workers, they also lose
Welders,
that. And a dermatographia also will sit there and cause an issue there. There's no reason for this when the amount of discrimination and going after particular people who have issues, that's just wrong. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Singh, you're next.
Man.
I'll keep it short and sweet. I oppose the bill for the reasons, and a lot of the stuff, these laws are in DC and Maryland, and you always hear what's happening in the news over there. So I strongly urge you to not support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Don, you're up next.
I opposed this bill. I had to go to 3 different buildings in order to pay and have my fingerprints done when we used to do this way back in the day. It's very inconvenient. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving back to the members of the committee, Delegate Helmer.
Damn,
Thank you,
G3.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I have a
G3, sorry.
motion at the appropriate time.
Seeing no other questions, the time is now.
All right, Mr. Chair, I move to report and speaking to that motion.
Delegate has the floor.
I have a motion.
We have talked a lot on this subcommittee and on the floor that on a bipartisan basis,
Let me know
we
if
have
the
nearly
video
2
goes
dozen
crazy,
reasons
guys,
that we
since I'm
think
actually on here
you ought
now.
not to be issued
Been
a
running
concealed
pretty
carry
smooth.
permit in the Commonwealth of Virginia. The fact that we don't now use a fingerprint to conceal, fingerprint to confirm that one of those 22 reasons doesn't apply to the person seeking that concealed carry permit seems like a real loophole in our law to make sure that law-abiding citizens and those who should be able to get a CCP according to our laws are the only ones who are able to issue it. It seems like common sense, and I hope that we can.
This dude, I gotta say this. I have to. This dude is an absolute piece of shit. He had some service in the military. I don't know exactly what it was. I don't give a fuck. He could have been a goddamn Medal of Honor winner. I don't goddamn care. When you come home and then you refuse to follow the state constitution and the federal Constitution. You're saying fuck it to both of those. You're a piece of shit. Okay? I've used John McCain as an example. He was a pilot in Vietnam, went down, served years of hell in the Hanoi Hilton. That doesn't excuse the rest of the shit he did when he got home as a politician. It doesn't. Our founders are more perfect examples of that same fucking thing. Wrote this document, freedom for all, all this shit. And then they still left people enslaved, and they still took people's firearms rights. And Washington went up in the whiskey wars, or whiskey rebellion, and used federal troops against American. Your actions are what matter, you fucking douchebag. And then maybe I'm venting a little bit now because I've been watching this for a little while, but yeah, I don't. Your prior service, if you go throughout your entire life as a law-abiding citizen, then go murder innocent people, you're still a piece of shit. Period. You have more redeeming qualities if you were a criminal for most of your life and then turned your life around and then became somebody who supports people's freedom. I have more respect for those than I do for pieces of shit like this. It's mind-boggling to me that people vote for assholes like this. And we have a government slam full of people that will trample your rights. I was in a Twitter discussion, Twitter tweet war, whatever the fuck you want to call it, with a lady for most of today over the Second Amendment, who it applied to, and all that. And I haven't checked to see whether she replied to some other stuff, but we went on for a long time. And yeah, I was an ass to her. She was kind of condescending to me. I was kind of an ass to her, and then we could agree on some things later. I got no problems with someone like that because they can at least kind of have a semi-honest discussion on shit. And it finally revolved back around to this, and whether the Second Amendment was an individual right or not. Some of that doesn't matter in the state's context because, like the state of Virginia. Hold on. Let me find something real fast. I looked it up earlier. And let me click on this. And let me show the screen real fast. Wrong tab. So Virginia, this is basically their Second Amendment right now, as it stands. A well-regulated militia composed of the body of the people, so it's the people, trained to arms, is the proper, natural, and safe defense of a free state. Therefore, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. That standing armies in a time of peace should be avoided as dangerous to liberty, and that in all cases the military should be under strict subordination to and governed by a civil power. That's their current protections as far as ownership of arms. So a couple things you can't even argue in that. One, that civilians have the right to own arms, period. And two, that they are what the Constitution of Virginia calls their first line of defense against tyranny. It is absolute fucking insanity to me that people think that the Second Amendment doesn't include a private right to own arms, an individual right. And it is absolutely insane to me that with a constitution like that written out as well as that is written out, that these douchebags still just say fuck it and try to pass restrictions on arms. I just, if there was any power written in our constitutions that was worth a shit, federal or state, whenever someone tried to pass a law like that, their ass would get thrown out of office. And if someone was thrown into jail over their law, they ought to serve the same amount of time in prison that all of the people in their law served. It's amazing to me. What's up, Bull Rush, you big sexy beast, you? All right, let's get back to this. I don't know how long I'm going to go. I'm going to go till I just get tired and need to go to sleep, but we're going to keep rolling it.
As we have supported these 24 reasons to not have a concealed carry permit that we, on a bipartisan basis, that we can also move this forward on a bipartisan basis.
You guys let me
Thank
know
you,
if the
Mr.
video gets choppy or the audio has.
Thank you. There has been a motion to report and properly seconded. Will the clerk, as amended, will the clerk open the
This
roll?
is basically the Committee on Firearms. They vote on it and it goes to the complete House.
The clerk will close the roll. HB 799 reports with amendment on a vote of 6-4.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate
Thank you.
it.
All right, and we will keep things
We
moving.
will keep things
Delegate
full
Reed,
down
you are up,
constitutional.
HB 270.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I have an amendment in the nature of the substitute that I believe the attorney has or is distributing now.
This is where I always use
Move the
that
committee
term
substitute.
non-playable characters, NPC.
There has been a motion to
That's all
move the
they are.
substitute and properly seconded. Will all that agree say aye? Aye. All in oppose? The substitute is before us.
No, I don't plan on going to
Chair,
sleep
just
during this.
looking at this substitute, I
Good,
know
and
we
just
just
leave it
moved forward
running.
with
We'll have a long way to go.
a 5-day waiting period. I see on line 70 of this bill that there's a 3-day
Not
waiting
like I
period.
haven't fallen asleep.
I
on
wonder just to
screen.
make sure we're all in conformity going forward, and I talked to the patient in advance, if we could, if the clerk would be willing to report an amendment to line 70, and I don't know if there's any other place where we need to do it, to strike out the word
Stupid should
3
seriously be
and replace it with 5.
And I would consider that a friendly amendment, and it does occur several places throughout the code, and I would be okay with that.
There's been a motion to, what council?
I think council may have to just give us what we're at. the
One question.
exact-
I have a question.
Delegate Simon.
I have a big question for council. So you're talking about the 3 days that we're putting in, it's new language online. It looks like 67 and 70. We're not, this is a new 3-day waiting period requirement. It's not something that already exists in code. It's going to make it 5.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, to answer the delegate, the reason, Mr. Chair, that we're looking to do that is earlier today, we considered a bill and reported it out favorably that would create a 5-day waiting period. Delegate Reed's bill deals with a different set of circumstances. But if we were going to go towards and his is not solely about the waiting period, it's about a few other things. But the idea here being that we don't have a 3-day wait period for some things, a 5-day wait period for other things, that we have 1 5-day wait period as the standard.
It looks like we then would need it again on line 102.
Mr. Chair. If I might, I would say I trust the clerk to make the changes, the respective changes
Counsel?
throughout.
Mr. Chair, there are several places in the bill where it is 3 days, and I would need to change them all to 5 days.
So move.
Okay. There has been a motion to amend, a friendly amendment, and properly seconded. All in agreement, say aye.
Aye.
All against? The substitute is before us.
All the absolute.
Okay, thank you,
sheep
Mr.
say
Chair.
aye.
Thank you, members of the subcommittee. This bill, as it originally was drafted, it did 7 different things. Now it just does 2 things. And part of the reason why it just does 2 things is because we've addressed some of those issues in other legislation. And so what I want to focus on, first of all, is this creates a buyback program specifically targeted at buying back assault weapons. So again, earlier today, we passed on the House floor legislation that would address the sale of new assault weapons. So that is the way to address part of that supply chain issue. The other part is that if there are already assault weapons in circulation and someone is interested in getting rid of that on their own, of their own free will, and there would be a buyback program in place, and it sets up the Virginia State Police to be able to be the group that's going to set the parameters for that, how it's going to work, so that, again, we would have a standardized approach across the Commonwealth that could then be used by localities for them to be able to buy back those weapons. And this was specifically narrowed down. Initially, it was a firearms buyback program, which would have potentially included pistols, shotguns, and other things. But what we really want to be able to target is the items that Delegate Helmer had referred to earlier on the House floor, those things that are really not intended for use in hunting or other type of uses. And that is a large portion of this bill. And the other part that is maybe slightly different than what Delegate Hayes was doing with his waiting period is I have included in here that there would be now it would be a 5-day waiting period, with the exception of in the event that there was a declaration of a national emergency due to an imminent threat from an enemy attack or an invasion of the United States, then the 5-day waiting period would no longer apply. That's the gist of the bill.
Pretty extreme, isn't it, buddy? You got to wait till you get
Thank you,
attacked
Delegate.
by a foreign power.
Is there any questions from members of the committee?
Without a waiting period?
Seeing none, is there any members of the public that wish to speak in support of this bill?
People make my fucking head.
Mr. Chairman, Andrew Goddard, Virginia Center for Public Safety. I'm very pleased to see the amendment because actually I had a little bit of heartburn with some of the original language. The buyback program is an excellent idea, especially when it concentrates on assault weapons. And also, I've been assured that it would not interfere with a locality wanting to have a more generalized buyback program using fire.
Okay. Just to get into buybacks for a second. You guys all remember the dude, I think it was in Texas, who 3D printed up a bunch of auto sears and then sold them, made like $23,000 at a buyback? Or all of the guys who created slamfire shotguns and sold them at buybacks to make money? Or all the people who just sell their broken guns at buybacks because they don't feel like fucking fixing them. They're pieces of shit anyway. Oh, man. This is one of the dudes when they were talking about, letting the school board vote to let teachers carry arms. And these fucking dumbasses come up there and go, well, there were hundreds of cops outside the school and they didn't do nothing. No, they didn't. But if a teacher is armed in a classroom and they face an immediate threat, I want something in my hands a little bit more, powerful than a fucking stapler or a highlighter or a, dry erase marker. Fucking God, these people are so goddamn stupid. It's like I'm talking about guns kill these, guns kill these. Okay. We have right around, and you can play with numbers a little bit, right around 7K homicides that involve firearms per year. The lowest number that I have been able to find on defensive gun uses was from Vice, and that's 2 times that number. So if we go just strictly off of math, that's 2 times as many people that were saved by firearms than lost with the use of a firearm. So you want the murders to, by the time you get done with that, basically triple. Because there's already, 7,000 now. If you take away the 14,000 defensive gun uses, and again, that is the lowest number I can find, then you want, what, 21,000 people killed? And believe it or not, that's pretty much their plan, because when that happens, and they can just go, we need more gun laws. I posted reposted a video of John Locke testifying about the ghost gun bill in Virginia today. And we'll do a stream on that later, where John Locke testifies basically in opposition to their ghost gun bill that passed the House. And that's a pretty interesting video. I'd love to do an interview with John and sit down and kind of drill down on some of these points, because John is exceptional. If you don't follow John Lott Jr., if you look up John Lott Jr., you'll find him on X or anywhere else, the Gun Violence Prevention Center. Yeah, just an excellent dude. He's the dude that wrote the book More Guns, Less Crime, because that's what happens when you put hands in the when you put guns in the hands of people who are trying to obey laws. Then they have a tendency to stop the criminals. We heard this chick talk earlier. Well, there's only been, so many shootings that have been stopped by law-abiding people. Yes, because most law-abiding people are not going to carry their gun into a gun-free zone. So you set them up for failure in the first place. Me, gun-free zone, don't give a shit. I'm carrying. For that exact reason. Your gun-free zones are bullshit. Unless I'm going through a metal detector, I'm carrying my gun. I'm trained with my gun. I've carried my gun for years. Appendix, haven't blown my dick off yet. And it's not because it's just that small and I couldn't hit it. It's because I carry it safely. Hung like a stud gerbil. But either way, oh man, I could go down that rabbit hole forever. All right, let's get back to this before I go grab a frying pan out of my kitchen and just beat my own brains out.
Finances that would come from the locality, which I think is also a very useful method of getting guns off the street. One other thing I will say about buyback programs is they really only get guns off the street if the entire gun is destroyed. And we need to make sure that anyone availing themselves of this gets the gun has to be not just dismantled and the center part destroyed, but the entire thing has to be made useless for future use as a weapon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Man against the masses. What is up, my brother?
Mr. Chairman, members of the
Thanks for
committee, my name
checking
is
in, my
Lori
brother.
Haas. We
What's
certainly
happening?
support the bill. Gun buyback programs have been utilized across the Commonwealth of Virginia. It just makes sense to
I still got to do a man against the
code
masses
section and have a buyback
Man
program
against masses means
administered
about
by
me.
the Virginia State Police
gotta do
to
a full
accommodate
stream about that.
semi-automatic assault style rifles. We appreciate the bill and support it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Susan Ahern, Chesterfield County, support the
Hold on, I
bill.
gotta pause
20
for
tiny
this.
children were mowed down at Sandy Hook.
Okay. So yeah, Tread, I do have to do a stream, not about all this gun control horse shit, have a little fun. I'm putting together, I got to get all the memes that Man Against the Masses made about me, you dirty bastard. And I've got to do that stream. You have supposed to have been in bed for like the past 2 hours. I've put you back in bed like 9 times already. Before I started this. My kiddos are complete night owls. I didn't put that boy back in bed. I've done everything but chloroform him. But yeah, I've got to do a stream just straight out goofing off, brother. Absolutely. Dude, that's coming, Man Against Masses. That is coming. The intro with it, yeah, that's coming. Nothing but memes with Coop looking, dude. Yeah. Tried, what is it? Couple of things. Yeah, my children are like me, man. They're complete night owls.
In 5 minutes.
Finally got my
with
daughter to sleep.
Assault weapon. We need to get these guns off the streets and out of dangerous hands.
Thank you. Moving to the online queue.
We need to get drugs off the
First
street
up is
too.
Dr. Virginia.
Out of dangerous hands.
Virginia Roadneck, with the Charlottesville Coalition for Gun Violence Prevention and the Charlottesville Center for Peace and Justice, and we strongly support this bill. Anything that could take away some of these rapid fire weapons is a good thing. Thank you.
Rapid fire weapons.
Thank you. Next in the queue is Kendall Jacobson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kendall Jacobson, Everytown for Gun Safety and Moms Demand Action. We strongly support the committee substitute as amended.
Thank you. Next in the queue is Miss Melanie.
Morning Star, you ain't wrong.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Melanie
Definitely
Serviceall
need
from
to-
Loudoun County. I am also a volunteer with Moms Demand Action,
got
and I
drug
strongly
control
support this
and gun
bill.
control
It
and all
thoughtfully
that
addresses
other
two
shit.
important issues related to gun safety, and I thank Delegate for introducing it. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving back to the public, is there any members of the public that wish to speak against the bill?
Oh yeah, run gun. He would have to carry a Barrett 50 to get
Bill
a
Van Cleve, VCDL, Mr. Chair. Yeah, where do I begin? A lot of this has been struck down in other states as unconstitutional, the limitation of 10-round magazines. And again, the 2A, by the way, Second Amendment, not about hunting, not about hunting at all. Oh, has it? Okay, I haven't seen that. Sorry, I have not seen that. Okay, we'll scratch that if I did not have the privilege of seeing this.
Yeah, Trey, that's a
Just the one buyback.
my intro was done by Swamp Dog for me, and then I edited it in, did the whole where all the white girls at and all that, just to be funny as shit.
They have to wait 5 days.
Blazing Saddles is funny as
Purchase.
fuck.
Okay. Okay. All right. So scratch that.
No worries.
The 5-day again, but I do have a problem with the 5-day. Again, we need to change our system from national or the instant check system to the long wait system. Again, the promise was made, and we really are against these waiting periods. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee.
Oh God, Americans masses, yeah, it probably was.
At the risk of sounding impolite, the only assault weapons that I'm seeing are verbal assaults on gun owners that I've seen throughout this whole session.
And again, she's with the.
You can't buy back something that wasn't yours.
League, so is Phil.
You just can't. And
both of them.
You're not going, this getting guns off the street thing is a total misnomer. Criminals are not going to give up their guns. And even if you could take a giant magnet and suck all the guns up into the sky and get them off the face of the earth, bad people will make weapons out of all sorts of things. It has happened since the dawn of man. There are evil people in the world. And there is no utopia.
You can tell she is pissed right there.
To say that you can just buy back things that you never owned in the first place, you're using taxpayer dollars to take things away from law-abiding people, and you will have no effect on crime except to maybe
Make
increase
no
it
mistake, these buyback
by
will become
intimidating
mandatory.
good people.
Assholes have the power.
From keeping them from exercising their civil rights. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving to the online queue. First up is Taylor McKee.
Mr. Chairman, Taylor McKee with the National Rifle Association. We oppose the bill, especially the 5-day waiting period. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Next in queue is David Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. David Adams, Virginia Shooting Sports Association. We strongly oppose the bill. I echo the comments of Ms. Webb. You really can't buy back something you never sold. It's more accurate to call it compensated confiscation, which is what all these schemes are. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Ms. Vic Nichols is next. Not seeing Vic Nichols, we will go to Mr. Singh.
Oh, well, the funny thing
Mr.
is,
Chairman, I do appreciate the delegates, inclusion of the internet thing. It shows that, he has a heart and stuff like that. I appreciate that. But, everything else is,
people that were testifying,
you just look at that constitution that was made, a few hundred years ago, and
but
you
all
got to
the
think about
assholes that
this.
were there
I do
testifying for
strongly
gun control,
not support the bill. Thank you.
Say what you want.
Thank you. And I do see Vic Nichols is raising her hand. If we
Tells
can
them
get her
just
in
say your
briefly.
name and organization and whether you support or not. The gun control people went on. He didn't care.
There we go. Vic Nichols, you're up. You got about 40 seconds.
Thank you. Programs have never been proven to stop crime. Are you going to make car dealers or knife sellers liable if someone kills someone with their cars or knives? And are you also going to mandate 5 days for free speech rights and abortions. Let me know when you do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
100%.
Mr. Chair, if I might, I think one of the important things about the buyback program is that it's all voluntary. So there's nothing that is requiring anyone to sell their weapon back to the Virginia State Police. This is creating a standard process for someone who has possibly
And
bought
how many
one,
criminals will get
decided
away
that they
with a
don't
crime
like
when
it, they
you do a
don't want to use
buyback?
it,
You
and they've
excuse
decided that
everything.
they want to be able to take it out of
Necessary.
circulation.
So I can go
And this provides a
grill
mechanism for
someone,
being able
kill
to do
them,
that. Or
turn
even
my
if you've
gun in.
perhaps inherited one and you've decided, I don't want it. And this is just about a voluntary choice and being able to provide a way to make that work in an efficient manner.
Thank you, Delegate.
Yep.
Moving next to the committee, Delegate Simon.
So, Mr. Chairman, I have a question. I don't know if it's for council or for the patron, but I was looking at these sections where we were talking about the 3 and 5 days to see if I could catch everything. And something that jumped out at me was just as seeming a little odd. And so maybe you guys can tell me what the history of this part is. But there's this language that says, unless there's a declaration of national emergency by the United States government to an imminent threat of enemy attack or invasion. Where does that language come from? And is it necessary to the bill?
Mr. Chairman?
So
Yes,
if I can
can you tell us what line that's on?
I know where it is.
So if everyone wants to follow along, it's like in line 314 and 315 and all these sections about the 5-day waiting period. There's an exception for an invasion, I guess, like Red Dawn.
Yeah, it's a really, Mr. Chairman, it's a really very valid question, Delegate Simon. Throughout the years that we have been looking at trying to address this, invariably there are excuses and concerns that come up, different hyperboles that are what if scenarios.
This dude talking
So
about
in an effort to be able to address some of the concerns that people oftentimes raise, where they bring up these what if scenarios, this was designed to, there will be a 5-day waiting period as we are operating under normal peaceful circumstances. And that if something changes and there's an imminent invasion of the United States, which has been brought up in the past, then the 5-day waiting period would no longer apply.
So, Mr. Chairman, for the question or comment?
Yes, Delegate Simon.
So I appreciate the magnanimity, is that the right word, right? Being magnanimous about this to try and diminish some of the opposition. I just heard everybody who might have that concern stand up and oppose your bill anyway. And then I've also heard conversation, the word invasion, we used to all kind of know what that meant. And I'm not trying to be cute or funny here at all, but we hear people throwing around the word invasion to describe a lot of things now, and whether it's our immigration policy and so forth. And so my concern would be that the word invasion has just gotten politicized to a point where I don't really feel comfortable having it in a bill that I have to vote for. And I really want to vote for this bill. So I would ask you if you'd be considered a friendly amendment that we delete that language. I don't think it's going to cost you any of your supporters. And I don't think it's going to, the opposition sounded awfully strident. I don't think it's going to make it any more strident than it already is. So if you'd consider that, I'd appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman, I understand what the delegate is saying, and I would agree to that because again, this is a really good example of why we have this process of going through these different pieces of legislation with a very kind of thorough process, because you're thinking of something that's a little bit different than the way that I thought about it, but it's a very valid point, and I would be accepting of that as a friendly amendment.
So do Council understand the amendments to strike all those references to an imminent invasion?
Right, Mr. Chair, I think the easier amendment might just be to conform the waiting period to House Bill 1195, which is the 5-day period in Delegate Hayes' bill.
Right,
Rather than striking, it's essentially the same thing, but I think if we just conform the bill, it'll be cleaner.
So I move that we do what Council just said. Second.
I was going to say, I'm not on the subcommittee, but I'm acceptable to that.
Okay, so there has been a motion to conform HB 270.
Just conform the waiting period
The
part of the
waiting period
bill
part.
to the waiting period part of the bill of HB 1195.
When have
And it has been
waiting
properly
periods
seconded.
ever worked?
All
At
that's
all.
in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All against? Is in front of us.
Chair, move to report and refer as the substitute with amendments to
Oh,
appropriations.
they're letting it happen.
Ooh, that's a mouthful. We have a committee, we have a motion to refer and report as
Brady,
as
Mom,
amended and substituted
Everytown,
to appropriations.
all them, they're writing all of this legislation.
And properly
Make
seconded.
No mistake about that.
The clerk will
And
open
they're
the
all
roll.
making millions and millions of dollars.
HB 270, reports and refer with sub to appropriations on a vote of 62. The clerk will close the roll.
Mr. Chairman and subcommittee members, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to keep chugging along. Next up will be HB 861, Delegate Hernandez.
They don't care, Bull Rush. They will use that person as an example that they need more gun control because they got killed with, I don't know, a fork.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. This is HB 861. First, I'll just note I have a substitute, and I can speak to that if you'd
Yeah,
like.
Morningstar, there's a lot of stuff we deal with. I don't remember voting for it.
Delegate has the floor.
Very good. Thank you again, Mr. Chair. So HB 861 is simply a bill to protect our frontline healthcare workers from gun violence by keeping weapons out of hospitals and emergency room settings.
Excuse me. Can you tell us what the substitute?
Yes, I sure can, Mr. Chair. So the substitute clarifies the scope of the bill. We added a few exceptions.
Let me pause for just a second. And I'll make myself, as I say, bigger again. I've carried in multiple doctor's offices, emergency rooms, other healthcare facilities. I haven't harmed anybody. I do respect the way that a woman acted one time, the nurse and then the ultrasound tech or the MRI tech that I had that day. I was in Houston Clinic in Columbus, fucking Georgia, Piedmont Hospitals. And of course, I cared. I had to get a x-ray done that day just to show just to get a general idea of things. And since most of my problems are in my lower back, they needed me to unbutton my pants and kind of lower my pants a little bit. So I went, okay. This gun. Pulled it out in the holster because I unclipped it in the holster. Set my holster to the side. And she was like, okay, yeah, just set that to the side. She went to feel for where my hip bones were at. I was like, what's that? It's my gun. And she was like, okay, cool. Just do me a favor and pull that off, set it aside. All right. Pull it off, set it aside. No issues. I kind of would have liked to have seen the x-ray if I didn't actually remove it, though. And I thought that, and I should have asked. But that's the way it should be. I'm no threat to anybody there. None. This shit just kills me. Why does the state have to disarm me for my safety? It ain't for my safety. It ain't for my safety. That's why. Fucking Christ.
That will apply, and we added a notice requirement, and that will make a little more sense once I can get into the substance.
Do we have a motion for the substitute?
So moved. Second.
There's been a motion to move the substitute and properly seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Send them on.
All opposed? Substitute is before us.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill
Please
concept
send them
was
on.
brought to me by Centera Hospital and Frontline.
As long as
healthcare
there's no
workers.
identifying
Healthcare
information in them,
workers,
it
you
might
might
be
be interested
interesting.
in knowing are 5 times more likely to experience workplace violence than other workers, according to the latest government data. What adds to those concerns is just the sheer volume of weapons that have been flowing into hospitals and emergency room settings. So some data that Centera provided to me just since October of 2022, they have had to work to prevent nearly 2,500 weapons from entering their emergency rooms. That's just in 2 of their hospitals. These weapons have included guns, knives, tasers, and other dangerous weapons.
Let's
So there is
add
a
anything in
genuine,
that could possibly be used
deep-seated
as a weapon.
concern
Call it a gun.
and a desire from everyone who works in these settings that we do more as a General Assembly to give these folks more tools to keep their workplaces safe. So what does the bill do?
Did you put metal
This
detectors
legislation
in the
would make it
hospital?
unlawful to knowingly possess a weapon as it's defined in the bill
Pause this for a second.
in hospitals and emergency rooms, and the bill imposes.
This is the way this should work, honestly. If you don't want people to carry in your facilities, you put up metal detectors, and you have a set of lockers to the side to where if someone comes in with their firearm, they beep, 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 they've got a gun, knife, whatever, and you go, hey, lock that up in that locker right there, and then you can go about your business. We have plenty of security. And then when you're on your way out, you just pop your locker open, grab your shit, and go. That's the way that should work. Fucking these people are just mind-numbingly stupid. It's just like courthouses. I carry my gun everywhere. If I go into a courthouse, I pass through a metal detector. The only thing they should do, and hell, they should ask me before I do it. They should, hey, you got your gun on you? You got your knife on you? Oh, well, that's okay, sir. Just put it in this locker right here. Lock it up. It'll be there when you get back. Go about your business. We've got plenty of security here. And, you know, when you come back around, do your thing, pick your gun up, and then you're fine. That's the way that should work. As long as I am not a ward of the state or someone or under someone else's protection, and they are responsible for my protection, I should be able to carry my shit. Well, I'm just saying, Bull Rush, if you've got metal detectors, if you have armed security there, there's a level of security there. In other words, I can probably trust that if some shit happens, you know, there's something in between me and them. Courthouse tried to ask me for a key on my keychain. Said it looks like handcuff key. Yeah. Dude. You want to know how easy it is to pick handcuffs? Go to any like maximum security prison and go question some inmates. They can pick handcuffs better than anybody with damn near nothing. So that handcuff key doesn't mean shit. It's also one of those places, if you go to, especially your harder prisons, it proves gun control is absolute bullshit. Because when you disarm people, the bigger guy in the room or the guy with the most friends gets to rape, rob, murder anytime they want. And the little dude who doesn't join the club, well, he just gets to take it right up the old chute. And that's the way it would be if you just outlaw firearms, took firearms away from everybody. Yeah, Tread, I saw some of that. Matter of fact, Matt Gates posted some of it, and I read through kind of the cliff notes of it. And it's, again, it's just, you should have anything in a bill. If it is a different topic, you should have to vote on separate bills. Your bill can't contain, hey, we're going to do gardening. Oh, by the way, we're doing trash collection. No, it should have to be gardening in this bill and trash collection in this bill. That's the way that. Oh, there's so much fluff in that bill, brother. It ain't even funny. It's amazing. All right, let's get back to this before I blow an absolute fuse.
This is a class 1 misdemeanor for violations. We work to structure this bill in a way that is narrowly tailored to the problem. This legislation reads quite similar to the current law that keeps weapons out of schools, that's
Oh,
18.2-308.1,
chambers stuff.
as well as courtrooms, that's 18.2-283.1. This legislation also includes exceptions for on-duty law enforcement, anyone who is brought into a hospital pursuant to an
Nice,
emergency
Chamber.
custody order or an involuntary detention order, and also for individuals employed by hospitals who would have knives, for example, within the scope of their
Ooh,
employment.
I like that blade.
Finally, I'll note that the bill includes a notice requirement. That's paragraph D
It
of
is-
the
it is
bill,
so cool
which
to
requires
see
hospitals to
X-rays and
post
stuff.
very conspicuous signage at public
I see them on
entrances,
welds.
so the public is aware that weapons cannot be brought in. All in all, I think this is a common sense bill to keep weapons out of hospitals and emergency rooms. You've got workers here who literally are treating people who have gunshot wounds. They should not be worried about meeting the same fate. And maybe a bit of a special request, Mr. Chair. There is a doctor
love
from
those X-ray
Norfolk,
pictures.
Centera. If she might be able to come and share her experience, I'd yield some of my time because I think she can tell the story better than I can.
Yes. Dr. Burgess.
Yes, Dr. Burgess.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Dr. Jessica Burgess, and I'm a trauma surgeon at Eastern Virginia Medical School and Centera Norfolk General Hospital. I work at a level 1 trauma center where we treat gunshot wounds and victims of violence on a daily basis. When a patient comes into our emergency room injured and scared, our team of doctors and nurses are at its best doing everything we can to save that person's life. During these critical times, we shouldn't be worrying about our own safety, but unfortunately we all do. The hardest part of my job is having to tell families that their loved ones have died. This is the worst moment of these people's lives, and emotions understandably run high. Especially when their family member was a victim of violence, there's a lot of anger, and sometimes it is unfortunately directed at me and my staff. My team and I have been threatened with violence. Holes have been punched in the wall next to my head, and chairs have been thrown at me. The only consolation I've had during these times was that no one ever had a weapon. In the end,
You
the
have
only
no
thing that we want
idea
is
how
to be able
many
to help
weapons
people in
you've
their
got
greatest time of need, but we also want to know that we will be safe and make it a home to our families at the end of the day. Similar to this building and the important work that you do.
I will guarantee you that a lot of doctors I've seen in the last few years had no idea that I had my gun on me at the time, even in some pretty bad situations. Uncle sick, almost dying, all kinds of shit like that. They have no idea I had my gun on me. Lady, if someone wants to harm you, they will pick up anything in that room to harm you, and it's not going to be pretty. If you have someone who is a mostly law-abiding citizen who doesn't want to harm innocent people, you have nothing to worry about. But wouldn't you want to be the one to where if someone did start shooting in the hospital, where you had more to defend yourself than, I don't know, an IV bag or a fucking tube, whatever, a needle? Wouldn't you want to be the one that could just and get on it if it was an absolute threat to you? Can't stand people that just want to line up to be the fucking sheep because they're fucking so dependent on everybody else for their safety. She could be the best doctor in the world. That's great. That's fine. Medical malpractice and malfeasance and accidents and just goddamn neglect from doctors kills way more people than guns every single fucking year. So don't give me your horse shit. Yes, you saw people shot. You treated people that were shot. Great. It's horrible. Never should have happened. But there are evil people out there who don't give a goddamn about your gun laws. If they're going to go out there and murder people, do you think your little fucking no gun sign matters to them? Same scenario. I've never seen a fucking gangbanger. I've never seen anybody who was going to go out and murder multiple people, multiple innocent people who said, oh shit, I can't do that. I can't bring my gun with me because I don't have a concealed carry permit, or I don't have this permit, or, oh no, there's a gun-free zone sign. I guess I got to turn around and go somewhere else. We've seen manifestos from mass shooters who passed by any place where someone could possibly be carrying a gun and went to the places that were, hey, we're a gun-free zone, whatever. We've seen those plenty of times. There's plenty of evidence there. So, sorry, lady. Kiss my ass. That's just fucking man.
The hospital is a place of heightened emotions where people need to be able to do their job effectively without fearing for their safety. We want each person who comes through our doors to feel that they are in a safe place with medical professionals they can trust. The last thing that any of us should worry about is our safety.
100%
Please support this
Morris.
measure to protect myself, my colleagues, my patients, and their families. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving to members of
I
the
guarantee you,
members of the
gun-free
committee,
zone
is there any
signs or some little
questions from
sign
members of the
protected
committee?
people, I'd wear a "Don't shoot me" sign on my chest
Helmer.
every fucking day. of the
Mr.
week.
Chair, I have a question for council. Having done a few hospital-related bills, I just
would
want to make
dress my
sure that
kids
the
in "Don't shoot me"
definition of
clothes every
hospital
week.
in here is comprehensive
Their
of
lunchbox
outpatient
would say, "Don't shoot
clinics,
me."
non-hospital owned medical facilities. Just because I know we have a lot of definitions of
Have
hospital.
little
in the
gun
code, 'cause
signs
it
on
seems
it,
that I don't mean any
slash,
harm to
boom,
you,
all
but
that,
trying to
like
make sure
the
we
one back
cover
there.
all
Yeah.
medical facilities where I think you intend to cover.
So, Mr. Chair, I know that the
100%. Yeah.
definition of
Full
hospital
badge,
was
shirts,
of
clip 'em all
great
over there.
concern when
Don't shoot me.
drafting this.
I'm
And
don't shoot me.
my recollection is that hospital does not cover the
Don't rob me or
outpatient
don't
parts
rape me or
of
don't
this bill.
molest me. Yeah.
And the patron may want to address that concern.
That's
But-
right.
But it was not designed to include those type of facilities.
That's right. We just want to keep it to hospital buildings itself. In some cases, if it's outpatient, it might be in a sort of living facility, someone's home. We don't want to sort of have these rules apply.
Those would probably sell like
to sort of-
hotcakes.
If
Make
it's
you
a
wear a big
residential
pussy hat. It'd
building
probably sell
where
better.
someone's living, we just want to keep it sort of neat and hospital buildings. That was the intent. And I will add that this language has passed the Senate. This definition has passed the Senate, so it was also vetted there if that helps at all.
Mr. Chair, quick follow-up question for the patron, if you know it. If not, you can turn to council.
Yes, Delegate Helmer.
So just within the confines of this definition of hospital, I do believe you're going to capture, I just don't know a lot of hospital pricing work. So I think you're going to capture hospital-owned outpatient clinics that fall within that definition. So it won't be an inpatient, but like if you have a radiology clinic that's owned by the hospital, it is not a hospital in and of itself.
Yeah.
And you want that to be included.
That is correct. The conversation we had at the beginning in the early drafts was just around sort of excluding what I just described, but what you just put forward, we're fine with including that as well.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a motion.
Delegate Helmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we report and oh, we got, never mind. I'm not ready to make a motion. Thanks.
I like your eagerness.
Right. Well,
You sure you want to stop me?
is there any members of the public wish to speak in support of this bill?
I know I
Start
didn't know
the
if I wanted
timer.
to stop you, but Anna James with Centera Health, and we really appreciate the patron and a lot of the members of this committee on your support and keeping our healthcare workers safe. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Mike Forehand with Inova Health System. We strongly support the bill. Workplace violence, workplace safety is one of the #1 concerns of our team members. So we appreciate the patron for bringing this bill. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Andrew Goddard, Virginia Center for Public Safety. As a former board member of the Behavioral Health Developmental Services, I've been to many of these behavioral health facilities around the Commonwealth, and I think that I couldn't think of a better place to be defined as a sensitive area. And I think if we're going to hear the word Bruin thrown around, I think that this is a sensitive area which would meet constitutional requirement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Maura Holdren with Bon Secours Health. We strongly support the bill as a good measure to keep our staff, our providers, our patients, and our communities safe. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Brent Rawlings for the Virginia Hospital and Healthcare Association. We protect this measure to protect our health. We support this measure to protect our healthcare workers, patients, and their visitors. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Dr. Johnson, Councilman of Franklin, Virginia. I'm in favor of the bill, but I would like a clearer definition of medical facilities. I think it should be all medical facilities.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Lori Haas. For all the reasons stated, we support the bill. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Liddy Ballard from Brady, and for all the aforementioned reasons, we support this bill. Thank you.
You support anything that has anything to do with gun control. Of course you do.
Thank you. Moving to the
Overtime.
online
What's up,
queue.
my brother?
Dr. Virginia, you're up first.
Oh my God.
Thank you, Virginia Rovnak, with several gun violence prevention organizations, and for all the reasons given, I strongly support the bill.
Thank you. Next in the queue is Miss Melanie Cornelise.
Melanie Cornelise with the.
Well, hold on, and I'll stop her real fast, and I'll let it play again. But all you have to do is ask yourself whether any of the gun laws that have already been passed have stopped a single shooting. And I submit to the class, if you are willing to go out and murder, rape, rob innocent people, that law against carrying your gun or not does not matter to you one bit. I passed gun control signs, gun-free zone signs, a considerable amount with my own gun because I refuse to be an unarmed victim. The person that's going to go out there and do damage to innocent people cares even less about that sign because they're just looking that they want victims. If the criminals don't care about it, why should I care about it? Someone explain that to me. Why should I line up to be a target, a meat target for someone who doesn't care about their gun-free zone signs, that is out to murder people or rob people or rape people? Why? Tell me why I should care about it. No, the only thing that stops you from murdering people is your morality, your morals, your values. It's the only thing that keeps you from doing any violent act and affecting another person. So if you don't teach those morals, if you don't teach those values, if you tell everybody it's all about your feelings and it's all about what people did to you, if you tell people that life doesn't matter, abortion, of course they're going to go out and do stuff like that. There's nothing that stops a person from grabbing a steak knife out of their damn drawer and going and stabbing somebody. Nothing. There was a mass stabbing just the other day in the United States. It wasn't even in another country. It was some in the United States. The person I was having this kind of go back and forth with on Twitter the other day. Yeah, Clover, you ain't wrong, man. At all. This stuff has to be ingrained in society and teaching and all that. It's you could take two kids, and it's been proven many times. You can take two kids that are basically the same from birth, raise them two different ways, and get two different results. It's what is instilled in you. What do you believe in? It's the reason I always go back to, as long as I don't wrongfully deprive someone else of life, liberty, or property, then the government should leave me alone because I'm not harming anybody unduly. And that used to be a belief that used to be ingrained in our society. And when we took, well, I've had the argument with people on X lately about, our schools got so much better when you took God out of the schools, right? You didn't have to be religious to understand the values. But everything has been so twisted. It's yeah. If you're going to go out and rape, murder, and rob, you carrying a firearm or some gun-free zone sign ain't stopping you from doing shit.
The League of Women Voters from Virginia, and we strongly support this bill.
Thank you. Next in the queue is Kendall Walker.
Clover, I'm doing good, man. I'm just living that dream, brother. How's that
Sorry, Mr.
paperwork
Chair,
coming,
did you
by
mean
the way?
Kendall Jacobson or?
I'm sorry. Yes, Kendall Jacobson.
No worries. Just wanted to make sure I wasn't taking anyone else's turn. Kendall Jacobson, Every Town for Gun Safety, Moms Demand Action. We support this.
Thank you. Moving back to members of the public that wish to speak against the bill.
And we definitely have societal issues with things, no doubt.
Philip Van Cleve, VCDL. Well, I do hate to pop a balloon here, but in California, just last year, they ruled a ban in hospitals like this unconstitutional. A federal judge did that. So this is, and Bruin specifically laid out that hospitals are not sensitive places, not sensitive government places. And this bill tells private hospitals how they have to do security. I think, what is the government doing stepping in, telling private businesses how they need to run themselves? It might be one thing to tell VCU, but not private hospitals. We strongly oppose this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening again, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Patricia Webb, Virginia Citizens Defense League. I'd like to point out that this also covers developmental services, places that offer developmental services. So that would cover, say, someplace that helped hearing impaired people specifically, or helped people with learning disabilities. And I also want to point out that people with mental illness are no more likely to commit a crime, much less a violent crime, than anybody in this room.
Already being tracked 9 different ways. I'll get those to you, though.
This goes against Americans with
disabilities.
disabilities,
from it.
and I urge you to oppose this bill. Thank
You ought to
you.
be coughing right now.
Thank you. Moving to the online queue. First up.
Speaking of
is
that,
Taylor
hopefully
McKee.
John Crump is feeling better soon, man. Apparently he's
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Taylor McKee with the National Rifle Association. We oppose this bill and oppose the expansion of sensitive places. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Next in the queue is David Adams.
Clover, you killing me, brother.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. David Adams, Virginia Shooting Sports Association, and we oppose the bill.
Thank you. Next up is Vic Nichols.
If any of you guys, let me pull up Clover's channel. I'll post it in the
Seeing
chat.
no-
You guys
oh, she
wanna
raised her
follow
hand.
Clover?
Vic
Clover's
Nichols.
Damn good solid dude too. Hold on. It's
We can let Vic Nichols in the room. There we go. You're up.
Without exempting concealed carry holders, you're making them the equivalent
Should
to
be able
out of
to bring it up
control people.
this,
So
but
you want them trained like cops, but you won't treat them when they are infinitely safer than cops statistically. Two,
yes.
what happens if a concealed carry holder faints, has a seizure or something, is alone or whatever, and is brought in then? What, are you going to go after them or not treat them?
Ghost
You know, I understand that chairs and things have been thrown at the testimony from Centera, but are you removing chairs and everything else? Thank you.
Thank you. Next in queue is Mr. Singh.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, everybody, I get why this bill is being brought forward. It's just whenever there's something that's going to restrict carry in a certain area, citizens will obey that rule, you know, because we're conscientious. We don't want to break the law. We want to be good people. Bad guys don't. So it just creates another kind of dangerous area where people who are more mischievous, more bad, less inclined to follow rules will not follow the rule, and good citizens might leave the best thing that
Ghost
they
is
can
right
do to
there
protect themselves at their house. Thank you.
With Clover, these
Thank
two
you.
guys are freaking
For speakers on the online queue, please be sure when you see the request to become a panelist that you accept that request so that way we can keep moving in a timely manner. Moving back to the committee, is there any
Mr. Chair, if I
questions?
could just say.
Because I tend to add everybody as a
I know
moderator
that the
because
balloon has been a conversation.
I'm just suicidal like that.
Frequently in this committee, so I have a portion of it here and I
Let's do
reread just
this.
to make sure I was up to snuff on the sensitive places. And I just want to simply say, I cannot imagine a more sensitive place when it comes to gun violence than places where gunshot wounds are literally being treated. So with that, I'll let you do what you're going to do.
Thank you. Moving back to the committee.
Seriously, if anybody else wants to be a mod on my
Committee
channel,
operates off motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr.
just let me know.
Chair,
I'll make you a
I
mod. I ain't got no problems with that.
Move that we report
If you want to
House
share
Bill
something, share something.
861.
As long as there's not some racist
There's been a
BS,
motion to report
I got no problems with it.
HB
Oh, Morningstar, you're getting
861 and
Ask
properly
for
seconded.
power.
The clerk will open the roll.
And just remember, absolute power corrupts absolutely. Just saying.
HB 861 reports out on a vote of 6-3. The clerk will close the roll.
Thank you, members of the committee. Appreciate it.
Thank you, delegate. Moving forward, we will take
I pretty much
Delegate
believe in survival of the
Srinivasan,
fittest.
HB 916. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and other committee members. There's
Nice,
an amendment that requests the Department of State Police to publish it monthly
Oh,
instead
shit, yeah,
by
Dredge.
locality rather than a quarterly report.
Thank you. Council.
Mr. Chair, so just a simple line amendment on line 29, after published, we're striking quarterly.
We'll see
and
why I haven't
inserting
named
monthly.
Vanessa a mod already because
Thank you.
I'm going to be a channel full of nothing but mods. I won't
Can
have
you explain
members,
the
I'll just have
amendment for us?
moderators.
You go ahead.
You guys can like thin the herd out.
So, Mr. Chair, the bill before the amendment required the state police to publish this report quarterly. Now the amendment requires the state police to publish this monthly. That's the purpose of the amendment.
Woods. Let's make Wood a mod just for fun of it.
Move the amendment.
There has been a motion to move
Seriously,
the
I'll
amendment.
make
Properly
all of you
seconded.
mods.
All in favor, say aye.
Shit.
Aye. All
I'm not making
opposed?
Bull Rush mod though because
The amendment is before us.
he's just gay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In 2020, Virginia's emergency substantial risk order legislation,
Nah, I'll make
commonly
you
referred
mods
to
just
as the
'cause he's
red flag law, went into effect,
But he is gay.
allowing for the issuance of a temporary order to seize a firearm from an individual deemed a danger to themselves or others. When an SRO is put into effect, the issuing department,
serious.
magistrate,
I'll make all you
or
guys
court
mods. You guys can fight
enters
it
the
out.
order into the Virginia Criminal Information Network, VCIN, which then transmits the information.
Oh
to
yeah, it
the
will.
State Police.
Clover Tack.
Current law provides that the
I'll let you
information
guys
held
find it out.
within the registry is to be made
You
available
guys can ban
upon
each other.
request to criminal justice agencies and even higher education institutions once personal identifying information is removed. HB 916 is a simple transparency bill that seeks to direct the Department of State Police to publish the information already contained within
part
the
of the reason
existing
is
registry on a monthly basis. The
Most
generated
guys
report
that I
would
deal
remove
with constantly
personally
will post
identifiable
stuff, and if you can't
information,
post a link or
leaving the sex,
hit me up
race,
and
and
say,
the
"Hey,
number of
go
SROs
show this
issued
link,"
by jurisdiction available.
It's
My
not as
understanding
much fun.
is that this
You guys
data
are
can already be
active
generated
and
monthly
post links.
and
I'll
filtered by
either show it or I
jurisdiction.
won't.
Once personal identifying
post
information is
stupid
removed,
shit,
it could be made available
more than likely
using an
won't show.
electronic
Post me
platform
something that's
such as the
relevant
Virginia Beyond
or
2020 dashboard,
it's funny as
which
hell,
the Virginia State
I'll
Police
show it.
already uses with a
And
minimum.
then you
fiscal
guys can all jump on somebody.
Thank you for your consideration. I can
You know,
answer any
sex
Thank you, Mr.
postings.
Chair. Move to report.
There has been a motion to report and properly seconded. The clerk will open the roll.
You guys should already
As
know
amended.
that. I run my chats kind of like I run the stream, man. Say what you got to say. As long as it's not absolutely racist bullshit, you have no issues.
HB 916 reports with amendment on a vote of 6-3.
Yeah,
Thank
it
you,
looks
Mr.
pretty
Chairman.
close
Thank
to
you.
Scotsman's for
Committee
sure.
members.
Scotsman's another good dude.
Mr. Chair, having voted on the prevailing side by which we just reported HB 916, I move that vote be reconsidered.
Matter of fact, shit, whenever Giz shows up, a couple
Having
other
voted
guys,
on the
you
prevailing
can make sure
side,
they're
Delegate
mods.
Hammer moves that we reconsider
DJ Play
the
Nice,
vote.
he needs to be
The
a
clerk
mod.
will read. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Thank you.
I like how
Chairman, I have a new motion, which is a move that we report and refer that bill as amended to the Committee on Appropriations.
There has been a motion to report and
Hey,
refer
hit it,
to the
Chamber.
Committee
Have a good night,
on
man.
Appropriations for
You come back
HB
in,
916.
and then we'll
And
still be
properly
here.
seconded. The clerk will open the roll.
We're gonna run for a while. I ain't real tired yet, so
HB 96, the clerk will close the roll. HB 916, reports and refers with amendment to appropriations on a vote of 6 to
all the
3.
bills in this should be firearms related in Virginia.
Delegate Helmer.
Mr. Chair, I recognize that we failed to act on HB 1325. There was some discussion back here, and I know there are some members who would like to make sure that it doesn't just get left in subcommittee without a recommendation. If that's okay, I'll make a motion on House Bill 1325, since there wasn't a motion probably second before, which is a move to PBI 1325. And speaking to that, that will be to allow everybody to cast a vote one way or the other on that.
All right. There has been a motion to pass by indefinitely and properly seconded HB 1325. Does any members wish to speak to that motion? Seeing none, the clerk will open the roll.
I'm gonna pause right here for just a sec while they do this. It amazes me that Virginia would be a so-called blue state at this time, with the amount of sanctuary counties that are in that state for firearms. It blows my mind. Now, I do understand that the bigger cities are, well, they're big cities and they tend to vote absolutely leftist. They're just, I just wish the rest of the damn state didn't have to suffer for it. Georgia, like I said, I gotta do a stream about Georgia. They have a bunch of anti-gun bills going in right now that are pre-filed, and should be voting on shortly. And that really does affect me because I'm right on the border. I'm in Alabama, but I'm on the border of Georgia and Alabama, and I go into Georgia all the time. I was there tonight visiting my folks. Takes me 25 minutes to get there. Actually, it takes me less than 25 to get to Georgia, and probably takes me about 35 to get to my folks' place. So, yeah, shit drives me nuts. You know, we were covering everything in South Carolina last week. Night Strike was there. He was streaming a lot of it on the constitutional carry vote in South Carolina, and that tied up a lot of time. So this shit right here just kind of slipped underneath the radar. And then a couple people, Coleon Noir, Guns and Gadgets might have had something on it. I can't remember, posting about this AR ban passing through the House in Virginia. And then you guys know me, I got to go hunt for a video because I want to see what people say in real time. I don't want to do snippets. That's why I do long form stuff like this a lot of the time. Most of the time, in fact. I want people to see what these people say in real time. All the context is there. I don't have to try to give you context. They're saying it in their own words. And it's absolutely insane. Dude, I have to watch that movie, Tread. I've heard about it. I haven't watched it yet. I don't think I have. I don't know. I'd have to see. I spend way more time these days listening to books like Galaxy's Edge, Ruins of the Earth, Ruins of the Galaxy, a bunch of stuff like that, which are just really solid sci-fi stuff that is not pushed out and gone completely left. Jason Ansbach, good God, dude, if I could do a stream with you and Cole, I would do it in a hurry, just to talk about the books, and I would drive you insane because there's a lot of stuff that I want to know in your books that wasn't covered. I have questions. But yeah, just I spend more time listening to that when I'm not doing stuff like this. Yep, it goes back to the House, and Nice Track had to remind him. See, I thought it was first reading, second reading, third reading, and then vote to pass. But what it does is, in South Carolina at least, it goes through first reading, second reading, third reading, and since they changed some things in the bill, it goes back to the House. Then the House has to agree, and then it goes to the governor. So it's like watching a freaking bouncing ball. So hopefully the House won't have too many disagreements, and they roll on with it. Look, Morningstar, you can already wear a dress. Don't worry about it. Just rock on. Yeah, see, I didn't. And if I'm remembering right from it's like federal stuff, which I watch a lot, they go through the first reading, the second reading, then the third reading. Then they have to vote to pass, and then it goes to like the president. And in Virginia and a couple other states are a little bit different. So, yeah, now I knew when they made substantive changes, it went back to the House, and the House has to agree, and then basically reconcile the bill and then send it up to the governor. But I thought after the third reading at first, they would just go right on to pass and then head to the governor. So I was off on that one, no lie. Oh, no kidding, man. If you can't go commando underneath your dress, that's big sad territory. Absolutely. And they
Clerk
want
will
to
close
make me
the roll.
shave my
HB
legs.
1325 is passed by indefinitely on a vote of 6-3. Moving forward with our docket, we will bring.
And I don't shave them things. They're way too white.
A delegate law for HB 1462.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. HB 1462 is a safe storage of firearms in vehicles. What this bill does is create a civil infraction for leaving a firearm in a visible place in an unattended vehicle.
Let's
Just
make
4
it illegal to
localities in
steal a
central
gun in the
Virginia,
first place.
Lynchburg, Danville, Bedford, and Campbell counties, 1,369 guns were reported stolen in a 4-year
Yeah,
period.
you're right, Trey.
That is
You are.
342 guns per year, which is almost a gun a day. Henrico County estimates a gun is stolen in Henrico once every 36 hours, prompting the Public Affairs Office to tell residents, your vehicle is not a gun safe.
Let's make
Across
that
the Hampton Roads
illegal.
region, 941
That would
guns were
fix
reported
everything.
stolen from vehicles in 2020 alone.
That is
The
already
chief of
illegal.
police said, please don't leave guns unsecured in your vehicles. Nationally, we know this is a problem with 52% of guns that are stolen from cars.
They're not
Stolen
bought from
guns
FFLs?
disproportionately wind up being used in violent
Who would have
crimes.
thought?
This bill will help reduce stolen and violent crime in 2 ways. First, passage of this bill will reinforce the message that we see our police departments trying to communicate, don't leave weapons in your car. And the
InfoWars,
General
yeah.
Assembly will join in their voice with
Absolutely.
action. Secondly, this bill
hold on,
empowers
Joe, 'cause
police to
I
take
missed
action to
you.
encourage safe storage and prevent thefts.
Oh, no.
Right now, if a
We're gonna
police
make you
officer sees a handgun
I made you a
laying
mod.
out on a
Okay, sir.
passenger seat, they have no ability to take action to prevent that weapon from being stolen. This bill will allow the officer to have the vehicle towed if they think that's appropriate, or to issue a $500 ticket to the car owner. I hope it'll be the will of this body to report this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving to members of the committee. Does any members have questions for the patron?
It's
Seeing none, moving to
this is how absolutely retarded this is. It is illegal if it is not your car to even open the door and grab something if it's unlocked. If you have to break into the car, break the window, Jimmy's lock, whatever, that's even more illegal. It's illegal to steal something out of the car in the first place. We're just making it even more illegal, but we're pushing the liability of that off on the owner. If that's not enough to just, oh, where's the Motrin at? Where's the Motrin? It's around here somewhere. I've been taking it. There it is. If that's not enough to make you want to take a fistful of these Motrin, you're not paying attention to the conversation. I don't care whether I live in the middle of a city in a populated neighborhood and I leave my gun sitting on my front porch. It's still my property, and no one else has the right to come take my property without my consent. This seems to be like kryptonite to these people. Prosecute the people that steal the firearms. It's not hard. Oh, fucking gonna have Clover Tex, little fucking damn shamrock ass, come over here and lay me out with a baseball bat. You'd probably like to anyway, but I'm an asshole, so.
To the members of the public, does any members of the public wish to speak in support of this bill?
Mr. Chairman, Andrew Verard, Virginia Center for Public Safety.
We're gonna need about 12 of these.
Guns that are being stolen are not being sold to law-abiding gun owners. They're going into the underground market and they're being used by criminals. One of the things that I find very suspicious about this whole deal, if people stand up to oppose it, is we hear constantly that you need to have complete access to your gun within split seconds. Well, what happens to it when you leave it in the driveway, sitting on the seat or somewhere in your car? You don't have immediate access to it.
Okay. I would very much like to talk to this dude. Most of the time when these guns are stolen out of vehicles, it's not stolen necessarily at their home. It's stolen because they're walking into a gun-free zone and they take their gun off and they leave it in their car so they're not breaking that law. Logic and liberals, they don't go together. They don't. They it's like throwing two positives together without a negative and think you have an electrical circuit. And that is as nice as I'm possibly going to be about that. It's just, we're the government. Your children, we the government have to basically tell you your children and control every aspect of your life, but we're not going to punish the people who are actually breaking the laws. Okay.
So if you have to have a gun to keep you safe, it's not keeping the car safe. Take it in the house with you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. Lydia Ballard from Brady. We support this bill as a step in the right direction towards ensuring that all firearms are stored locked out of sight securely in cars. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For all the reasons stated, we support the bill. Thank you.
Thank you.
Also wanted to speak in support of the bill and say that there's no reason why any responsible gun owner
Shut up, David.
that properly stores
shut
their
up.
firearms should be afraid of this policy
You're an
whatsoever.
idiot.
And it just makes sense. If we want to stop bad guys we always hear about from getting the guns, it would help to help crack down on the 50% or more.
Make this make sense. Make this make sense. Please, God, make it make sense. If you can't stop them from murdering somebody, do you think they give a shit about breaking into someone's car, house, or anything else and stealing? David Hogg, you are an absolute fucking moron. You are the lowest common denominator that somehow got in the numerator position because you have clout on social media. Other than that, you couldn't work at a fucking Burger King giving fries to people and make a living. And that's the reason you do what you do. The sheer ignorance of people these days is absolutely mind-blowing to me. Back to our regularly scheduled program, even though it's not regularly scheduled, but hey, we're here. Dude, That little dude, that little skinny dude with the big ass fucking head. Hold on, let me make myself smaller here. Yeah, that little skinny dude with the big ass head right there is making nothing but money off of pushing this gun control shit. He is a grifter. He will suck the full cock to make his money. I mean, not even just the tip. He is balls deep in it. And I'm sorry if I got, well, no, I'm not sorry. But yeah, I got a little brutal on that one. But I mean, that's him.
Them that come from being stolen out of vehicles in the first place. This just ensures that gun owners are responsible. Nobody has anything to fear about this, and it just makes common sense. That's why it's
There they go with the common sense.
Thank you.
Common
Moving to the online queue. Dr. Virginia, you're up first.
Virginia Roadknack with the Charlottesville Coalition for Gun
Here we
Violence
go with
Prevention and the Charlottesville Center
my
for
house
Peace and
and
Justice.
pussy smells like cat lady.
We strongly support this bill. It's obvious way to keep guns out of the hands of criminals.
Thank you. Kendall Jacobson, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kendall Jacobson, Every Town for Gun Safety and Moms Demand Action.
I got to say it. Locks, car doors, things like that. Keep honest people honest. A lock, a safe, or anything else, they may slow a criminal down, but they don't stop them. The very criminal action is what they should be prosecuted for. And if you did that more often, you bunch of jackasses, we wouldn't be where we're at with crime like we are right now. Making something doubly illegal and then throwing the fucking liability to it on the individual who owns the product that is getting stolen. Oh my God. Tread, I just said the same thing. Locks people honest people lock. Honest people honest. That's all. These crackheads would break into your house and tote out a 3,000-pound safe in no time. Never mind how many laws they had to break to actually do that. And you think they care about another law, but what you're doing is you're throwing the liability on the person who is getting their property stolen in the first fucking place. If you treated criminals as they are, should be treated, I should be able to leave a fucking Browning 50 cal mounted on the back of my pickup truck and no one should mess with it. Why? Because you took people that were a danger to society when they did something dangerous, and you put them in prison so that therefore everybody else who is a law-abiding person walks past my truck and goes, damn, that's a Browning 50 cal. I would love that thing. And then they walk off and they go to their car and then they go do their business. Oh, Jesus help me. I know Jesus, there is no help for me, but hey.
Guns stolen from cars are the largest source of stolen guns in the country, and we support this bill.
Thank you. Moving back to members of the public that wish to speak in opposition of this bill. We'll start the timer.
I'll be
Philip Van Cleve, VCDL. Well, if we're busy creating gun-free zones, and we got lots of bills to create them, where are people supposed to put their guns? They leave them in their cars. So get rid of the gun-free zones. People will be happy to take their guns with them wherever they go. But no, as long as you got those, you're creating a problem. And you want the towing company now to have access to that gun. I don't think I like that idea very much, but that's what you're doing. You're saying they can tow the car and the gun in the car. Gun could mysteriously disappear. And again, why are we not punishing the people that are breaking into cars? If you park your car and it's locked, why do you have to do more than that? You shouldn't even have to lock it. People are not supposed to be going into your car. Let's punish them, but I don't think there's a will to do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Patricia Webb, Virginia Citizens Defense League. There are some vehicles that don't have a container, that a secure type of container. So under current state law, if you don't have a concealed handgun permit, meaning people that are 18, 19, 20 years old that can legally have a handgun and carry a handgun, but they cannot get a concealed handgun permit in the state. So they can have a firearm in their
We're
vehicle
on the next
legally
bill now?
under Virginia law,
Or no, the same bill.
and they can conceal it in that car in a secure container. They can't put it under the seat because that is not a secured container. Again, there are vehicles in Virginia that do not have secured containers in them. So you are penalizing those people doubly because you're telling them, you're creating.
Okay. And this was me, and I don't recommend doing so. When things got crazy in, what was it, 2018 or so, all the riots and shit going on, you can bet your ass underneath the back seat of my truck, there was an AK and an AR sitting there. Those were my rolling guns. In other words, if I couldn't get out of it with my truck, if you stopped my truck, I couldn't go anywhere with my truck, then my handgun was enough to allow me to get to my back seat. And then I had a force multiplier. That's why it was there. If I could get out of it with my truck, I'll deal with that later. I'm running your ass straight the fuck over. However, in those situations, you have to stop at stores. You have to get gas. You have to walk in and go pay for stuff. There's guns there. Again, you want to make the owner liable for the shit that people steal from them. No responsible gun owner. Fuck me running, you people are idiots. Plain and simple, absolute idiots. You use cops as an example all the time. Cops are some of the most irresponsible people with firearms on the planet per capita because there's less cops than there are other people who own arms. They've left their shit in bathrooms. They've had multiple negligent discharges. One of them, it was counted as a school shooting where a school resource officer was showing everybody his gun and shot a student. One of them we've all seen before where the ATF agent, I think it was an FA, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the ATF agent, shot himself with a firearm in the middle of a lecture in a classroom. Why can't we make freedom good again? I still say, let's make tar and feathers great again. Was it just a police officer? I swear to God it was an ATF guy. It would make it funnier it was an ATF guy. But if it's just a police officer, the big dude with dreads and all that, that's fine with me. It's still funny as shit. He was the only guy qualified to handle. This is a Glock 40 and pow. Oh, we got to watch that. Hold on, kids. We are derailing for a second. We got to watch it. We have to. We got to do it. If I can type. No, that's a cop shooting himself in an elevator. That's not a classroom. That's not a classroom. Oh, here he is. I don't know. DA idiot. So this is legally armed. I will use Brother Paul's video. And let me post legally armed in the chat. Because I don't want Paul to think I'm like doing fucking sideways shit. Because Paul's a good dude. Copy. Paste. And it was just one of the other videos that popped up. So this is Paul. He's Legally Armed America. Fucking outstanding dude. Does a lot of really good content. And we are about to watch part of his video. Let me share this tab. Let's see if he shows the whole thing, though. Because there's a point in this after he shoots himself, he tries to reach for another gun, and the other person on the side is like, no, dog, that ain't happening.
Just this week, at the beginning of the week, a young boy, not even 16 years old, was killed because he was playing with a gun. And see, this is an unloaded gun. Right here.
Alco, what's up, brother?
No, empty weapon. Empty weapon. This is a Glock 40.
Wait for it, kids.
50 Cent, Too Short, all of them talk about Glock 40.
He just racked
okay,
around.
I'm the only one in this room professional enough that I know of to carry this Glock 40. I'm the only one.
Yes. He just shot himself. And if it no, he didn't take out the mag. I haven't watched this from Legally Armed. I've watched it on a couple of things. So, Paul, Legally Armed, brother, love you. If they show the whole thing, he reaches to show off like an AR while he just shot himself in the leg. So let's see whether Paul shows. This shit is.
No more. Is everybody all right? You all right? Yeah, that's it. Whoa. I got it. Yeah. AD. Yeah, I'm in.
I laugh my ass off every time I see this. I should. Well, yeah, I should.
Listen up, guys. But listen up. And I made a mistake. So listen to me. Guys.
I made a mistake. I just negligently discharged into my own body because I didn't drop a mag and I racked around and I'm an idiot. Give it a second, because if it's the whole clip, it gets a little bit better.
Listen to me. Yeah, listen to me. See that how the accident happened? It can happen to you and you can be blown away. Okay? So guys, never play with guns. See how accidents happen? They happen.
Okay, Paul didn't show the whole thing. The entire clip is even funnier than that. And yes, it is absolutely hysterical. Because this dude, this is a frame, YouTube. This is just a frame. Hold on, let me make myself bigger again. This is a frame, YouTube. This is not a firearm. This is just a frame. There's no barrel, no slide, no nothing. Dude has a mag in the gun. Racks the slide. And I think he dropped the mag after that. Either way, a round is chambered and then shoots himself with the gun in front of this class full of kids. And I will give him more props than some that he's just like, okay, nothing. I'm okay. You guys just learn from my mistake. Don't play with guns. This is, I have to find the whole clip because he's trying to sell someone right after that to go ahead and hand him his AR. And he's going to show off this AR. And hey, ARs are just so deadly and dangerous. Yeah, but those are the only people that these Democrats want to have guns. Okay. Yeah. Back to
all of these places where they can't legally take their gun. They have to leave it in a vehicle when they go into DMV or when they come in here to voice their
run
opinion
guns.
to you.
Yeah, 'tis but a
And
bullet
you're
wound.
forcing them
'Tis but a flesh
to leave a
wound.
gun in a vehicle
Just cut your
where
leg
a
off.
criminal
'Tis but a
has
flesh
access
wound.
to it, whether that gun is
Cut
visible
your
or
other
not,
leg
and
off.
whether that vehicle is locked or not. You're creating the problem. I urge you to oppose this bill. Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
For
Moving to
saying
the
that.
online queue. First, we have Taylor McKee.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, Taylor McKee from the National Rifle Association. While we believe in responsible and safe gun storage and ownership, we don't believe it should be mandated. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is
Why don't
Vic
we
Nichols.
just mandate criminals not to steal shit if that's the
So
easiest
what happens
answer?
when someone who is not a concealed carry holder hides a gun in a car? Think about it.
They get
Thank
charged
you.
with a felony.
Next
It's
up
that
is
simple.
Mr. Singh.
Hey, Mr. Chairman, I do support, safe firearm storage. Like that is a big
Oh,
issue,
no
right?
kidding.
People breaking into
Morning
guns,
Star,
into
I
cars,
bet
and
that room was
using them for heinous
stinking.
things. But for the reasons stated before, I do oppose this bill.
Nice try. What's up?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
What are
you.
you doing up?
Next is Miss
Oh, he sent me.
Miss Dawn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really think we're punishing the wrong people. And I'd prefer that we educate them rather than legislate this. I oppose. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving back to members of the committee, Delegate Helmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I have a motion that I'd like to speak to that motion.
Delegate has the floor.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to move to report this bill.
Nice try. So I said I should be
And
watching the
speaking to that
August
motion.
impeachment.
The
It's
delegate
not
has it.
going on right now.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, there's very little that surprises me at the House of Delegates after
Or
half
is
a
that
decade
like a
here.
tweet that didn't reach me?
But I
until now?
am surprised that there is a constituency for leaving a firearm visible in an unattended car. I just want to be clear to anybody who's listening that leaving an unattended firearm in your vehicle unsecured is about the
Just dude, please, for the love of God, make the pain stop. Okay. I'm going to make myself bigger again. I'm 47 right now. Just turned 47 in January. I can remember a time where there were gun racks in the back of every single cab truck where there were a shotgun or a rifle hanging in those two slots. And nobody went on a mass rampage because they broke into someone else's truck and stole that shotgun or that rifle. Fuck this dude. And yet, at that point, I do mean to be that crude. There are a lot of times my sense of humor takes over. I take no responsibility for it. It's midgets with chainsaws. They just run wild. However, at this point, yes, fuck this dude. With the biggest donkey you can find. Because we've went through times where you could leave your fucking car unlocked with guns hanging in the back window and no one committed a mass shooting. We've went through times in the United States where you could leave your front door unlocked and not have a mass shooting because someone stole your shit. So yes, this dude can eat a giant bag of dicks. Black ones, white ones, red ones, green ones. He can eat them with a fox. He can eat them wearing socks. He can eat them on a plane. He can eat them on a train. He can just fucking eat every goddamn one of them. Because it's not the people who own the property who are doing it. It's the people that are stealing their shit. Go after the ones that are stealing their shit, you dumbass. Yes, Morningstar, 100%. You're a law-abiding person who buys a firearm. They should be able to drop that shit in the middle of fucking Main Street and go fuck yourself town, USA. And if someone picks it up, they should just pick it up and then drop it off to the cops and be like, hey, someone dropped this. Why do I think that? I picked up a fucking $5 bill out of a goddamn Family Dollar parking lot not too long back and took it to the clerk and was like, hey, someone dropped this in the parking lot. Doesn't make me an angel, just makes me a half-assed honest person that doesn't want to hurt anybody. I stopped a lady in an ATM. That's not ass to mouth, you dirty bastards. Been about 2 years ago. For some reason, she pulled off before she collected her cash. And here's this woman driving off right by Hollywood Connection and all this shit right there in Columbus. And I'm running across the parking lot, waving her down, going, lady, hey, here's your money. Because I'm not a fucking douchebag. For fucking Christ, prosecute the violent criminals and this shit disappears for the most part. You want to know what else disappears when you do shit? If you get rid of bullshit programs that destroy the nuclear family, where you can have the mom and dad in the home at the same time and they're raising kids together and they aren't pieces of shit, guess what you get? You get kids that aren't pieces of shit. Are there outliers? Sure. There are fucking psychopaths that get raised in a house with a loving mother and father that will do anything for them, that discipline them and all this shit, and they just turn out to be fucking psychos. Brain chemistry is its own thing. Could we limit a lot of this? Yes. You want to know what the big fucking denominator in all this is? It's government. Tread blood pressure. Yeah, dude. I would hate. Oh God, I need to do it one night. I need to borrow the damn blood pressure thing, the automatic blood pressure cuff, and wear it during one of these streams. I want to see how high that shit tops out. I want to see it. Like 480 over 9,000 or some shit. Because it's just the fucking stupidity of the whole thing. All you guys have seen my children walk in here on streams. All of you. In a lot of streams, especially Share the Pain streams, I should have said it tonight. I should have. Take your gun off and put it at least arm's reach out. I mean, you have to, like, it's not completely across the room, but you have to stretch to get it. Because I don't want anybody desk popping, shooting their computer, and shit like that. My kids walk in this room with me all the time. They don't run up and grab my gun. They don't. Fuck me running, man. Families and education. That's what fixes this. Plain and simple. You're not going to fix it with trying to legislate morality. And this douchebag, I swore an oath to defend the Constitution. I'm in the Virginia's house, and I swore an oath to defend the Virginia Constitution. I can show you right now that you are completely outside of the Virginia Constitution, and you ought to get fucked. So there's that.
The least responsible type of gun ownership that you can imagine. That firearm will be used in a crime. It will be stolen from your vehicle. It is the opposite of responsible gun ownership. And so I hoped that there was an opportunity for us to come together in common sense. And while we may disagree
There
on
we go with
lots
that
of
common
policy,
sense.
the idea that it is good policy
That's another drinking
to
game.
allow people
Common sense
to keep an
assault
unsecured
weapons.
firearm in their vehicle under any circumstances is a new surprise to me. I hope on
I
a
would love to
bipartisan
see
basis,
Nick
we can
Fuentes
say that,
punch
yeah,
this dude dead in the
don't
Nick Freitas punch
a
this dude
firearm
dead in the face.
unsecured in your vehicle. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Just
Thank you. There has been a motion made and properly seconded to report HB 1462. The clerk will open the roll.
yes, Morningstar. 100%. Absolutely. Yeah.
Thank you.
The clerk will close the roll. HB 1462 reports on a vote of 6-2.
And these are the people that rule you. They don't represent you.
along.
They rule you.
We will take Delegate Zier. You're back up with HB 1235.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and long persevering committee. I appreciate you continuing on in this. I would offer an amendment, and I would ask council if they could distribute that. I would appreciate that.
My amendment would be don't steal shit. That's illegal. No matter whether it's inside or not.
There has been a motion to move the committee substitute and properly seconded. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? The substitute is before us.
And that by no means
This
perfect
bill makes a
or
protective order
infallible
the
or anything
affirmative
else.
defense for someone to carry a weapon for 40 days after receiving a protective order. A person who's in so much danger that a judge would award a protective order needs to protect him or herself and should not be victimized a second time by facing charges for defending themselves. 1 year from next week will be the 1 year anniversary.
If imperfectly is perfect. I'm about as imperfect
to
as
work
you can get.
on February 7 of last year, thinking
I
that
am
she was going
as
to work as
imperfect as
normal.
you can
She is a
get.
hospice nurse. She was followed into the house by a man who threw the homeowner on the ground, followed my wife to the back room where she was trying to keep a man alive. She spent the next 45 minutes using a stand-up ashtray to defend herself and her patient. She was rescued by the SWAT team coming in through the window, in through the back door, and so on. We've spent the last year dealing with the trauma of that incident. The first month was the worst. Second month got a little better. The memories continued. One of the most traumatizing things for her would have been to tell her, honey, you cannot defend yourself. She had just been victimized. She felt vulnerable. What this bill asks for is to let these victims defend themselves immediately. That time right after an attack is a time of horrible trauma for somebody. And I'm asking that we would allow these people, just by virtue of the fact that they've been given a protective order, to be able to defend themselves. A judge gives that protective order because he's determined that their life is in danger. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving to members of the committee for questions, Delegate Helmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, Delegate, I'm so sorry to hear about what your wife has gone through. That sounds truly a terrible experience. Just a quick matter of practical legal question on this. This only applies to a concealed carry permit, but based on current Virginia law, an individual can
No
open
homo,
carry without
none at all.
a permit. Is that correct?
It is
But I can
correct.
dream.
However, in the case of my wife, she would be embarrassed to be open carrying. You know, she's a lady. She wants to put it in her purse, and so because of that stigma, it would be much better if they could concealed carry. Because the other thing is, some of these they're usually ladies, are going to be in routine situations, picking up a kid from daycare or whatever, where the person who's after them probably knows where they're going to be, and if he sees that they're armed at that moment, that wouldn't be the moment.
Mr. Chair, thank the delegate.
Thank you. Moving to, is there any members of the public wish to speak in support of this bill?
Thank you. Natalie Erdesy, Fauquier County resident, mother of 4, domestic violence and sexual assault advocate. I'm speaking in support of HB 1235, which would allow victims of intimate partner violence and stalking to defend themselves against their violent
Let me check
abusers.
something out. Night Strike sent
Abusers
to me.
deemed so violent and dangerous to them as to be issued a permanent protective order from the courts,
There's
the violation
no
of
way
which
this is live.
results
Let me
in
do two
criminal
things.
charges, but can also end the petitioner's life, as it has in the past in the county in which I reside and work. This bill gives victims an important tool for their own safety planning. And personally, as a petite woman with 3 daughters who works routinely with female victims, access to a concealed carry protection could keep a high-risk victim from being doubly victimized. I ask that you give victims in Virginia the ability to keep themselves safe. Thank you.
Thank you.
Philip Van Cleve, VCDL. Yeah, here's a bill that would help
What?
save lives, if you're worried about that.
Hold
This
on,
allows
guys. We got to
somebody
change
to be
gears.
able to protect themselves immediately. And discreet carry can be important. And in fact, if the person goes
I
to a
got way
school
too
to
many
pick up
tabs
a child to drop one off, they have to have that gun concealed. They don't have an
We got to change gears, guys. Who is? No, this is Times News. Never mind. That's not live. Okay. No, we're not changing gears. Night Strike sent me something that about the border hearings and stuff. The impeachment of Mayorkas, and thought it was live right now. And we were fixing to absolutely change gears and go to that. But that's not live. It's a replay on another channel that tends to restream shit. Matter of fact, let me message him. Because he had me messed up. I thought that crap was going on tonight for a minute. And yeah, we were fixing to drill into it. About the impeachment of Mayorkas for the border, whatever the fuck is, Homeland Security, Yavol, all that shit. But yeah, we were about to go ape shit if that was live on a fucking Monday at damn near 12:30 at night, which is the way Democrats like to do things. But yeah. Matter of fact, let me do this. Present. No, that's not what I want to do. Copy. Yeah, we were fixing to go all kinds of ape shit. So I just sent Night Strike a link just in case he wanted to bounce in and shoot shit. But yeah, what he sent me, it was the Mayorkas hearing on impeachment. It was the last one they had. It was last week. I can't remember exactly which day it was. And if they had somehow like tried to do that shit tonight,
an option under the law. It's got to be concealed, and they have to stay in the car, but they can pull on
I
the
would have
property
been
and
it's
drop
all
it.
raining men at
So
that point. We would have been streaming it.
This would actually save lives. So I would hope you'd support it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayorkas be a keeper, yo. Yeah.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. To answer Delegate Helmer's question respectfully, There are a number of reasons why someone may not want to open carry a firearm, even though, yes, they don't need a permit to open carry. We've heard many testimonies about open carrying intimidating people. Tactically, it can be a disadvantage.
Okay, I'll hit this, and I'm gonna let her roll more. But how about just the fact that if I open carry, and I'll have to find some videos that I watched not too long back, where open carry has been legal in Alabama forever, and in Georgia, a long time. And if I open carry, I have this fucking absolute moose-looking Karen with a hippopotamus butt wanting to call the cops and bitch me out because I have a gun on me, even though it's completely legal and I'm no threat to anybody and I'm just trying to get a fucking hamburger. Yeah, there's that. Just fucking Jesus Christ, man. I'm really beginning to dread stupid people.
I'd also like to point out that in cases of domestic abuse, if an
Yeah, we still rolling, Ag.
is leaving
What's up, Ag
an
Raz?
abusive relationship, that first week or two is the most dangerous time. And applying for a concealed handgun permit takes time. I don't know of any locality that issues them in less than a week, not much less while you wait. This is a common sense safety measure. We're not talking about a permanent situation here. We're talking about a judge issuing this. So it's not just arbitrary. It is a temporary permit, giving them time to apply for a regular concealed handgun permit and have the normal background checks done. I urge you to support this bill as a matter of common
you.
sense and public safety. Thank you.
Moving to the online queue.
Dude, he tries to cut
First
anybody pro-gun off
is-
so fast. But if you
Taylor
go back
McKee.
and watch the anti-gun people, he lets them
Yes, sir,
run
Mr.
off.
Chairman, Taylor
and doesn't
McKee.
say
We
shit.
support this legislation for the reasons mentioned before. Thank you.
Next in the queue is David Adams.
Oh, I bet you do.
You're on mute, Mr. Adams.
Sorry. David Adams, Virginia Shooting Sports Association. We support the bill. I'll just echo the comments that Ms. Webb made. I know firearms trainers who actually are not big fans of open carry because it puts you at a tactical disadvantage in their opinion. So we support the bill.
Thank you.
you,
Next in the
dude.
queue is Mr. Singh.
Hey, Mr. Chairman, I support the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Don, you're next.
I definitely support the bill and I'll save you the time. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, moving forward, any members of the public wish to speak against the bill?
Mr. Chairman, members of the subcommittee, Jonathan Iglesias with the Virginia Sexual and Domestic Violence Action Alliance. We continue to oppose these policies outright, and we certainly appreciate the patron's concern for victims, but as someone who has for about 20 years now done direct safety planning with survivors of domestic and intimate partner violence, one of the things that we often do is we talk about the introduction of a firearm and understanding that not only does the introduction of a firearm contribute to 500% more likely someone will die at the hands of their abuser, but also it contributes to this kind of ripple effect in terms of public safety for the community, right? The link between intimate partner homicide
I can pull this
and
up.
public violence or community violence is
Not
clear
that
there
way.
in the public health and public safety data. We very much oppose this bill. I know I recently told you a story of one of the ways in which the introduction of a firearm actually did almost lead to lethal violence. This is not a policy that leads to safety for victims. Thank you.
Thank you.
Because giving a person the tools to defend themselves doesn't help with violent acts. And here we go with, who's she from? Giffords or Brady? Fuck, I forget. These assholes are all the same.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. Lydia Ballard from Brady. I
Brady.
couldn't have said it better. We
Red
support this
Dawn,
bill.
what's up?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Lori Haas. We certainly support the bill for all the reasons stated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Andrew Goddard, Virginia Center for Public Safety. This is a very difficult one for me because I do have great sympathy for anyone who's found it themselves in a situation where they need to get a protective order. But this kind of presupposes that the person might be getting the gun for the first time at this point because they didn't have a gun to protect themselves when they were suffering the attack or whatever it was that they needed to get the protective order for. So if they're going to go out for the...
Yes, you absolute piece of human trash. There are people that don't believe in things like firearms ownership until they are under a threat, and then they figure out that, hey, maybe I need something that will put holes in things from a distance that I can defend myself with. Yeah. It's just Thor's hammer. I'd blow my desk apart. I mean, just gavels down. Yep, desk is gone. You're running, man. Oh, good God. Red Dawn, what's up, my brother? Hey, Red Dawn, email me. My email's right there in the banner. That should be the right email. I wasn't too drunk when I texted it or messaged it. I'll send you a link.
the first time and get a gun and turn this whole incident into possibly a shootout, I don't think that's going to make them a lot safer, especially if they haven't had an experience of having a gun in the past. So reluctantly, we don't support the bill.
Thank you.
I apologize, Mr. Chair. It's getting late. Lori Haas and I both vehemently oppose this bill. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cool
I
deal,
understand
Red.
the hours is getting late. Moving to the online queue, we have first up Kendall Jacobson.
I got my
Thank you, Mr.
email up. It
Chairman.
should pop
Kendall
as soon as
Jacobson
you
on
say
behalf
it.
of Every Town for Gun Safety and Moms Demand Action. First, just want to extend our sincere condolences to the patron, his wife, and the patient for a very traumatic situation. However, as was eloquently put by previous witnesses, we do oppose this bill. There's no research to support the idea that women's gun ownership increases their safety. And we studies show the opposite. Like what previous witnesses said, that the presence of domestic violence situation in a gun makes it 5 times more likely that a woman will be killed. And
Okay. I can bet right now, and I promise you I will not lose money, that in a domestic violence situation, if a man is fighting with a chick and he is going to harm her, he is going to use 2 things, his hands or a knife from the kitchen. I will bet my ass on it. But they ain't talking about that. However, if she could get to a room, grab her shit, and then engage him as he threatened her, she has a very much better chance of putting his ass down. I have to remember the case. There's a chick in Louisiana right now, I believe, that shot the boyfriend, husband, whoever it was attacking her, and she put his ass down. And well, you know, they want to put her in prison for that because what's the Pete name? Red, if you just sent me something, apparently my email's having a stroke. Hold on. No, that's Knight's, right? Yeah, Night Strike. That's not current. That shit happened like last Tuesday or so. Look at the source. That source replays everything. I've fallen for it a lot because they're saying stuff's happening and this is going on, and I've watched the hearing and then they replay it. Yeah, it's a replay, brother. It's a replay, bro. Hold on, let me email Night Track back. Get in the chat. Like and like I'm not replaying shit, but did I copy the link? I thought I copied the link. Let me paste it there. Let me send it to him. Yeah, Night Strike is, yeah, this is, no, dude, that happened like last week. I covered part of it. The Times now does some serious replaying of some shit, and they don't admit that it's a replay. And if you want to know how I know, you can go to cspan.com and the shit should be live. Not to mention the fact I watched that hearing the other day. I listened to everything these guys said. Matter of fact, when was it? Oh shit. It was Tuesday, Wednesday, maybe. Had to be maybe Tuesday. Because I streamed it before I went to work. There were 2 hearings going on about the border. That was one of them. There was the impeachment of Mayorkas, and then there was the hearing about border security. Those were going on at the same time because one was in a committee and the other one was in the full house. And I streamed kind of back and forth with those. Yeah, that was full of 4 days ago. Uncle Sniffy. Yep. All right. Let me check my shit, Red Dawn. And I'm not saying, oh, there you are. Let's reply and paste. There you go, Brad. You should get a link. But yeah, this.
And studies showed no protective impact even for women who lived apart from their abuser. So we encourage the committee to continue to focus on the critical steps to disarm domestic abusers rather than arming their victims. Thank you.
Thank you. Next in the queue is Dr. Virginia.
I oppose the bill for all the good reasons stated. You added a gun into a situation, you're likely to be killed.
Red, you got an email, bro.
Thank you. Moving back to the committee, does any members have questions?
Yeah, no problem, man.
Mr. Chair,
on for
I
a
have a
while
motion at the
longer
appropriate
anyway.
time. I'd like to speak to that motion.
The time is now. You have the floor.
Mr. Chair, listening to the testimony today, Delegate Zaire has brought forward some substantial concerns about how we protect victims. And we have a number of bills operating and moving through the General Assembly right now that, for instance, would make sure that we close what we call the boyfriend loophole, work on making sure that protective orders, that dangerous people don't have access to firearms. And we want to make sure we're working on keeping those who have a protective order make sure they feel safe and protected. And so,
okay, let me ask this, you absolute prick. How do you stop dangerous people from getting firearms unless you can eliminate every firearm in existence? How do you stop them from getting it? How do you stop people into drugs from getting drugs? How do you stop people that are into children from doing that? You can't stop it with the legislation. You have to prosecute the people that are committing the crimes. That's how you eliminate it. That's how the 90 whatever crime bill worked. You took people that were committing violent crimes and you put them in prison, which, guess what? Dropped the fucking crime rate. You absolute jackass. And I would say this to this dude's fucking face. I might get my ass whipped. 100%. Would I say it to his face? I would say it so to his face. It ain't even funny. I don't claim to be a badass. I don't claim to be a dude who served in combat. Never done it. I've been shot at exactly one time in my life. One time. And it was by a German farmer with a shotgun while me and another dude were picking radishes out of his field. And he basically like peppered us with birdshot. No harm, no foul. We were being douchebags. He made his point and we left. Fuck this dude with a extremely giant, big purple, you name it. I fucking hate it when I have to censor. Well, I don't have to censor myself, but I do sometimes. You guys have no idea. It's if we only made laws against murder, no one would get murdered. How let me see, where's the murder rate in the United States? It's not very high. With firearms, you're talking about 7K roughly firearms murders that involve a firearm. Talking about 7,000 a year. And that hasn't changed. I'll have to go back and look at the statistics, but it hasn't changed in decades. It's right about that 7K mark for firearms murders, not firearms homicides. Anytime you kill someone with a firearm, it is considered a homicide. Anytime you kill someone with a fucking fork, it is considered a homicide. Their numbers, include things like defensive gun uses, cops shooting people, stuff like that. And they pump the numbers up. We want to know about the actual violent homicides. And they pump those numbers up because they include everything else. Suicide. I can't murder myself. I can't. Speaking of suicide, someone commits suicide with a firearm. Okay. Can you dig me back up and ask me, question me whether I would have done it with another product, object, or anything else? No, you can't. I'm dead. These school shootings they talk about, high capacity magazines and ARs, can they run the exact school shooting with the exact shooter, with the exact people they were killing with different weapons? No, you can't. Which makes their arguments intellectually dishonest, to be nice, or it makes them absolute fucking liars, to be honest about it. It just... And we can look at some things. You can look at Japan. They have a much higher suicide rate, which they have a much higher kind of social pressure than we do, but they don't have firearms. They have a much higher suicide rate. They also have a pretty decent fucking assassination rate, if you wanted to dig down into those numbers. And they don't have guns. The last dude that assassinated a prime minister made his gun out of a couple pieces of pipe, some end caps, a battery, and basically matches to make the propellant for the projectiles. You can't stop guns and weapons in prison where they are so highly controlled. And trust me, I've been there, you fucking idiot. I've literally been in prison. It took me decade or so to get my rights back. Almost 2 decades, I think. I have to go back and look at the numbers. I've literally left prison in the morning to go to my detail, where I worked at a fire department. It's where I learned a lot of things from some guys that were absolutely outstanding. And when I came in the afternoon, I had to strip butthole naked, bend over, cough, and spread my fucking ass cheeks to make sure that I wasn't bringing anything in the prison. Fuck you, you piece of shit. I've lived in a place where there were 99% of the people that wanted to stick a knife in my neck. I did that shit for 11 fucking months. You've been in combat. Okay. I have never been in combat. Have I been there where people wanted to kill me? Oh, yeah, baby. And I had to sleep right fucking next to it. And I had no real defense. And I've never went through that on a stream before. I've never went that far deep into that. But fuck this dude, the horse he rode in on, the hoe he did last night. I don't give a shit. Fuck him. I've never sworn an oath to defend the Constitution, but I believe in our Constitution more than this asshole. I've never sworn an oath to defend the Constitution of the state of Alabama, but I believe in that Constitution more than this asshole. So fuck him. This may go really, really sideways, and I probably need to let him talk. But yeah. I need to clip that out and throw it in a damn whatever. But yes. You can't keep fucking weapons out of a prison. But you think you are somehow going to pass this law and these shooters aren't going to murder people. Oh, dude, yeah. I have had to do what I called it the monkey dance. You had to strip down butthole naked, no pants, no shirt, no underwear, no nothing, no shoes. They looked at your toes. You bend over, you grabbed your feet, and you coughed, your nutsack jumps, you spread your cheeks, the whole 9 yards to make sure you weren't bringing anything in that prison. You want to know who brought shit in that prison? The fucking guards. And they allowed the shit. Didn't take me a couple of months to figure that out. I was there for 11. I'm glad I wasn't there for damn 30. And it took me a lot of years and a lot of money to get my rights back. And I guarantee everybody in this chat one thing, I will never give them up again. Never. So if the government makes some constitutional amendment, we're taking all your guns. No, you're not. Been there, done that, played that game. Yeah. Come see. Oh, dude, I've seen. I don't think I've hit this in damn chats before. I got to make myself big on this one because I can't do it with my own pecker. So let me do this. I've seen a guard walk into, because we were in like a dorm, so second floor, first floor. I think there were 54 beds in that dorm. I've seen a guard walk into our dorm because there was so much fucking weed smoking going on in the dorm going, hey, you guys got to calm this shit down. It's getting loud. I had no problems with that guard. None. But at least he was honest about it. There's not supposed to be drugs in prison. Guess what? There's drugs in prison. What's going on, Red Dawn?
What's going on, bro?
Shit, ain't nothing to it.
Yeah.
I can't call it.
We're on live.
We're just watching gun control. That's all we're doing.
I'm so sick of gun control.
Oh, dude, you and me both.
I don't know why, like, these industries or these like firearms policy coalition and stuff, I don't know why they haven't just gone after the NFA constantly.
Dude, they've tried, but part of the reason is because they might bring a case and then the court goes, you don't have standing, and they throw the case out. So it's this, it shouldn't be this hard. If there's an unconstitutional law, I should be able to challenge that law just as a private citizen. I should be able to look at it, read the Constitution, and go, wait a second, that law doesn't fit, and bring a case. But what they do is the courts do, Yeah, well, you don't have standing. You haven't been injured by this yet, so you can't bring a case against it. So it doesn't matter. It's this fucking legal game that drives me insane. Because it's
Yeah.
just that ridiculous.
I mean, I just don't know how we got down this road. I know it happened a long time ago, but it's just crazy, bro. It's crazy that like the document that we have basically says you guys aren't allowed to do certain things, and they just do it anyway. They just disregard it completely.
Well, it's we listened to like the Miller arguments the other night. Happened last week, Tuesday or so, and you have a government lawyer arguing that the Supreme Court somehow separated the militia from the we the people in the Second Amendment, so that if it is a military arm, the militia owns it, and if we the people can't own those things. That was a literal argument by this douchebag for the state of California.
I mean, a militia in itself literally means like not the government military.
Yes.
So it's like that's an individual group, and basically just says like militias are needed for the security of a free state.
It's it's extremely simple if you have a logical, rational brain.
Well, they have logical, rational brains, bro. They spend probably as much time as they can coming up with an argument against the shit so they can take away our rights.
If these people had logical, rational brains, they'd give up. However, they have what we call NPCs, non-playable characters.
For sure.
Their heads are so far in their asses, they are giant walking colons, and all you can see is the colon instead of the person. And they make these arguments. And then we're fixing to watch more of them. So buckle up, Buttercup, because oh god, I haven't watched this part, and I haven't watched the last hour of this yet. This has all been new to me. So this is all fixing to get worse.
And what's crazy about trying to take away militias is literally in the context of it is like as soon as you take away militias, you no longer have a free state.
No.
It's like
that's part of the ultimate point of the whole deal. People are so public school educated. Oh God, dude. I do have to push this. I have to. We have to.
What I'd like to do is move to continue this bill to 2025. That'll allow us to have these other bills in place, see the action that's taken on them, and then we can come back and look at this in the next year as we understand like the totality of where we are. So with that, I move to continue this bill until 2025 under Rule 21. With the sub.
There has been a motion and it has been properly second to continue HB 1235 to continue it to 2025 session. All in favor will vote aye. Aye. All opposed?
Okay. Since Red Dawn basically volunteered for this, I sent him an email. He clicked on the link. Red Dawn, I assume you are male, correct?
that would be a logical assumption.
I assume since you have kids, you have a dick, and you have actually had sex, correct?
Logical assumptions.
Okay. Does that make you guilty of raping every woman on this planet?
God, I hope not.
Yeah, well, that's what they think about gunners. You have a gun, you're guilty.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is look at these people that are up there, bro. They're all effeminate. They're all liberal. You know how many people that are Republicans are actually liberals, and they don't even know it because they're so stupid.
Oh, dude, tons. Did you catch part of it where Nick Freitas is talking?
In this right here, is Nick Freitas there?
Nick Freitas he spoke on some other stuff before we hit this part. Nick Freitas is an absolute beast. I love this dude.
Me too. He's the man.
If you are not following Nick Freitas, you goddamn need to be, because we need to clone him and we need to put him in.
We need him running for governor or president in the next decade. We need it.
Oh, at least. At least.
I would love a ticket of John Lovell and Nick Freitas together.
Oh, dear God. Yes. Because John Lovell,
they're both charismatic, intelligent, patriots. Dude. They would crush it.
John Lovell is the geek that will shoot you dead in the fucking face without issue. I love John. I did 2 sessions at War Poet, doing a Pistol 1, Pistol 2 class up in Dalton, Georgia. Now I didn't train with John. I trained with Paul and I trained with Sam.
Okay, Paul's a badass too.
Oh, Paul Paul is fucking badass. Yeah. And him and Sam together in a training class they're like, I would pay no telling how many amounts of money to just hang around these dudes.
Absolutely.
Much less than train.
And they're fucking hilarious.
Oh, dude, they're hysterical. Yeah. I was sitting there one time. It was the first day. I fucking woke up late and got to class late, which is something I generally don't do in important shit, but I did. I showed up late. So I spent the first part of my morning getting my balls busted by Sam and Paul. And then we're sitting there shooting later that day. I can't remember what drill we were doing. And fucking Sam, of course, his tall ass is right there. And he's smoking a cigar and just like his ashes are falling on my shoulder. It's fucking hysterical. It just, those dudes are just amazing guys. But yet we are ruled by these people.
Yeah, and that's I think what we're coming down to is that we really need, like, nobody can sit on the sidelines anymore. If you're an able body, it's bigger than joining the military now is getting into government. And if you're an able-bodied, intelligent, patriotic person, like, you got to get into government.
Yeah, well, that's the reason, and I will thank John Crump and I will thank Dark, Flying Rich. That's the reason I started my channel.
Yep,
was because, and I've told the story before. I got on a damn Christmas night stream with John Crump. He posted a link. God bless him. And I got on there, and then Dark was on there, and that Crump was playing a video game. Damn, Dark had COVID. I was drunk as shit. And there were a couple other people on there that night. And forgive me, I can't remember exactly who, because let's face it, I was drunk as shit. But that's what helped me start my channel. And it's just to call this kind of shit out. Because
for sure.
Let's face it, who in the media is going to show you an entire hearing where these dumbasses are talking about their gun control bills or all this other shit?
Oh, no, they're just going to clip out the shit to propagandize as much. They probably got AI making their clips now. Like, hey, show them this. Show them this.
They'll show you a clip. I was thinking about it. I had to go in town tonight, pick my daughter up from my mom's place because she stayed over there for the last night. Yeah, last night. And I picked her up and it was like, why do I like this long form stuff? Well, I like this long form stuff because it's not a clip. It's not someone telling me what they said. It's me showing it in real time, or at least in a replay like this. You get to hear everything they said. You get to hear the context. You get to hear the whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, I think when I started watching long-term, like full context shit was when they brought in the ATF director.
Oh, Dettelbach?
Oh my God. But the thing was, is it just made me so furious and how I felt after watching it that I was like, I don't know if I want to watch this long form shit.
Oh, dude, it's painful. I honestly got into watching long form stuff where it was just interviews and people talking. Probably, believe it or not, who was it? It was Tim Pool was probably one of the first ones. Because even though he was way left than me, he did an interview. He let people talk. It wasn't edited. It was this long form. I ask you questions, you say. And Joe Rogan was another one.
For sure.
Yeah, me and Joe Rogan might not agree on a whole lot of shit, but he does these really long interviews with people where it's not edited and it's just raw stuff. So those guys probably got me into more of the long form, unedited discussions. And then you talk about Recaita Law. Recaita Law is another one. If you're not following Recaita Law, I'll put his link in the chat in a minute if no one else does. Nick's a good dude. If you want to see someone go more insane than me and talk more shit than me, Nick's your dude.
How do you spell it? RACA?
Hold on, I'll pull it up.
DER.
I'll pull it up and throw it in the chat as soon as I pull the right tab.
All right.
Because I've got so many tabs open right now, it ain't even funny.
Yeah, I got it like screen split on my laptop where I'm over here looking at holsters too.
Oh, which holsters you looking at?
The nerd holster, wearenerd.com. You ever heard of them?
No, I've never heard of them.
Me neither, but you know, since Risky Krisky went over to Rumble, I was checking out his videos earlier. He had like 3 new videos and he mentioned them, and they got some really nice holsters for cheaper than everybody else I've been seeing.
Dude, this Krisky was one, man. He's there's no way that dude should be banned from.
Nah, but he motivated me to start my channel. Because I was like, if Krisky can get up there and say the shit he's saying, I think I can get up and start a channel.
Oh, yeah, no doubt. Because Krisky goes deep in the paint, which he should. If you want to fight it, if you want to fight something like that, you do it with actual information. Put the information out there and let it ride. And if people believe you, they believe you. If they don't, they don't. And that's the way it should be.
Well, I think Krisky got himself down the road of just going hard as shit because since he started with the mask, I think he just didn't give a fuck at first.
That's possible.
He felt so confident behind the mask, and then like when he took the mask off, he just that's who he was anyway. So he just kept rolling with it. But I don't know. I think he's got to start another channel. I mean, you can't let fucking ham radio people get you kicked off.
Here's Recaita Law. I just post that in chat. Matter of fact, let me post another one because it came up at the same time. Let me get back to the right fucking tab again. If you want honest, like legal analysis of something from actual people who practice law, there are a few that I would recommend. Nick's one.
Nice.
Where is he at? Because I started following Nick with the Kyle Rittenhouse trial. I was watching live streams that night. Matter of fact, I had just gotten into the shower when I heard shots get fired, and I got out of the shower and picked up my phone and watched part of it happen because people were live streaming everything. So I knew, at least I had a pretty good idea of what actually happened. And then watched the trial and was like, these people are fucking lying sacks of shit.
Oh, yeah. The hard part for them was the whole thing was on video. So
yeah, but see, if you watched it, they tried to fuck with the video.
Yeah, but the kid literally did nothing wrong. So that's the hard part of even if you clip it up, it's like he's being attacked. He shoots someone. He's getting hit by somebody else from behind with a fucking skateboard. He shoots his ass. You know, it's like, and then on top of it is you got a convicted pedophile attacking him, and that, you know.
Well, see, they didn't even try to let that come out at the time. Matter of fact, until the end of his trial, they tried to charge him with the carrying the gun across state lines and all that shit. And all that was based on a short barrel rifle. They didn't even measure the length of the barrel on the rifle until right at the end of the trial. That didn't come out.
And it was just what, standard 16-inch, right?
Standard 16. Wasn't SBR, nothing. It was a standard 16-inch rifle. And then let me post one.
And I guess
more.
because he was 17, they were trying to be like, he's not allowed to own one, but it's like, actually, he is.
He can.
Yeah, he can. He just can't buy it.
Yeah, he just can't buy it from an FFL. He can buy it from a private transfer, but he can't buy it from an FFL.
Or he can be gifted it, which I think he was gifted it by the guy who he was meeting up with.
I think he gave the dude the money and the other dude bought it, which doesn't hurt my feelings none, because it's still the same thing. Let me post another dude real fast because he's part of the this last dude is he's a Canadian lawyer, but he does a lot with firearms cases. And he does understand American law too. And let me throw him in here because he's an awesome dude. If you're not following damn Nick for like laughs and serious legal analysis. Oh, hold on. Let me throw Viva up here too. Let me find Viva. These are all guys that
I'm following all of them.
Oh yeah, dude, you need to.
Runkle of the Bailey.
Because if you want actual, hold on, why did that not come up? Viva, FR, is it FRFY? Yep, that should be Viva. Yeah, let me throw Viva up there too. Viva is a Canadian lawyer. He ended up during the COVID shit or not too long after and moved to the States. He's down in Florida now.
Nice.
But if you want actual honest opinions about legal stuff, I will point you to these guys all day long because they are honest about it. If something's stupid, they'll tell you. If there is something that should go through but shouldn't go through, they'll tell you. And I will post one other because I was listening to it tonight, and then we'll get back to the fucking hearings. Damn, I don't even like to call them hearings. If I can even fucking type right now. If I got to pull them from my history, I'll pull it from my damn history. Hell, let me pull them up from my history because I was listening to them earlier tonight. And then, of course, if you go down the damn rabbit hole of Nick and Viva, you guys will probably get to Barnes Law and all that shit. And dude, it's an education. And all these guys, and that's the thing, all these guys can back up what they're saying with actual law references. It's not someone else's opinion. And they can back it up with facts. And that's, if you can show me the facts on something, even if I think I'm one way about it, if you can show me the facts on it, I will more than likely change my mind. I've done it before, many times.
Oh yeah, me too. I'm the same way, man. Facts, Okay, and you can tell when it's a so-called fact.
Yes. Well, that's all these leftists have is so-called facts. Yeah. So let's, as much as painful as it is, let's go ahead and let them start running again.
Let's do it.
HB, what I gotta keep up with this, 1235 is continued to 2025.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. All right, next up is HB 1321, Delegate Wyatt. Thank you for your patience.
And like I said, I haven't seen this yet, so this is new to me too.
Serving on appropriations, it gave me a start on what we'll be seeing next week as they come before our subcommittee.
So that should be this coming week.
And good evening. House Bill 1321 is being carried at request of my law enforcement agency in my locality. It adds an exception to the off-duty law enforcement officers to the prohibition of carrying a firearm.
Let me pause this for just a second. And I got to say, fucking, what's up, Uke? Because I didn't see you come in, brother. I was too busy trying to find links and shit. What's up, my brother?
Within any building owned or leased by the Commonwealth or any agency or any office where employees of the Commonwealth or any agency regularly present for the purpose of performing official duties. Current Code of Virginia only allows Virginia State Police officers to now possess their service weapon while off duty in state-owned buildings and hospitals. The bill amends the Code of Virginia to allow all sworn law enforcement officers who are also certified by the Department of Criminal Justice Services to possess their weapon while off duty in these same buildings. And we know these individuals are highly trained in how to use their weapon. I have an example of why
if that's not laughable,
asked me to bring this. An investigator from my county had a family member that was transported to a state hospital right across the street for an emergency. When he went as a investigator in plain clothes, he was turned away and told him he couldn't come in with his service weapon. He had to return to his car, and we know how important it is not to leave your weapon in your car before he returned to the hospital to see his family member that had been transported for an emergency situation.
100%.
We need to do everything we can to support our law enforcement agencies, these brave women and men who are, again, highly trained while they're off duty, should be able to enter the Commonwealth's, our DMV selects, our health departments that are located in our county agencies without relinquishing their firearm and storing them in their vehicle. So I ask the subcommittee to look favorable on this bill and please report House Bill 1321. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I understand the confusion.
Typo.
Is there any members of the committee that have questions for the patron? Seeing none, is there any members of the public wish to speak in favor of the bill?
Oh, you know.
Philip Van Cleve, VCDL. Well, we believe that permit holders should have the same privileges. At least we support this bill because the more good people with firearms, the safer the building will be.
Phil's a solid guy.
And police certainly fall in that category. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Patricia
Let me
Webb.
throw that
I
in
support
chat,
the
too.
bill
Let
for
me
the
find
reasons Mr.
VCLD's
Van Cleve
link.
stated. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving to the online queue. David Adams, you're up first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. David Adams, Virginia Shooting Sports Association, and for the reasons that Mr. Van Cleve mentioned, we support the bill as well.
Thank you. Mr. Singh, you're next.
Hey, Mr. Chairman, I support the bill. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Don, you're up next.
I support the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. I do see Taylor McKee raising their hand. If you can accept. All right. Is Taylor McKee able to get into the room? There you go. You're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. Taylor McKee, National Rifle Association. We support the bill.
Thank you. Moving back to members of the committee.
Throw another link in the
Committee
chat.
operates off motion.
And
Oh,
Mr.
there we
Chairman,
go.
And let me pause
may I
this
make
for
one
a
last
second.
comment, Mr. Chairman? And again, this is
So the VCLD, the Virginia Citizens Defense League, Phil Van Cleve, the woman, I can't remember her name, word shit, who just got up there and spoke. these are the people that are in Virginia have a lobby day, generally right around the 15th of every year. And they get together and they go to the Virginia Assembly and they make their views known. They are huge supporters of the Second Amendment. Matter of fact, I think it was an 18, pretty sure it was an 18. There were God knows how many 100,000 people down there armed with their guns, carrying either concealed or open. And the only thing that happened violently during that whole thing was there was a protester against them that ended up getting arrested. And this was after the government tried to say it was a white supremacist rally and there were white supremacists there going to do bad things and all this bullshit. Phil's been in the trenches forever. So if you don't follow the VCLD, the Virginia Citizens Defense League, you need to follow it. Even if you're not in Virginia, follow them, because a lot of shit you see happen there, much like Pennsylvania and other states, is coming everywhere. The bills are there already.
Sworn law enforcement officers who are certified by the Department of Criminal Justice Services that protect and serve our Commonwealth, our localities, and our families. So thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if it's okay with you, in the interest of time, I have a motion.
Delegate Helmer.
Mr. Chair, I move that we pass by this bill indefinitely.
Second.
There's been a motion to pass by indefinitely and properly seconded. The clerk
And
will
they
open the
voted.
roll. Oh, would you like your 2 minute?
Sir, I think the decision's been made, sir.
Okay. The clerk will open the roll.
That's the second bill on this day that was passed by indefinitely.
The clerk will close the roll. HB 1320.
Which basically is
passed by indefinitely on a vote of 6-2.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
basically a
Thank you.
police concealed carry reciprocity that they
Yeah.
can carry everywhere. You know, my uncle is a retired detective in Florida, and he said he's got a card that he can carry anywhere in the country.
Yes, a lot of law enforcement officers do, and a lot of retired law enforcement officers do. Because if you read a lot of these gun control bills, they're exempted in all of the categories. So you can't have this, you can't have that, unless you are a state, say, cop, or you're this and you're that. They're exempted from all of that.
Shoot, those things were one of the reasons why I considered becoming a cop, just to get if I could
blame you.
Yeah.
Because and I've been through plenty of bills on my channel where, yeah, if you read the bill, well, a private citizen can't have this, they can't have that, they can't have this, they can't have that, unless you are a member of like a police force or a security guard, and they go through this whole list of exemptions, and then they get back to the law, and he's one that's covered underneath it. He's exempt from it. If you make a law for the private citizens, you, as a member of a state organization or a federal organization, shouldn't be exempt from it.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to ban full autos, fucking rock and roll. But nobody gets to have them. There are no exceptions to it. They're just gone. And let's work that math out at that point.
Yeah, I mean, some people need to figure out how to get around this shit, because if anybody can have it, that means everybody can have it, because police officers and stuff serve us. Like, just because you're not a cop doesn't mean that you're a criminal. It's not like binary.
Yeah, it's not a binary deal. It never has been. It's the same with, well, you're either for guns or you're for dead kids. No. It's not a binary choice, you bunch of jackasses.
That's called a fallacious argument.
I'd call it worse than that. just saying. Shoot from the hip and everything.
All right, we will move to take bills now from members of the committee.
I'll be right back.
Go ahead, bro.
All right, we will keep it moving with HB 362. Delegate McClure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I have an amendment in the nature of a substitute, and council is handing that out now.
Move adoption of the substitute. Second.
There has been a motion to adopt a substitute and properly seconded. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? The substitute is before us.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'd ask that council explain the substitute and the technical portions.
So, Mr. Chair, this bill makes it unlawful for any person who knowingly and intentionally possesses, purchases, or transports any firearm following a misdemeanor conviction for an assault and battery against an intimate or dating partner that occurred on or after July 1, 2024. The bill contains a definition for an intimate dating partner on lines 27 through 31. Hearing some concerns from the introduced bill about how an intimate dating partner was going to be decided, the new subsection D was added in. And basically at the sentencing hearing, the court will make a determination as to whether or not the victim and the perpetrator of the offense were in an intimate or dating partner relationship. And essentially that's how the bill will work.
Mr. Chairman?
Delegate Simon.
Which one are we on now?
It's a little proofing and editing thing. It probably can be caught later, but I think on line 27, we have an extra "the" after the word "means." Or is there a different word that's missing?
And the only thing that's missing is brains. That's it.
Does it mean either of two?
Bro, but we have to remember that
Or either of these
without
two.
these people constantly fucking with our society, they don't even have a job.
You know
They
what I'm
have
saying, Charles?
they have no job.
Weird reads funny to me.
100% true.
Yep.
So
And this is an argument. Maybe I haven't got into as deep as I'd like to sometimes. But yeah, when you tell people your job as a lawmaker, you have to make laws. What do?
Make some bullshit up.
They make some bullshit up. What we need to tell them is you're not lawmakers, dumbasses.
Yeah.
You are there to legislate. That is different than making laws.
We need a whole new enforcement of constitutional protection officers.
What we need is we need them to pass a test, to be able to pass a test on the Constitution before they can even become eligible to be elected. In other words, you understand these parameters. This is the Constitution of the state or the federal government, because depending on which office you're running from, you understand these parameters. And then if you do anything outside of those parameters, you get kicked right the fuck out of office, if not thrown in prison.
I agree.
It's it's like Michael Jordan slam dunking a basketball. It shouldn't be that fucking hard. Hell, Spud Webb could do it, and his little ass wasn't but like 5'2".
Bro, if they ever invent a time machine, I'm going back to early America.
Oh, dude, you ain't lying at all. You ain't lying.
Is the either of two individuals who have been, and we were.
Okay, if that's what it's meant to read, that's fine.
Yeah.
Just okay.
Yeah, Tacos
Chair,
not
can we
right.
continue,
Police are
exploring the
private
bill?
fucking security.
Delegate McClure.
Thank you, Mr.
Run
Chairman,
these
members of the committee.
Yes.
Just as it was mentioned, HB 362 charges an individual with a Class 1 misdemeanor for the purchase, possession, or transportation of a firearm following an assault and battery against an intimate or dating partner, effectively closing what is known as
like
the
assault and
boyfriend
battery and
dating partner
illegal already.
loophole. In Virginia, intimate partner homicide makes up nearly a third of all fatal homicides, which most of which are committed with the use of a firearm. The mere presence of a firearm is a key factor in turning abusive partners into killers. The presence of
Hey,
a gun
Red,
in the
if you
home
stab
increases
someone
the
with a
risk of
steak knife,
homicide for women
it's
by
all good.
500%. Given the lethal combination of domestic violence and firearms, Virginia law currently prohibits a person who has been convicted of assault and battery against a family or household member from purchasing, possessing,
Night strikes here.
or transporting a firearm. However, this
Hold on, we gotta
prohibition is
pause.
limited
See
to
this
convicted
shit.
individuals who are the current or former.
Night, what are you doing awake, man?
I was asleep, then I woke up.
Oh well, yeah, I've done that before. Yeah, that
No.
hearing you were listening to-
Assault is this entire hearing right here.
Oh fuck, dude, you ain't lying. Why do you think I drink like I do? It's the
Why-
only way to deal with it.
Listen,
I can't roll crack
I had to
rock in
stand
front of
through
you guys.
over a week of all that stuff in South Carolina. Why do you think I went and got that huge bottle of Jim Beam from
Well,
like Costco,
you don't have
right?
good taste in liquor, but you just wanted to get drunk. That's why.
No. Jim Beam was the more expensive choice because I didn't go with Evan Williams.
Oh God, no! Don't even mention Evan Williams. Oh God, don't do it.
You could always
Last
go with
time
some
I bought Evan Williams.
Ezra Brooks.
Yeah, the last time I brought Evan Williams, man, I couldn't put enough Coke in that shit. And I'm not talking about cocaine. I'm talking about Coca-Cola, you dirty bastard. To make me finish that bottle. I think I don't throw out liquor. I think I ended up throwing out the last bit of that bottle.
Yeah, I don't throw out bad liquor. I just get one of those water purifier jugs from Walmart, and I just purify the shit out of those things.
Dude, maybe that's what I should have done. I had no idea at that time, but God damn. Someone told me about Evan Williams. It was green label. And it wasn't expensive, but it wasn't cheap.
Evan Williams is usually the label's usually black on Evan Williams.
And I'll guarantee it was Evan Williams green label. I remember that shit. I will never fucking touch it again.
Yeah,
ever. Like ever.
I like Jim Beam. Okay, it's just one of my pleasures. All right.
If that Joker had my wife's, you know what, rubbed on it, I still wouldn't touch Evan Williams.
We're not talking about my wood right now, okay?
Hey, look, you leave your wood out of this.
She did say it was nice.
Hey, she did say it was nice, and it was nice wood. Hell, even I admit you're nice as wood. Your wood is nice. I'm dyslexic. Don't fucking. Oh, good God. But yeah, that hearing you're watching, the hearing that popped up on your stuff.
Yeah, that hearing popped up as a lot as being live, and I'm like, are they really working midnight?
No, because you freaked me out when you said that, and I was like, hold on, shit, we might switch gears. Why the fuck am I getting all sorts of stupid shit when I try to post your channel in the chat?
Because it's you.
Well, I'm getting all kinds of retarded stuff, but is beside the point.
Well, you did ride the short bus, as I said.
Hey, look, I didn't ride the short bus. My wife actually did, though. So
don't let her tell you that. Say that, otherwise she might.
My wife will admit that, and that's probably why she's married to me. So
that would make a lot more sense.
Put your freaking channel in the chat, you jackass, because you should be a mod. And I am way too many beers into this hearing to like type straight.
That should be it. That work?
You tell me. At this point, yeah, you tell me. Okay, I see it pop up on StreamYard, but it's always a little bit behind on YouTube.
It looks like it popped up on YouTube too.
Okay, well, as long as it popped up, you guys follow Night Strike. Night Strike's the dude. He's South Carolina. Hopefully, he will get constitutional carry within the next week or so.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, it just depends. It depends on what the house does.
For anyone wondering, it's just youtube.com/@NIGHTSTRYKE.
Yeah, don't spell it with an I.
Don't spell it with an I. Coop did that. Did that with the laser cutter, and I'm like, it looks great. It's wonderful, Coop. There's just one problem.
Plasma cutter, not a laser.
There's an I in that. There's a Y where that I is in the second part.
Or China. I should have done it as China Strike. If I had been following you long enough, I'd have done it as China Strike.
I can give you the China Strike logo if you want to try and do the China Strike logo.
Yeah, well, I don't have my shop back up and running right now. But when I get it back up and running, you're getting a China Strike. And it'll have fucking slanted eyes on it.
I may even have to make a separate video. I might have to get the Chinese hat too. You know, the Vietnamese / Chinese rice paddy hat.
Welcome to the rice fields, baby.
Yeah.
But yeah, That's just you, man. You messed me all up when you sent me that. I stopped every video I had and we bounced over to look at that.
Success.
And it was like, oh, well, no, wait a second. I
This
know
is
that.
re-recorded.
Yeah, it's pre-recorded.
I didn't know because I haven't been following it that much.
Oh man, yeah.
It just popped up in my stream, and I'm like, really? They're going this late at night?
Oh no, dude! If they'd done that and I was still up, yeah, we would have been rocking and rolling. Because that was shit that hell, it was last Wednesday or so, somewhere around. No, it had been like Tuesday, because I covered it. And I was watching 2 hearings on the channel before I went to work. One was the impeachment of Mayorkas, and the other one was the border hearing. And I was doing both of those on the channel before I went to work.
Well, either way, it's my revenge for you replaying South Carolina's debates the other night.
Fuck you. You live in South Carolina. You're responsible for those bastards. That's all.
I am not. I don't vote for a single one of those assholes.
All right, let's get back to Virginia. Because
did you vote for Nikki Haley also?
The last time she was running, yes.
Ooh. Night Strike would vote her.
But listen, Nikki Haley, like, you know, what, 10 or so years ago, wasn't bad to Nikki Haley now.
No,
because back then she was only governor, and she wasn't trying to take away everyone's right to be anonymous online.
Yeah,
she was just trying to run the fucking state. And now I can never vote for that woman again.
And for those of you who don't know, Night Strike is the freaking tech guru, so he knows exactly what he's talking about.
Yeah,
I gave you a follow, Night Strike.
Listen, for all those wondering, listen, if you do anything online, if you want to be anonymous, you should have the right to be anonymous online. It's just like the same way, like if you report something to like the news and media and you ask them if to keep your name anonymous, they'll do it at your request because, hey, it's more news. They got a source. They don't care. An anonymous source is fine with media. Okay. And the same thing with a lot of other things. But the point is, you have that right. And telling everybody you don't have that right and you want to remove that, I don't support that shit at all.
No.
Because it plays into your right to privacy.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if I'm accusing someone of something that, like, hey, he fucked a donkey on Main Street, and it didn't happen, well, yeah, that's they should be able to track that back to me. However, if I am giving you information that is out there in the public, which a lot of it is, or I do a Freedom of Information Act and I post it, but however I want to do that anonymously, that's different.
Right.
You know, how many bots do we run into on an average day?
Too many.
Oh, yeah. All right. Well, speaking of bots, we're fixing to start up the NPC train.
Honestly, at this point, like, I'd vote for McMaster if he wanted to go and run again as governor. He probably will because he's pretty damn good governor.
Hey.
Former spouse of a victim or have a child in common. HB 362 makes a critical update to the existing law by expanding the definition of family or household member to include individuals who have recently cohabitated and applies
the greater
firearm
good
prohibition to convicted individuals in a dating relationship.
Say that constantly, and you can do anything.
The bill requires that prior to conviction, courts must determine whether or not the
What'd
victim
you
of an
post,
offense
Red
was
Dawn?
an intimate or a dating partner
That
of
was
the
my link.
defendant based
Oh,
on the
okay, shit.
well-understood definition of intimate dating partner
Well,
from
hold
the
on, I gotta
Federal
fix it,
Violence
'cause I don't
Against
think-
Women Act. Lastly, HB 362 expands the firearm prohibition for convicted domestic abusers
Where's it
from
at?
3 to 5 years. Disarming those who commit intimate partner violence, regardless of marital status, is a matter of public safety
They take
and
a
public
second
health
to
that will
pop up, so I
serve
gotta
to
make
reduce
it on
overall
the way it
homicide
shows up.
rates in the Commonwealth. Mr. Chairman, that is HB 362.
Thank you, Delegate McClure. Is there any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, is there any members of the public that would like to speak in support of the bill? And we'll start the timer.
Because I
Thank you,
don't
Mr. Chairman, members of the subcommittee. Jonathan Iglesias with the Virginia Sexual and
I
Domestic
thought I
Violence
placed
Action
you in
Alliance.
there already anyway.
I don't think I would add
Did you?
anything to the stats and
Give it a second.
compelling argument that the delegate made. The one thing I would say is that we very much are in support of substitute.
StreamYard and YouTube don't get along sometimes.
To work with Delegate
I've been using Rumble Studio.
to figure out how we could position ourselves.
Yeah, dude,
in a
I've
manner
thought
that,
about playing around with Rumble
challenges that we
Studio a
have
little
is
bit.
It's
right
free to
now,
use now.
Virginia code does not
Yeah.
define family abuse in a way that's expansive enough to include intimate partners, and so this.
And when I want to do
language was
stuff
chosen
on YouTube and Rumble at the same
to make
time, I
it
just do
easier for
that.
us to craft language, maybe down the road, around family abuse that
Taco
could be
Post.
expanded to include more folks. So we very
Okay,
much
Taco
appreciate the
Post
opportunity to
nice,
work on
right?
this, and we think this is a solid bill.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You just need the at-night strike. They redid the YouTube links.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. We certainly wholeheartedly support this bill. It's common sense if we afford these protections to persons and
Oh,
other
there it goes.
family
It's common
relationships, that we
sense.
afford these to others in dating and intimate partner relationships. They have closed the so-called dating partner and boyfriend loophole at the federal level. It is incumbent upon the state of the Commonwealth of Virginia to do this also, so that these prohibitions can apply and so that local and state law enforcement can enforce this. Thank you very much.
Yes. Oh, Delegate Helmer.
Ms. Haas?
Lord.
Yes, sir.
Just a quick question on bill design, either for you or for, just a quick question, the bill design, either for you or council. If this is
Sam,
already
on two
encompassed in
trucks,
federal law, I've seen other examples where we've just taken federal law and said, hey, we have the ability to enforce that.
Is this about
has
felons?
additional language to it. What
No,
is,
it's
do
the
we
assault
know what
weapons
that
ban.
additional language?
There are several definitions of dating and intimate partner.
Yeah, this is about
intimate
the
partners in the federal
freaking
code, and this
Like
is the
if you're a
definition that
felon,
Delegate
then having
McCord
like a gun in the
chose
house
on
with your
this screen,
girlfriend.
Gabber.
of the,
Why
because
why
it
is David
refers
Hogg there?
and helps law enforcement
he's doing his
identify
gun
that
control.
persons
Why
are in
would
this
he not
dating
do it?
relationship and doesn't
Yeah, but no,
encumber
but he lives in
some of the
Florida.
other languages that was used in the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act that added some language like seriousness.
He lives in
and
Florida. What
continuity and
what would his
continuance. So,
testimony
am I answering
over
your
someone who lives
question?
in Virginia be?
I don't think I am.
That's okay. We can go to council afterwards. I just didn't know if you had the answer right away. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It was the
All right,
definition was arrived at by multiple
No,
parties in the bill.
David Hogg is there because he is the fucking big head.
Good evening, Mr. Chair.
and I
Lady
don't
Ballard
mean
with
that
Brady.
lightly for like
Statistics show
every
that the
town,
status
whoever
of a
it is.
relationship, married, currently dating, or
Fuck
previous
whoever.
dating partner
Damn, I-
has little to no bearing on the likelihood of violence perpetuated with a firearm. Assault and battery is a violent offense, and anyone who is convicted of
Yeah,
such should
Gabber,
be
email me
prohibited
real
from
fast, man.
possessing a firearm, no
I'll
matter
give you a
their
link.
relationship status. We support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. And y'all
Okay, I
can
got you.
continue because we
Andrew
went
Goddard,
over.
Virginia Center for Public Safety, we support the bill.
Why?
Thank you.
Oh, hold on. Let me copy the right link because
David Hogg.
I'm about to send you the midget porn.
Thank you. Moving to the online queue.
StreamYard. There's no, invite.
We
Damn it.
have Miss Erin Earp.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Erin Earp. I'm a state policy attorney at Giffords Law Center to prevent gun violence. I'm also a former assistant Commonwealth attorney for the city of Alexandria for 8 years. Gifford supports
Gabber,
this
you should
bill.
be
We
getting the
support
link,
the
bro.
substitute. We believe that additional provision will greatly help in implementing the law, and we ask a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Next in the queue is Dr.
Of
Virginia.
course you'd act a favorable report.
Virginia Rosenack, I support the bill. Thank you.
And all these people are single and live with 10 cats each.
Thank you. Next in the queue is Melanie Cornelise.
The League of Women Voters of Virginia, we support this bill.
Thank you.
Sure.
And last but not least is Kendall Jacobson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kendall Jacobson, Every Town for Gun Safety and Moms Demand Action. We commend the patron for her leadership on this important issue and strongly support this bill.
Thank you. Is there any members of the public that wish to speak against the bill?
No, because the public actually has to
We will
work.
start the timer.
Philip Van Cleve.
I got you,
VCLI,
Gabby. You
Inspector
should have an
Everett,
email
and
from
we
me
keep
right now.
expanding everything that's a misdemeanor to take away your right to bear arms. It's just the war on gun owners. It just continues. We strongly oppose it because misdemeanors don't take away civil rights.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. Patricia
And
Webb,
Phil
Virginia
is a
Citizens
fucking
Defense
boss.
League. If I'm reading this
Yeah,
right, it says that after a finding of guilt is.
You realize this is just a committee. This hasn't gone in front of the whole Senate yet. Or House.
Person,
this
whether or not
is
they're
the
in a dating
firearms committee.
relationship. So if somebody enters into
This
a
was
plea
last
agreement,
Thursday.
not
Yeah.
even thinking about the fact that this is
If
gonna
there's enough Republicans
And then
in the
after
House or the Senate
determination of
downvote this,
was,
they'll downvote this.
entered by the
Oh,
court,
no. Well,
the judge then
hold
says,
on, let
oh,
me
by the
pause
way, that was
this.
a dating
'Cause you-
relationship, you lose your civil.
You weren't here for the earliest part of the stream.
Mm.
So the Virginia House, not the Senate, so far, the Virginia House passed an AR and a magazine or an assault, what they call it, an assault firearms ban and a magazine ban in the House last Friday.
Well, doesn't it have to go through the Senate in Virginia as well in order to be passed?
But the Senate is completely Democrat also. So this is
Oh yeah, they're fucked then. It doesn't matter.
now the only thing that actually stops anything is they do have a Republican governor. So, but does it lead down to where he vetoes it, and then they come back now and they say no, you can't veto it, and send it
Well,
back?
it doesn't sound like they have a 2/3 majority on that, so he could possibly veto it.
It is possible from what I've seen so far. You're right, it's possible. But yeah, all of this stuff was because we went over when we started the stream. They passed the
He's in the
AR
background.
and magazine ban. They passed the ghost gun ban. There were
Background.
a ban for carrying on colleges, and then we switched to this one, which was the day before, where they were debating these bills.
Yo, check the back room.
Back room, back door,
Back door.
back door. Hold on, where's my back door?
Gabbard Piet says he's out there in the back door.
I don't see Gabbard. Where's Gabbard? There's Gabbard. Okay, I had to hit the down button. Don't make me hit the down button.
Whoa.
What's up, Gabbard? What's happening, my brother?
Nothing much. How are you, man?
Shit, same as, man. Still
It's nice to finally talk.
fucking doing this shit. Hey, man, I'm happy to have you on, brother. Hold on. How do I switch this where I can get Gabbard?
Mike McClune is saying back door. Yeah, how do you think most of us get in here on Coop streams? Through the back door.
If you don't like the doors and you've never heard Backdoor Man, I don't want to talk to you. I'm just saying.
He's on the back page.
Figure out how to get everybody on the same fucking. Nope, that's not it. Where's there's a button here. That's not it. Hey, buddies.
There's also a thing in the South. You don't go in the person's front door. You go in their side door, their back door, if you know them.
Yeah. If you are in the South and you go in someone's front door, they do not know you.
Yeah.
You will get shot at that point. Hold on. How do I get everybody on the fucking screen?
There you
Okay, there we go. What's up, Gabbard? Now I got you on screen.
Why is my profile picture not working?
If you are in the South and you go into someone's front door, you do not know that person. We introduce carports and side doors.
There is one
I've only
exception.
got one door.
There is one exception. If they only have a front door and a back door, usually you go through the back door unless they tell you to go to the front door.
Yes, that is completely true. Night Strike, you are 100% right there.
I live in an Airstream.
Well, yeah. Well, then you've only got one door. So
Then in case of a fire, you're fucked.
No, I'll just run through it.
I mean, I have friends of mine that are close to me, and hell, friends of mine that ain't close to me. They know
Airstream's only got one door, and I tell you what, those windows, unless you're super skinny, you ain't getting out of those windows.
Yeah. But they know they can walk into my house at any time, day or night. They just have to open the door, scream their name, and then I know who not to shoot. And if you do that, you're cool.
See, Mike McClune even says nobody uses the front door at his house, especially his family friends.
Dude, buddy of mine, where we live, it's kind of more rural Alabama. Live on a dead end road. I met my neighbors not too long after we got the house. And my neighbors are absolutely amazing. But my buddy, who is my neighbor, I didn't meet him until I moved here, called me one morning and said, Coop, grab the AK and hit the porch. It's like fucking 5 a.m.
What?
So I sling the AK real fast. I'm in the fucking porch with my goddamn AK, and then I finally ask him, why the fuck am I here? And there was some guys up the road that owned some pit bulls that were killing livestock like it was going out of style. They killed like 30-something sheep and goat in less than a month. And I'm serious, less than a month. Nubian goats, they killed pigs, all kinds of shit.
If that was my livestock, I would have used the bullets to shoot them.
Me too.
Oh, dude.
Man,
Well, what
I
it
live
was
in Bessemer.
Yeah, well, what it was he'd gotten off work at the mill and pulled up to his dad's place to feed the sheep and goats, and they had some in a pen up at his dad's place with like a chain link, like you use for a dog kennel, basically. And those dogs got up there and started just pulling the fucking baby goats through the goddamn fence. It's been a while since I've been that goddamn really disturbed by shit. It takes a lot for that for me.
Well, disturbed is like when I found out that all old ladies have shotguns in their laps when they're on their rocking chairs on the front porch here in South Carolina.
Hey, dude, I
was in college at that point, and I hadn't realized that yet. You know, this is like 2005 or 6. It's like I'm giving my buddy a ride home, and it's like his grandma, who's got Alzheimer's, has the shotgun in her lap on the porch. He's like, "You don't look like my grandson. He doesn't wear clothes like that." And apparently, he had just gotten a haircut, and he's like, "Grandma, it's me." And she shoved the shotgun right in his face.
That's a good way to get shot.
How do you get your picture like that night strike instead of it just being blank?
You gotta set it up in your presets.
What are we talking about?
Go to your settings, and go to what is it?
What am I doing?
No, on the bottom left where you got it says your name and the little thing. You click the 3 dots and it's edit audio avatar.
I did that, but it's still showing the Twitch thing.
Well, then
you're
turn your camera off
for the rest of us.
Press the camera button on StreamYard.
Oh, there you go. Wow, you're a genius.
Now you got it.
Wow, you're a genius.
No, I just know tech.
But no, and we'll shoot the shit for a little bit, and then I seriously got to get some sleep because I got to be up in 6 hours, 4 hours, somewhere around there.
I get my AK in 36 hours.
Which AK are you getting?
A Zastava M70 Z-Pap.
Perfect.
Ooh, nice.
I have this sudden need to get my Norinco NHM 91 RPK out and get the drum on it and run around like I'm Russian special military operation.
You just want to flex because you got the RPK, you dirty bastard. I just want to say that out loud because
not only do I have the RPK, I've got 2 other AKMs, and then I've got a Saiga.
You know, when I got my M9, my Beretta, I listened to Dark.
Yeah.
But he was telling me not to get an AK and to get an AR-15 instead. I just couldn't take his advice. I had to buy the AK instead.
Oh, dude.
Well,
I love my AKs. I do.
I love my AKs, but it's harder to find ammo for right now. And right now, I'm glad I have ARs because it's easier to find 5.56 than it is 7.62 by 39. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I love my ARs, man. I like them better.
I like both ARs and AKs. Okay,
I like them both, but I just like last hold open. I like fast mag changes. I like
the Zastava has the last round mag hold open. That's why I got it.
I don't need the Zastava. I don't need the Zastava for that in my AKs because there's one thing. I've got 30 round Croatian mags. Those are all bolt hold opens and last round.
But the thing,
exactly,
the thing
it's
about
the
an
magazine.
AK, yeah, the
magazine
thing about
in the
AK
AK
magazine is the last round bolt hold open is based on the magazine itself.
Gotcha.
So in other words, when my bolt locks back, if I rock the mag or if I pull the mag out, my bolt
drops.
locks forward. However, as much as I love AKs, it's a matter of if I'm pulling trigger, I want to control my distribution of said lead. So I'm not going to run it dry and then have to duck back and then reload.
Why not? You run everything else dry.
That's the cool thing about the Zastava. The
I
safety.
used lube the last time I beat off, you dirty fucker. I just want to say.
That's
it was
the cool
peanut
thing.
butter, but it was lube. It
The
was crunchy.
Zastava has a long safety lever and it's got a hook on it. So when your bolt goes back and it locks, you can flip the safety up, and then when you take your mag out, the bolt stays locked back. You can put another mag in and then drop the safety, and then it goes forward.
Yeah, you can do that. Warsaw Patriot. He sent me a link for it was the dust cover from PSA and then the safety from the PSA. And I still gotta fit everything. It's on my 12.5-inch AR or AK pistol. I still gotta fit everything. And yeah, dude, I cut that barrel as short as I could and still deal with a normal gas block.
Are you an FFL?
No, it's a private build. If I'm a private build, I don't need the FFL. Am I going to do the FFL? Yes, I am. Am I dragging my feet on the FFL? You fucking right, because I have a potato in office right now with an ATF running wild. I am dragging.
I believe his name is Brandon #FJB.
I thought it was Uncle Sniffy.
Well, no. Well, no. It's Corn Pop was a bad dude.
No. Corn Pop is a dude we deal with in chats all the time. It's a cool dude.
Oh, right. It's that guy with hairy legs.
Right now, he's Corn
Pop 2.0.
Is the ATF situation in Alabama bad right now, Coop?
Not horrible. And the reason I say that is
I'm in Alabama too.
Yeah, one of the guys I know that is an FFL and has kind of a private small business. They got audited not too long back. Shit's probably been 2 weeks ago, somewhere around there. And he was messaging me about the whole thing. And it wasn't bad, the audit that they got. They were able to fix a couple just paperwork shits and everything else. So they're not messing with us bad. But if you took the same situation and you put it in another state, well, then, yeah, they're fucking with us and they're shutting shit down.
Yeah, if they fucked with us here, it'd be civil war.
Yeah, here in Alabama, Stan, it might cause some issues because the gun control shit is the only thing that will unite gangbangers and absolute fucking hardcore Republicans. Because it's like, oh, we're gonna take your guns.
No, you ain't.
Oh, okay. Me and Tyrone, yeah, we're popping rings together, and yeah, we're getting down.
Well, you notice the South Carolina hearings, and the Democrats wanted to trying to add amendments to take away guns from South Carolinians, and the Republicans wouldn't have that at all.
Oh, dude, we watched 7 days of that hearing? Or hearings.
Well, technically six, but the problem is the one video had to restart.
God, it still seemed like fucking a month, and I wanted to beat my head through a table every time I watched it. It's like
yours was probably worse.
I gotta find the videos of the hearings in Alabama where we went through constitutional carry. I have to find those videos, and you will hear the exact same arguments like 2 years ago, well, a year and a half ago now in Alabama, that you see in South Carolina and all that. There's been no blood in the streets. There hasn't been this OK Corral kind of shit going on. Yes, we passed constitutional carry. I can carry without a permit now. And for those of you who think I'm crazy, oh, no, that's a frame. That's not a gun. I carry the Polymer 80 that I built a long time ago. That's my carry, and it runs like a fucking sewing machine. I haven't had to step over dead bodies walking out of my front door. I go to work every day. I haven't had to step over dead bodies to go to work.
Man, Coop, I live in Bessemer. Bessemer is listed as the #1 most dangerous city in America right now.
Yes.
Yeah, I have had to pull my blank on many people in the last month. I was just rolling up this 1-lane street, like it's a 2-lane, got the yellow stripe in the middle, going 40, the speed limit. There's this black guy behind me. I pulled into the gas station. He obviously wanted to go 80. He got out and tried to start a fight with me. And I had to pull my stuff on him. And I was like, dude, do you want to be shot? And he's like, no. And he got back in his car and called me a pussy. That is a daily occurrence here in Bessemer. It is hell on earth.
So you're in Bessemer. I'm in Seal, Alabama, right next to Phoenix City. You are not far from me.
Yeah, I'm in the hood, dude.
I mean, next time someone calls you a pussy, tell them stay strapped or get clapped.
Okay. I got I'll be right back.
Because that's applicable in that situation. Shit your ass down and put your seatbelt on or get clapped.
Straight up, dude.
I've been looking in Alabama at properties and stuff, but I try to stay like northwest Alabama. Like
Coleman's a
Huntsville.
great place, dude. Coleman, Alabama. I grew up there. Every year we have Oktoberfest because they've got like a native German population. It's the city in the United States with the most churches per square mile. I mean, that place, Coleman, Alabama. Oh my God.
Oh, dude, without a doubt.
My grandfather died, or my great-great-grandfather died in the Battle of Days Gap in Coleman, Alabama, in the Civil War.
But it's one of those situations like talking about someone rolling up on a gas station or whatever. I seriously try not to let anybody at like a gas station or store get anything more than about 12 feet away from me before I stop them. And I'm like, no, you need to stay over there.
He was inches from me, dude. Inches.
Yeah. The closest I've come from that, I was at a damn Walmart neighborhood grocery store in Georgia. So I'm right in Columbus, Georgia. I'm right across the road from where I'm at now. And this dude rolled up to my door. Oh, you give me a ride, whatever. And it was like that. Damn, I was carrying a 1911 at the time, actually. And it was
a man's gun.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
So that 45 was right at the door. He couldn't see it, but it was right at the door. And it was like, if this dude acts funky, I'm fixing to be in a situation. Because he rolled right up to the door of my truck. I mean, inches away. And I was like, no, dude, I'm not giving you a ride. I'm sorry for your situation and all that. I don't care. I'm getting whatever I got to get, and I'm going home. No, you're not getting in my truck.
Just call the police. Ask them to come pick you up. They'll give you a ride.
That dude was acting crazy as fuck too, and it was like point it right at the door panel because I know it's going through the door panel and it's going to eat him up.
What's your AK setup like, Coop? Here's the real question I've had recently. I'm buying this AK, so I'm wondering, do I get my scope mount and my scope first? Do I get the handrail first and a handrail and learn how to use the iron sights? Like, how should I set this rifle up?
Dude,
well, you should know how to use the iron sights regardless.
Iron sights are a given. You need to know the irons on them because that's your primary on an AK.
If I throw the Zastava mount or whatever on the side, right? Like, side mounts for AKs. If I do that, I can't use the irons anymore.
Well, yeah, but
can't you use them underneath it?
Maybe.
I think they sell different ones that the rail that comes over the top can be different heights, and then you could use your irons underneath it.
Yeah, they do.
We weren't. I'm going to turn the damn light on. If we weren't on
See, the
YouTube,
problem
I'd
is
say
I'm
a lot
22 years old and broke.
Yeah, dude.
What you
well,
buying a Zatava for, bro?
Well, I'm not literally spending all my money.
Why did you
I
get the
can't
Zastava instead of the PSA? Because you would have saved money with the PSA.
eat. Because I want to. Because the Civil War is about to break out, and I need a rifle I can put 500,000.
Bro, in the middle of the Civil War, you can pick up all kinds of new shit.
Yeah.
I got a box like this that's got my side rail in it.
The
first
gun.
The thing about the side rail
And another thing, if you have an AK, you don't scope it. You might red dot it if you got like a crink. But if you don't have a crink, if it's not a crink, there is no way in hell you want to put a red dot on a normal AK. I'm telling you right now.
Well, here's the deal with 7.62 by 39.
I was gonna put an LPVO on it.
Oh yeah, because you're really gonna get that range with an AK.
Well, here's the thing with 7.62 by 39. Okay, it is almost the same exact ballistics as fucking 300 blackout. Damn near the same exact. If you look up two charts of 300 blackout and 7.62 by 39, they're damn near the same. So would I put an LBPO on? Yes, I would. Mine, couple that I've got right now, the few that I built, one's got a red dot on it, one's irons. The thing about a side mount for one is just weight. But if you throw a side mount on one with a red dot, you're golden. I would just because I would make sure your irons are sighted. And then if something happened with your red dot, you can flip the switch, throw your fucking red dot right off the gun, and then keep working with the iron sights.
That is true.
If you go with like a Jim Fuller, if you don't follow Jim Fuller is the Matt Daddy AK builder, and you need to follow it. He's now Fuller Phoenix. He used to be Rifle Dynamics.
Really?
He built his guns with, yeah, dude, he built his guns, the Ultimac rails. And I've got fucking 3 of them sitting right there, but we're on YouTube. So it was kind of a scout buildup.
Well, you can show magazines, you just can't show guns.
What?
You can even show parts.
Because there's an AK mag right there. I had to reach through a bunch of shit before I grabbed it, but yeah, it was what they call a scout build. So your gas tube for a normal AK was an Ultimac rail, which is a railed gas tube, and he put a aim point A1 on it. I think an A1. However, those bastards are so fucking expensive, I can't afford one.
The Ultimac?
So, yeah, the Ultimac rail. So if you look up Ultimac for AKs, that rail's out there. And it's been out there forever.
So far up on their gun, though.
Well, the Ultimac rail, believe it or not, sets so low on your gas tube that you could co-witness your fucking sights with it. So even if the sight went stupid and burn up, you still had your iron sights in like a lower 1/3 co-witness. So you could just shift a little bit and you were right there.
So you're saying I should buy the M-Lock hand grip and a pistol grip for the front of my gun first?
If you get one with that rail that he's talking about.
I will say this for an AK. Dial in your iron sights. Get really good with your iron sights and reloads, and then worry about the rest. Because me, like, fuck, matter of fact, hold on. I think I have my damn drive plugged in. I will show you a El Presidente drill in less than 10 seconds with an AK, and I fucked the reload up, which kills me. Because there are some AKs where you can, you rock the mag in and the mag is super loose. And the AKs that I build, they're super tight because I don't want all that slop in my mag well.
I'm not surprised, Coop.
Now, it kind of screws me on the reload because, you know, you pow, 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 and you rock a mag out, throw a mag in, and it's a little bit of fitting to get that joker in there.
The magwell on the Zastava I held when I was at the gun store, it was already on layaway for somebody, right? I had to get one transferred, but it was so tight that I had a hard time getting the magazine out. I have no doubt that it's going to be like locked in there, dude.
Oh, dude, and yeah, and it depends on the AKs are funny because it depends on which mag you're using. There are some mags that I use that are a little loose, but they won't wobble too much, and then other mags that are so fucking tight, it's like getting into a goddamn virgin. I'm just saying. I'm being honest.
There's also the problem with some of the Zastava rifles that they've been importing. Some of them are single stack instead of normal double stack.
Well, yeah, that's when they went through and they imported in the single stacks because of import restrictions, and then they actually took and they milled out the magwell to fit a double stack because the trunnion's the same. The trunnion doesn't change, but they milled out the magwell to make them a double stack gun.
The one I got's double stack.
Yeah. Right. Well, you always have.
I wouldn't get the single stack. Why would I do that? It's like California shit.
Well, you do that if you wanted to hurt yourself.
Well, you do that if that's the only thing you can get.
Yeah.
Where is? I know I have this on fucking video. I will pull up my own goddamn short to show this shit off, and I don't show my channel off much. This is like people asking you to hit the likes and all this shit. I don't fucking do that, man. You either hang out or you don't. One of the two.
Yeah, that's greasy. Just begging.
Fucking. And I don't fault people that do. I really don't. Because hey, that's your thing. But
I'm just glad I got plenty of 308, and I've got a foul.
Oh, kiss my ass.
I got the Ruger S-Far, and since
actually, Coop, technically you'd have to kiss Mark Novak's ass because he redid the foul for me.
I know.
Coop, if I run the action on one of my guns, will it get you banned?
No,
the sound. The sound. As long as you don't show it,
here it
live on air, you'll be fine.
Hold on, because we'll show this. So, hold on, let me. Fucking shorts. Dirty. Reload all up.
We can't see anything.
Hold on, I'm fixing this show.
I hate to unload my lever gun. This is my baby.
Hold on. Technically, I have to add it to the stream first. Yeah, that's me.
Well, you do the reload where you take the other mag and hit the other one out?
No, that was my hands there already, and I reload and I run with it.
Coop, it's true what they say. The camera really does add 10 to 20 pounds.
Hey, look, I'm a fat bastard, so I admit that shit. I completely admit that shit. What can I not show this with all of us?
I got the 30-30 with the hollow points in it. Nobody is surviving this gun.
You just put us on the left side, up and down.
That's 6 shots, a reload, and then 6 shots on 3 targets in less than 10 seconds. And I'm not saying I'm a badass, but damn.
You are.
I fucked that reload all up there. Fucking all of it. My time with an AR that day was way better, and I hate to admit that.
Yeah, ARs just feel so intuitive. Like
they do. There's no doubt.
My first gun was an AR, and I got an M15. I sold that thing. It didn't run right. It kept giving me light strikes. There was a problem with the bolt carrier group. Ever since that, I've just been turned off from ARs. I should have bought the Daniel Defense, but I was in the fucking gun store, and there was this Vietnam vet, and I was like, dude, is this MNP15 as good as the Daniel Defense? He's like, yeah, man, it's just as good. And I bought it. What a mistake.
No, see, your first mistake was You didn't buy a Palmetto State Armory. That's your first mistake.
They
Yeah.
weren't out back then. This
Pretty
is
much.
like early 2020. They weren't at my gun store.
Hey, you buy them online and have them sent to your gun store.
I was too retarded then. I was 18 years old.
No, well, your
I was
retardedness
definitely retarded
is
when I was 18.
your retardedness is not an excuse for not looking online.
I got like what 4 or 5 ARs. I've never bought in a whole AR. The only full rifle I ever bought was the Ruger S-FAR. Everything else I slapped together.
Dude, here's a true.
My first two
screw.
ARs were basically PSA uppers on Anderson lowers because the poverty pony knows best.
I bet you they ran great too.
They still run. I
Yeah.
still have them.
You know what the problem with that is?
But all the
I
other
don't
ones
have
I've
a
got
mailing
are all
address.
PSA.
And my dad lives with my dad has this liberal girlfriend who he lives with, and she would not like me sending. I thought about buying a BRN 180, like the lower and the upper separately, and just slapping them together, but I couldn't get away with that. I could not. My dad would be pissed, and so would she. So I just have to eat shit.
That's why you follow it when it's tracking, bro. And as soon as it lands, you scoop it up.
Well, the BRN, the 180, the BRN 180, if you order a complete lower, okay, that's an FFL check. You're gonna have to go pick that
Yeah.
up.
Lowers
there's
are
no way
FFL
around
check.
it. That's the serialized portion of the gun. You're gonna have to pick that up.
Uppers are parts kit minus the lower.
Yeah.
Those are sent straight to the house.
Which is
uppers,
crazy
you
because
get a-
you think
you
the
get a
upper
PO
would be the
box.
serialized part.
If you're really cool with your FFL, bro, you could tell them too, like, hey, is it cool if I ship an upper here? Because my family's a pain in the ass, so I'm just gonna have it shipped
Yeah,
over
well,
here.
you can get an upper mailed to a PO box. It's not a
Yeah.
serialized part.
Yeah.
Now, this was a story I was going to tell. So, a lot of you guys heard me talk about, I was a convicted felon for a long time. It took me 13 years or so, I haven't done the math, to get my rights back. I hadn't built guns before then. The first gun I decided to jump on building was an AK from a fucking AK flat.
How'd you get off your felony?
I spent about $2,500 and got the shit put under first offender.
You had to get a lawyer or something?
Oh yeah, dude. Because it was the way things work. I did 11 months and some days in an actual prison in Muskogee County, Georgia. Got out. I spent like 13 years without my rights. 13 years, or hell, it was over 13 years. Because I went in there where I was 22. I turned 23 in prison, and then I got all my shit back in like 2017. So do the fucking math. I'm not a mathematician.
My dad's a felon because he was a Navy shipman. He was a CB, and he was playing poker on the boat, and he woke some dude up and beat the piss out of him for his money, and they charged him with a felony and kicked him out of the Navy. I'd like to get my dad his rights back because he's a badass.
Dude,
but
ain't nothing but money and a lawyer at that point. That's all it is.
Well, no, it's harder when it's the situation where he fucked up royally that they kicked him out of the military. It's harder on that point.
That adds more money to
he
the
won't
deal.
do it. I'm like,
that's
dude, you
exactly
should
right.
try and get your rights back. He just won't do it.
But
he's
he
also
doesn't want-
like 60 now.
He doesn't want them. That's the point.
Yeah, but when I got my rights back, there are a lot of people that start off and they'll build guns. They start building like a P80 or something like that. No, I wanted AKs. I loved AKs forever. So when I got my rights back, I built the tools. I learned how to machine on a vertical mill to build the dies, to bend the flat, to do the AK. I looked on Toff Tools and figured out their deal for like a rivet jaw, which is nothing but bolt cutters with a rivet head built into them.
I've got that one.
I built that. I snapped them on the second fucking receiver because I built my own. But the gun and the fucking parts kit I got, I knew what I was getting. I would go to try to find the cheapest fucking parts kit I could possibly find.
You chose poorly.
I did, but the gun ran.
That doesn't
After I
mean
built it.
anything. That doesn't mean anything.
But
You
no,
chose
Night
poorly.
Strike. Night Strike, listen to me. This was off of Royal Tiger, and it was an IO blemished parts kit.
Royal Tiger is IO.
I know. You see, you get where I'm going.
I have a shitty SKS I bought from them for 150
IO?
bucks.
Inner Ordnance.
Inner Ordnance. The worst
AKs.
AK manufacturer in the
Yes.
country, and it's why they don't make them any longer.
I have a trunnion in there. I literally saw a trunnion of theirs fail in less than 30 rounds.
Holy shit.
In less than 30 rounds, the trunnion, not the bolt carrier, the trunnion snapped.
That's insane.
But-
Was it the front or the back?
I've seen a
There's
whole
a
rifle
front trunnion.
explode in
That's
15 rounds.
insane, dude.
Oh, well, they were using goddamn cast parts. That's why. But I built this gun. I ordered the parts kits from them. Like I said, I knew what I was getting. But if I fucked up building the gun, I was only out $200. I think I paid $200 to get it, parts and everything shipped to the house. However, they did do me their favor and send me an auto sear and a rate reducer.
Yeah, because that's going to help you.
Yeah, because that's going to help. Which is,
if the gun don't run, an auto sear won't do you any good.
Yeah, but I built the gun and I literally put 1,000 rounds to that gun after I built it. And like I said, the thing that just, I think it attracted me to AKs because like my dad served in Vietnam, a bunch of my uncles served in Vietnam. That was always the gun that they were up against. And I wanted to understand that gun. And then I just loved him because I've heard way too many stories, even in recent times.
I like AKs, but I also like 308s. That's why I've got like a Polytech M14. That's like I got,
you're just flexing.
A G3.
You're just flexing.
That's what my dad told me, Coop. My dad was in the sea beach.
That's why I got an
He was
M1
the first
Garand.
Boots on the ground in Iraq. He's getting shot at. No one else was there. They built the forward operating bases. He was like, all our M4s jammed. We all started running AKs. Don't get an M4. Don't get an AR-15. Get an AK.
There's a buddy of mine, and I don't talk about him a whole hell of a lot. He's a really good friend of mine. I haven't talked to him in a while. He was in on the initial invasion in Iraq. They're the ones who took the fucking air. They were there before the airfield in Iraq was taken. The initial.
My dad built the
invasion.
airfield.
So, but they were so far ahead of everybody else. He was with Alert Unit. They were so far ahead of everybody else. These guys were eating boiled eggs and fucking hot dogs. They couldn't even get MRE. But he told me, he said like it was. He was a 240 gunner at the time. He was like, look, man, I had that 240 on top of that cut V because it wasn't the Humvee. It was a fucking flatback, whatever, Humvee. He said, and we had AKs in the doors of that goddamn truck, and we had mags from AKs stored everywhere in it because we couldn't get resupplied. We were so far ahead of everybody else. He was the same one. He was like, they got to Saddam's airport and they're starving like a motherfucker. They can't get food. And what does Saddam have running around all over the airport? All these exotic animals. And they drilled like an Ansbach or some fucking animal one night. It was like, look, we're tired of starving. And that motherfucker needs to go. He said they barbecued that night.
That is funny.
Oh, it's hysterical. And
is that why my dad said that to me? Because they couldn't get ammo?
Oh, dude, they couldn't get it. If you were that far ahead of the invasion, because
he's the first person on the ground other than the Navy SEALs.
Yeah, because they hit the Saddam's airport. God damn, I can't remember the name of it offhand, but they hit that so much further than when all the other ground troops got there. They were like fucking jacking dicks for a little while.
I just remember it wasn't very long from when they got the troops into Iraq, and then they toppled Saddam's statue.
Oh yeah, yeah.
It
They
was like
hooked it,
it's
they
like,
hooked it up
it's like
to
a
a
damn
damn
Jew.
armored vehicle, chained it off, and like.
My dad has told me stories about building the airports and the forward operating bases in Iraq. He's in a bulldozer and he's taking fire. His best friend died in his arms there in the bulldozer. He took the bullet for my dad.
Oh my buddy, that same dude. Like I said, he's a 240 gunner, and in there with alert unit. And
I didn't meet my dad till I was 4 years old because he was overseas.
If I remember this right and understand, I could get some shit wrong right now. He got called in front of a court martial one time. He was talking about he had this damn officer that was all about go get him, you know. And he said they were in an area where they had deflated, they had some cover. He's damn rocking the 240, and this officer wants him to run across completely open ground with no cover to assault a position. And the motherfucker said he's firing, saw plop, plop, plop. And dude told him that, and he was like, "No, fuck you, sir." He's like, "No, we ain't doing that. Not across open ground, you jackass. Oh, you're gonna do this." And he said they ended up basically flanking the position and taking the guys out. And he gets called in front of this damn court martial later, and he's like, "Did you say this?" "Yep, I said it." And he said the officers that were over it were actual combat guys, and they were like, "Okay, I can see that. You're going to get, you know, a reduce in pay and some other things for talking to your officer that way, and you go about your business." But yeah, I can imagine being in combat.
That's not a court martial. That's a reprimand.
He wasn't
yeah,
combat. My
that's
dad
what it
wasn't
turned
combat. He was just in the he was in the Naval Construction Battalion. So there were no.
If
Yeah,
your
it
dad
straight-
was getting shot at, brother, he was in combat.
Right.
Combat.
Yeah.
He wasn't.
Hey fellas,
he wasn't an
Coop,
infantry.
I'm gonna drop off real quick, bro. I'm shot, bro. About to
Yeah,
get
dude,
some
I'm
sleep,
fixing to get
bro.
out of here in just a minute. Red Dawn, take it easy, brother. We'll catch you on the next one.
You know it, bro. Anytime.
Hey, now that I got your email, expect some more like chat invites and shit like
Dude,
that.
shoot them to me.
Hey.
Worry about your email getting spammed by Coop. I'm just letting you know.
Do I spam your email, you fucker?
Yes.
The midget porn, I can't take any responsibility for that.
No,
You gotta
no.
admit, that donkey was awful sexy.
I hate to admit it when you're right. I didn't need that in my email.
Yeah, no, dude. Yeah, just expect some invites in the future.
Will do.
For sure.
Appreciate it, bro.
Take it
I'll
easy,
talk to you
brother.
soon. You too, man.
You
Yeah,
see, we
hey,
we just roll with it. We just roll with it.
That donkey, I swear to God, was over 18. That's all I got to say.
You're full
Now,
of shit.
that
I'm
midget
telling you,
was-
you're full of shit.
That midget was only 26 inches tall.
What? Who was fucking who? The donkey or the midget?
The midget.
Yeah, well, I mean, it depends on the video that I've sent Night Strike because there have been both.
Jesus Christ.
Hey, look, soon as Night Strike sent me pictures of his wood, it was
Yeah.
on.
It was on.
You sent him pictures of your wood Night Strike.
Yes.
Okay.
It is beautiful wood.
Should we let him in on the joke?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. All right. The other day, I bought a Turkish Mauser, which basically, 8mm Mauser rifle, bolt action, has been unmolested. All it has on it is probably some dirt from the Middle East, and that's
Those are choice
never
words.
had Joe Biden near it.
Unmolested. We're talking about midget porn, and you're gonna say unmolested.
Hey,
yes.
we talked
See,
about
this is
Joe
how we do
Biden
this.
too. So
We talk about Joe Biden too, and he said shit like this.
oh, hold on.
Men and women created.
Let me
go. You know the.
Did
you
I
know the thing.
bookmark that?
He said
Did
shit
I
like this,
bookmark that post?
and then we get stuff like this.
I don't think I bookmarked
EFT.
because I'm a dumbass.
So
Hold on, I think I can find it.
So I got a Turkish Mauser, and the wood on it is immaculate. You know, it hasn't been, and as I said, it's been unmolested.
Freaking beautiful.
And I showed a picture to Coop. I sent him a text message and showed him the pictures, and he showed it to his wife, and his wife was like, "That is nice wood. I really like that wood."
Yeah, and then it was over.
And Coop says, "Hey, nice check." Apparently, she said she likes your wood. She's like, "I do. I really do."
Yeah, it was over from there.
The day is mine.
It was over from there. As soon as the wood joke got started, it was done.
It's done.
Completely done. Oh God!
So we've been making
this
wood
fucking
jokes
video.
ever since, and we just roll with it.
Yeah, you got to roll with it. There's no way you can't roll with it.
With Coop,
Unless
you gotta
you're a
learn. You gotta
loser.
learn to roll with the punches.
Oh shit! Hold
Guys,
on.
my
Lost that
brother
tab.
is a 249 gunner in the Army right now. He's in the security forces and he's an MP. He is sure that civil war is about to break out.
Dude. I don't think it's far from it.
He's telling me crazy stuff I can't say on this stream.
The only thing I doubt is oh, here it is. Oh, this is it. This is it. We got to show this.
I was almost in the Navy when I was 18, but I went to basic training and I wouldn't take my COVID test, so they kicked me out. And I was stuck there on base for 6 months and nobody was allowed to talk to me. I just they gave me a private room and no one was allowed to talk to me because I was like a detestable.
Where is CNT design? Okay. So yeah, we're fixing to show y'all something. Uncle Creepy getting down. Did not tell me.
You know,
when was this filmed?
Do you remember that, Jordan? No, not smile. No date till you're 30. Hey, Angel, how old are you?
I'll zoom that in.
How are you?
I've seen this one before.
Are you trying to give me a stroke?
Okay.
I'm not just get myself.
I like kids better than people.
This creepy motherfucker.
They better be happy to fuck your
That's nice. No, I'm not saying. He knows. Do you know what my dad used to say? His granddaughter said, "One important girl."
Oh my God.
Yeah, and then he says stuff like this.
Yeah, hold on. We're gonna.
Brandon, I agree.
Yeah, we're gonna run that.
So we're gonna stand right next to me. There you go. And then we're gonna have.
There you
go. Got it. Okay.
She's terrified. Look on her face. What is she wearing?
That's a little.
You're do you remember that, Jordan?
That kid tried to
No,
get
not
away.
smile. No date till you're 30.
Yep, they're trying to get away from him.
Hey, Angel, how old are you? You're 12. What's your name? How are you? The problem is, you know, you guys, you got a hard time. All right, sister. I like kids better than people.
Yeah.
That is the president of the United
That's nice.
No, I'm not saying. He knows. Do you know what my dad used to say? His granddaughter said, "One important girl."
Okay, even I can only take so much of that.
Let's go, Brandon. I agree.
Just damn.
There we go.
Yeah.
Remember, chat, Michelle has a penis.
That's Michael. Big Michael.
Whoa, it's not that big.
I don't know. She's hung better than Biden.
Dude, I saw it flopping around.
Oh, no, Coop. My first name's Mike.
I would.
Mike Brown?
No.
It's not Mike Obama.
No,
I'll
it's
guarantee
not.
you that. Look, I'm hung like a stud gerbil, and I can't fill out a dress like that motherfucker.
That's why I say it's usually hanging low and to the right.
Yeah, I tend to hang to the left, actually.
Well, that's your problem. You're probably gonna have to,
Yeah, I
swear with
agree.
that.
Coop. Hanging to the left is better than hanging to the right. That's where my phone is.
That's just where everything sits. It's not that I'm a leftist.
Wow, Mike
Obviously, I
McClune. Michael got the Franken beans. Wow.
Damn, I love you guys. Oh man, I have to try to get in bed. It's
Late.
it's 2:34, and I got to get up at like 7. So yeah, I got to try to get in bed. So, and we may continue this whole Virginia shit later. Like I said, I got to find the arguments from Alabama when they were doing constitutional carry, because it's really instructive as to what these assholes say. I got to keep an eye on Georgia. Georgia has a bunch of damn gun control bills going in right now, from universal background checks to all kinds of stupid shit. So
Where
I
can
got
I
to
send you $10, Coop?
never.
You
I
gotta
haven't
buy a
blown
summer
you yet.
sausage, dude. You gotta buy a summer sausage. You gotta eat good before the boogaloo.
Dude, I haven't blown you yet. You can't send me money for sausages if I haven't blown you.
Come on, dude. You know you want some summer sausage, some Kaneka. Come on.
We'll get together on that later. But yeah,
Wow.
so we
Not
got to
that
do. God damn these anti-gun motherfuckers! We will never run out of content on my channel.
No.
Just due to anti-gun bullshit at all. And there's still bills federally that I've got to go through, like this anti-militia bill that a bunch of other people have covered, but we're going to actually read the whole thing. And I so want to slam my head into a fucking anvil over that.
I don't see how you do it.
I drink a lot. And
Me too.
That's the only way I survive.
Got one in my hand right now.
Oh yeah, well, I'm out of beer, so I do have to go to sleep. But yeah, we got to do those. Hopefully, in the next little while, hopefully we will be covering South Carolina passing constitutional carry.
Yeah, no, don't count on it.
And the governor signing it. So that's going to be.
The House has to approve it first.
If South Carolina gets cucked, I am going up there, dude.
Dude, I think South Carolina will pass it and realize I'm wrong way more than I'm right. I think South Carolina will pass it because they do have a very Republican House and a Senate at this point, unless I missed something.
Debatable.
Yeah, it is debatable because you
know why I say that.
Yeah, well, we got the bro vets.
I would argue the House Republicans are more Republican than the Senate Republicans.
Well, see, and that's a good thing for you because the Republican Senate or the Republican House already passed it, and then the Senate did a little bit of edit to it, and now it's got to go back to the House to get reconciled, and then it should. Oh my God, Republicans, you bunch of fucking morons! It should be a pretty easy pass. It should be, but we'll see where that goes. Hopefully I can cover South Carolina and then fucking going full on constitutional carry. They got some shit they need to unfuck.
Hell, you can't even cover Georgia or Alabama. How the hell are you gonna cover South Carolina? You're not that big.
Look, I am doing my best with my little yellow helmet. Kiss my ass.
I'll help him. Coop, where's my Dixie plasma cut? You got
Dude, I will
Dixie on
send
your
you
wall?
a dick and a CE as soon as I can. As soon as I get my shot back put together, yeah, I'll send you a dick and a CE.
Wait,
Hey
wait.
man, you can't do that to old Dixie.
Yeah, I
Did-
can.
did-
I
didn't
can.
Didn't you do like a dick butt for dark or something like that?
No. I did dark. I did 2 cuts for dark. One of them was just this logo, and it tried to kill him. And the other one was a Glock shooting out the logo, and I think that one might have tried to kill him. So technically, I've tried to kill Dark at least once.
You don't have the
No,
old
he
Rebel
deserved it.
plasma cut, Coop?
He deserved it.
You don't have the Rebel flag plasma cut on your wall?
No, I don't.
Oh man, I need one of those.
I have that one above my computer, which is a 1776 with the normal ring of stars to it. That's got the snake built into it. I have all those sitting behind me, pirate flags. I have the ATF trying to shoot a dog in front of somebody.
That's funny.
I have Shannon Watts as a fat chick trying to dance on an AK as a stripper pole. Yeah, I've got a lot of plasma cuts.
I need you to do me a plasma cut that says "No step on snack."
Dude, I do have to do that one.
I need the plasma cut of General Lee.
It's the Gadsden snake, but it says "No step on snack."
Yes. Which hold on, can I show this?
You can show those all you want. It's your plasma cuts.
But it's just the point. I don't want to lift the fucking thing.
Yeah, they're heavy. My dad's a plasma cutter. He's got a table.
This is the 1776 flag, tattered with the "Don't step on me" snake built into it.
Yeah.
So yeah, technically I've tried to build every MVE symbol into one plasma cut.
Military violent extremist, yes.
Militant violent extremist.
Militant violent
Military.
You don't have Dixie on your wall yet. You got to put Dixie up
Nah.
there.
Look,
There's some things you don't want on your wall.
Yeah, the only Dixies I keep on my wall is strap-ons, so kiss my ass. And I don't have those. Fuck me, I'm not damn drop shit.
Man, I wish I had a camera. I'd show y'all my Confederate hat from my grandfather.
Oh, get a camera, dickhead. It's on your phone.
Oh man, you're right. Oh man, you're right.
Dude, I started, which is not like I'm a big channel or anything, but I started my channel off on basically my phone and a old Xbox headset. So it's not like you can't do the shit. I encourage everybody.
My audio?
You're fine.
Your audio's fine, dude. Your audio sounds great.
Thank you.
But it's one of those things, and hopefully tomorrow night, me and Warsaw are going to do another stream because I don't have to be up at the ass crack of dawn Tuesday.
You're a saint.
So hopefully, you dirty bastard.
Y'all, when I get that AK, I'll pull my phone out and show y'all it on stream.
What?
Oh wait, I can't do that, can I?
Not on YouTube.
No,
if you do it on Rumble, we can.
Yeah.
And I got to do another Rumble stream where we can do shit like that, just to hang out, show shit off.
So do I. But I got to get you when you're at home. Jesus. You're hardly ever home.
That's the point. Because I'm all over the goddamn map.
It's like trying to have a conversation with Dark. You just can't do it.
You can have a conversation.
I
with
squeeze those out. I don't know how.
What do you say?
I squeeze my conversations with Dark out. Sometimes I'll get like 3 hours in with Dark. Not over voice, but like I don't know how I do that.
It's Dark's one of those dudes, man. Dark is a good dude. He's just busy as fuck.
Yeah, I love him. He's a good dude.
I could email or text Dark and a bunch of other guys easily. I got the numbers in the phone, but I don't do it often because If it's not that important, if it's just a general thing, I'm not worried about it. Because, and you guys, like my email is in the chat right now, and it's been there pretty much all night. If you guys want me to cover something, or something's going on in your state, or some bullshit you want me to cover, email me. Now, if it's something that that is important to us,
Wait, that was an option?
I'm just, you dirty bastard.
We can get you to cover your face.
I'm gonna drive to. Hey, I quit wearing the bag a while back,
guys.
When my wife figured out it wasn't any better with me wearing the bag than it was when I was wearing the bag, I quit wearing the bag.
So I've got like $10,000 worth of gear lined up for me to purchase. So do I get the ghillie suit first? Do I get the chest rig?
Make your own ghillie suit.
Well, no. The best question is
night vision.
How much ammo do you have?
That's what I was gonna say.
That's another good question.
Do I buy the ammo first? That's $2,000 of that $10,000 is ammo. Do I buy the ammo first?
I mean, if you have guns already, make sure you have a shit ton of ammo for those guns. If you're worried about
the ammo, because
I've got 7,000 rounds of 9mm sitting under my bed.
That's not enough.
Well, I don't have near enough.
How much 7.62 by 39 do you have?
I've got 60 7.62 by 39s, but I've got 2,000 on the way. It ought to be here in a week.
That's still not enough.
Here's the thing, Gabber. If you want to spend, seriously, and this is coming from, and you can take it as it comes. If you want to spend money on something, if you have 1,000 rounds of ammo and you have the gun and you got this and you got that, spend the money on training instead of the ammo. And why do I say that? Because a good L-shaped ambush will get you all the ammo that you need at any given time.
I can shoot in my backyard. So what kind of training are you talking about? I could open up my door and fire rounds off right now.
I can open that window right there and shoot out my window all night. I can. I live in a place where if I fire 9 shots,
I'd have to go outside and walk 20 paces, but I'd still after that I'd be able to shoot in the backyard.
I can mad dump out of my window in my office right now, and at best I might get a call from one of my neighbors going, "Where'd you shoot?" or "What did you build?" That's typically the question. I didn't think I needed like a Pistol 1 class before I took the Pistol 2 class with Warrior Poet. I really didn't think I needed it. However, as late as I showed up to the first pistol class, they pointed out a lot of weaknesses in my skills.
I used to shoot squirrels with my 22. Does that mean I passed Pistol 2?
No.
No, that means rifles.
Because what it comes down to is, and what it came down to in classes, to be honest, and completely honest, and fucking butt naked here. If I had a malfunction with my gun, and I had, 2 or 3, I had a squib round from the dude I bought the ammo from, I had something else. I'd have to go back and look at the videos. But
if you get a squib in battle, how do you clear that?
Punch the bitch out of the goddamn breach, which means you need something with you to fucking pop it back out of the gun.
So I need a ramrod.
Yeah.
Basically, yes. Cleaning rod.
Cleaning rod, mostly.
And what happened is, and I found myself, I think there were 3 basic malfunctions that I had. And what I found myself is it'd be pow, 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 and then do something, have a malfunction, and I drop the whole mag versus tap and rack. And tap and rack would have saved me time, and I would have been back in. And I'd have been back shooting. But as soon as a gun went stupid, I would just drop the whole mag, fucking go to another mag. That didn't help out with the fucking squib round.
Man, I used to have a Taurus, I can do the tap and rack, brother. If you have a Taurus, you can do the tap and rack. Otherwise, that bitch
look,
ain't gonna run.
I got a G2C sitting around here somewhere, and it ain't far. That was the first. Well, hold on. So when I got my rights back in like 17, there were two guns that I bought right off the rip. I wanted a 1911. I got a Colt 1911, and it's in that safe. And I bought my wife a Fox 12 gauge side by side shotgun, and I carried that Colt for a long time. I carried it for hell at least a year, 2 years maybe. And then we were down in Rural King in Dothan, Alabama, and ran across a G2C. Now, I knew about the G2C. I had watched plenty of videos on
That's
the
what
G2C.
I had was the G2.
Yeah. And I watched James Yeager. I watched a lot of other guys run like 1,000 rounds through a G2C in a day. And the gun ran.
I've never had that experience, dude. That shit jammed every 5 rounds.
It could have been worse. Could have been worse. You both could have had a Sky.
Oh, yeah. Could have been. But now, my G2C, dude, the worst thing about that gun was the trigger pull. Other than that, I never had that gun hang. Yeah. I tried limp wristing it. I tried gangstering it, where I'm like fucking jack off wrist side, whatever.
I do that with the PSA dagger all the time. Works just fine.
Yeah, and that gun ran, and then because that's it's not too long after I get rights back and stuff, and then I decide I want to build guns, and then that whole goes down a whole other rabbit hole. But yeah, that G2C, the trigger sucks, but the gun itself, the mechanical part of the gun, ran. I tried to feed that shit the cheapest 9mm.
It could have been even worse than a Sky. It could have been a Jimenez or a Bryco.
I gave my mom my G2.
Jimenez and Sky. How skinny do you have to fit or to actually dissect that pubic hair at that point?
I went down to the beach. I gave my mom that G2 like 4 years ago. I went down to the beach and I was looking at it. She got a Camber 1911, so she doesn't really give a fuck about it. The whole thing turned orange. It was orange from head to toe. All the metal parts of it completely rusted out. It is not Glock quality.
Before, no, it's absolutely not. And it's not meant to be. But dude, before I caught a felony, I actually committed a crime, obstruction of a law enforcement officer. The first handgun that I bought with my own money was a fucking High Point 40 cal, and that was in had to be 2002, 2001 or 2020, 1 to 2. That gun was an absolute tap driver, and after the first, I don't know,
real?
50,
It also doubled as it tripled as also a boat anchor and a hammer.
Yes.
Y'all seen the video?
Who would admit to shit like this? Who would admit to it?
Y'all seen the video of Garantham throwing the High Point at the dirt and the slide snapped in half?
Y'all see? Have you seen the video of Demo Ranch running over a High Point and then picking it up and shooting it again?
Grantham did not throw it at the dirt and the slide snapped. He shot it with another 9mm and the slide snapped. Why? Because it's fucking cast goddamn material.
At least he wasn't Kentucky Ballistics using slap rounds in it.
Oh yeah, that was he didn't have to put a thumb in it.
Did y'all see the video recently of Ballistic High Speed blowing himself up with an RPG?
Yes.
Holy crap.
Dude, the fucking fireball that he erupts around that dude is amazing.
Holy crap, dude.
He's lucky as hell, is all I have to say.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
He's lucky he didn't get shrapnel in his jugular.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, that fireball, when I watched, I can't remember who originally posted it.
Speaking of jugulars, I'm going to bed. I'll see
Yeah,
you
and
later.
I'm fixing to too. Night strike. Take it easy, brother, man.
Night,
Nice
guys.
to meet you. all.
Expect more bullshit later. I just want you to know. You already know what's coming.
I got it, motherfucker. I got it.
Hey,
Good night, brother. Sleep tight.
I had fucked the mom exactly twice. She was pregnant both times.
I don't need to know.
They're both my kids.
Ugh. All right, I'm out.
There you go.
All I gotta say is she likes my wood.
She does.
Hell yeah.
Oh, fuck me. If you guys are not following Night Strike, you need to follow Night Strike. He's a good dude.
I thought he was Taco Syndicate until you said his name.
Nah. Taco's in the chat. Taco Syndicate's out there, and there's a whole thing about me and Taco. I thought Taco, he popped up, and I thought he was this chick who changed her name. So I kept calling Taco Syndicate my sister, because I call people my brother, my sister, whatever.
Yes,
and
sir.
I thought he was this person that changed her name. So I kept calling Taco my sister. And then Taco finally was like, look, dude, I'm a dude. And it was like, oh, well, okay, I'm sorry. Thanks, my sister. And then we've played against that the whole time. But Taco's another cool dude. He's been on stream before. I'm a dumbass, man. If you change your name, what can I say?
I'm sure the name Gabber Pete's on all sorts of lists in the United States at this point.
Dude, anybody, if you've been in my streams, if you've been in Dark streams, Crump streams, Mr. Guns and Gear, I can list God knows how many people. Reno May. If you've been in any of our streams, you're on a fucking list. Period. End of story. You're there. It's just all there is to it.
Man, I've got PTSD. I have nightmares every time I go to sleep. That stuff does not sit easy with me, brother. It does not sit easy with me, dude. I'm telling you the truth.
Oh, dude, man, it's we deal with so much shit right now, and your normal people. There's Taco. Your normal people don't realize this. If I can be sitting in a room with just my phone sitting right there, and I'm talking to somebody, they walk in the room, they ask me about something. Hey, what about this fucking lawnmower? And I haven't been looking up lawnmowers on my phone. And I tell them, hey, well, this is probably a good lawnmower. And I look at my phone later and it pops up with all these lawnmower commercials for that lawnmower. Yeah, we're spied on every second of the day.
So they know I want to kill every Yankee scum from fucking New York to Illinois?
Absolutely. If you've said it, they know it.
Oh yeah, they know it then.
Oh yeah,
I
they
sing
know it.
Dixie in my house.
Yeah, they know it. That's I was looking up stuff for work the other day, and about some weld stands and some other stuff. And
hey, Coop, I'm a certified welder. If you ever need somebody to come out and weld you something, I will come out and weld you something, brother.
Hey, dude, we might be able to hook that up one day. Dude, I gotta send.
I mean, if you're trying to be like Marvin Heemeyer, I can set you up.
I have to look up Marvin because
he's
you
the
got
dude.
me on that one.
You don't need to look that up, and I shouldn't have said that.
Okay, well, we can set my screen any day. I pretty much, I never expected my YouTube channel to last this long anyway, so it doesn't bother me. It's just one of those things. I seriously, and I absolutely never thought. I forgot what I looked it up because I never look it up, and you guys forgive me. That there's like 390 people that follow me right now. I never thought I would have 2. And the only one I thought I would have was maybe my mom. And that was just to basically tell me I'm a dumbass the whole time I said shit. But no, my mom's cool as fuck. So, but yeah, it's this channel. I
It's the
maybe
best
need to-
channel on YouTube.
I maybe need to change some stuff because it's like my X account or Twitter account, whatever you want to call it right now. It started out as a complete hate account, where I just followed people that I didn't agree with, and I just posted fucking shit because they're idiots. And I've kind of changed that a little bit, and I'm trying to. Well, I'm not necessarily a social butterfly, but I'm trying to deal with things a little bit better on that. Besides just calling people fucking idiots. Kamala Harris. I want to mention any names or anything.
That's the Alabama spirit, brother. I'm device banned off Instagram and Facebook and X. I can't even make a new account. They know my device, man. They know my IP. I can't even make a new account.
Dude, my ex has been banned. I mean, permanent banned. What, 3 times in the last year? And all I did was, and to be honest with everybody, was they got the dispute thing. So I'd go to log into it. And about 2 times a week, I would log into it and dispute it, tell them they're dumbasses. And after about a month, I'd get my account back. Now, I'd have it for about 2 days. And then I'd get banned again. And then I'd spend 3 weeks getting my shit back. And then I'd get it back. I haven't been banned in the last 4 months, maybe 3 months. But yeah, it takes forever because you're dealing with these fucking bots. And it's just, I'd wake up, open it up, and I'd submit an appeal and just tell them they're fucking dumbasses. And after 3 weeks or so, I'd get my account back. It's hysterical. And now I've learned not to use certain words. I can't call people this, that. No, don't do that. I've switched to NPCs, non-playable characters. Because apparently X hadn't caught on to that yet. And if you don't know
that's
what
a video game term.
Well, yeah. Well, if you don't know what non-playable characters are, if you've ever played video games and you run into this character and you interact with them and they say the same thing all the time, every day, all day, no matter what mission you're on, they say the same shit. That's an NPC. And they get updates from the media and they just spew those same talking points out on you. They're NPCs. They're non-playable characters. They can't think for themselves. They can't do for themselves. They watch fucking MSNBC and anything MSNBC. I'm going to learn to talk about it. Anything that MSNBC says, they just puke it in your lap.
You're a Christian, Coop? Not really. Well, let me just say this. There's this thing in what's called the Apocrypha, which is the Bible, the books of the Bible that aren't. I'm not a Christian necessarily either, but man, there's these books called the Apocrypha, and they talk about this shit called the Tree of Guff, and it says that the angel Gabriel comes down and he gives souls to people. And if there aren't enough souls, any person born on the earth is born without a soul. I fully and wholeheartedly believe that. I know I have a soul, but like some of these people walking around on the earth, they're just like golems made of stone sent to us from God to test us. They just spew nonsense.
Here's my thing, and this is a really abbreviated version of this because I could go so deep into it. What a lot of Christians believe as far as teachings from the Bible, they've been absolutely lied to.
Absolutely, brother.
It wasn't just Adam and Eve and all of a sudden the world started. You tell me how an entire planet starts from two people and they have two sons, and then those two sons create.
Turn into Mexicans and blacks and street shitters.
You tell me how two sons have all of these people that turn into the world, because the Bible itself talks about people outside the Garden of Eden. The Garden of Eden was basically the start of Israel. It was God's chosen people. That's why he walked with Adam in the Garden of Eden. It's there. It's in the fucking text. My argument with God in a lot of cases is well, take mass murderers for instance. God, you got everything by the wheel. You got everything in the handle. So why do these people exist?
This ain't no history channel. But I was in college for 3 years to be an anthropologist, and if you ever have questions about that kind of stuff, I've got some answers. They say there's 10 lost tribes of Israel, but when the Punic War started, there were no white people in Europe. When the Punic War started and the Romans started attacking the Carthaginians and Israel during the Punic Wars, all the white people fled and they went to Europe. So, when you say the tribe, like Israelis, you're talking about Germans, Serbians, French people, British people, all these people, Irish people, they all showed up because that war happened and they all left on boats when that war happened. And this is hidden
There's a
history
lot of
that
it.
they don't talk about no more.
Well, if you look at it, so like the Dead Sea Scrolls, there are a lot of texts that happened that were actually written around the time where Jesus was alive and all that. And what happened? You had a Roman emperor say, okay, these are the only things that we are going to allow. And of course, Jews were there. These are the only things we're going to allow in this text that then becomes the Bible. I've got news for a bunch of people in this. This is probably going to be balls deep, but Jesus was a Jew. He was a rabbi. He more than likely had a wife that more than likely he knocked up. And
for sure, brother.
There's a reason all that information is so tightly controlled by the Roman Catholic Church.
Fuck
one. And there's a reason why that information is so controlled by Methodists and Lutherans and all this other shit. All these different sects of a religion, all those different sects were, you can trace them all the way back into the early roots of Judaism.
Oh yeah.
There was no one. Okay. Here's a question, and I gotta end it after this, or I'm gonna like sink my whole
Let
ship.
me just give you one example before you end this.
Yeah.
Coop, there's the tribe of Dan from the Bible. They say this is one of the lost tribes of Israel. It ain't lost. They're the Russians. They're the Ukrainians. This is just one of the 10 tribes. When the tribe of Dan arrived in Europe, they named 4 rivers after their people: the Danube, the Donbass, the Dnieper, and the Dan River. Why do you think the Danish are called the Danish? Dan, the tribe of Dan. All them people, they left Israel when the Punic Wars occurred. All them people. It ain't just the Jews. You're just as much of a Jew as Jesus was, even if you're not a Jew, because you're a white man.
Dude, we have been fed so much horse shit about religion. It's not even funny. But honestly, so if you have learned about religion or Christianity in recent times, modern times, you were always told that Jesus was this dude that had no sin. He never slept with anybody. But what would it matter if a son of God had a wife and then made a child, considering an angel was the one who impregnated his mom, what would it matter if he did?
You know, it's even more so. My mom's like, Ethan, the Bible was written by divine influence, and God wrote the Bible. In the Bible, they talk about how God does not speak to men. God doesn't influence the free will of men. That's what demons do. Demons appear to you. They're like, I'll give you this. I'll give you that. They try and tell us things. They present gifts to us. God wouldn't come down and infest your soul and force you to write a book. That is the writings of demons. And you know, people are like, the Bible was divinely inspired. I don't believe that for a minute, because this world is a test, and God wouldn't come down and put himself in someone's body and take control of them and force them to write a book, because he put us all here for a test. And it doesn't make any sense to me, dude. It doesn't make any
No.
sense to me.
Well, here's a serious question, since you mentioned that. If you think, and I do think, that the devil will influence people, I believe that Satan's real. I believe God's real. I've got my arguments with God. I have
Satan's name is Moloch.
tons of arguments with God for multiple reasons, and they're not connected to me. They're things that I've seen happen. I have tons of arguments with God. I do believe he exists. I believe the devil exists.
I seen a ghost. You better believe God exists, because what I saw scared me so bad. You better believe that he exists.
But do you think that the devil could talk to you and God couldn't? Considering if you believe the Bible, it talks about God walking with Adam in the garden, and then God seeing Adam needing a mate or a companion, and then creating Eve and all this shit. Do you
That's like my girlfriend now. I prayed to God for 6 months that I would get a woman who's strong, who could protect my children and would question my judgment. And he handed me, she's a bitch, but she can cook like a fucking chef. I don't know, dude. I don't think God talks to men. I think God listens, but I don't think that God speaks.
No, he does. He absolutely does. Like I said, you're talking about, like, if you believe in biblical stuff, God used to walk in the garden with Adam and used to talk to him. He used to converse with Adam.
I wish he'd do that with me.
Well, dude, believe it or not, and this is something I've fought with for a long time, he does. We tend to call it a conscience a lot of times. It's that little voice in the back of our head that says, this is wrong, you shouldn't do it, or hey, you need to address this situation. So it's the same way that we get influenced by evil things. It's not this outright poof, it's in our face. It's always this whisper. This is okay. You can do that. It's all about you. And that's the way it works. It's about the influence. And maybe that's one, and I've never said this on stream. Maybe that's one of my biggest fucking arguments with God is we're here. We're on this fucking ball spinning around in goddamn space or wherever the fuck we're at. And you see all of these things happen, and it may be my perspective. I see horrible shit happen to very good people, and I see very bad people, Epstein and certain politicians, walk away and nothing happens to them. Maybe that's my big argument, because I've seen people that were close to me go through really horrific shit. And at the time where some of this was going on, yes, I was in church, man. I was praying, I was believing and all this other stuff, and realized I still believe in God. I'm at the point where I don't think he gives a shit.
God's real, brother. I just don't think God's incomprehensible. You know, I don't think that men can know what God feels or what God thinks, because, like, if you think about God, God doesn't even think about time. He's so omnipotent that he could, if you died, he could place you back in the past as a Chinese peasant girl if he wanted to. You know, the past and the future ain't shit to God. There is no past and there is no future. It's all just one, all at once.
And I'm going to finish this, and I'm finish smoking it off here.
I'm not
Yeah,
a good
if you
to have on your stream, brother. I'll
No,
bring
dude,
up the hard topics.
dude, have you not seen my channels? How many times have I tried to slink this shit? But yeah, you're right. You're dealing, if you believe in God, this is this omnipotent being where time doesn't matter and all this other stuff. And I do believe in God. I definitely believe in him. I definitely believe that Jesus was his son. I definitely believe that you're saved through him. I definitely believe all that. I just have my arguments with the man in charge. And maybe that means I'm a petty douchebag, but
I bet he appreciates it, Coop.
If you
it's more interesting than if you died and you went to heaven and somebody's like, "Oh man," and they're like licking his boots. I think God appreciates the people who question things more than the other people.
And I thought about it. God damn, it's probably been maybe a week or so ago. It's been 2 weeks ago. I thought about doing a stream on it because I ran into something from someone that just hit me sideways on religion. And I've read the Bible. I understand the Bible. I have read apparently more parts of the Bible than them, because the Bible does mention things like giants and all kinds of stuff. I mean, where the fuck do you think Goliath came from?
Giants are real, brother.
But it's just it's this mindless, don't question anything, your preacher said it, that drives me so fucking insane. It's much like gun laws. Don't question
We're
it.
goyams.
Yeah. That's the part that just drives me up the wall about something. Because to be honest with anybody, if you had a preacher, a minister, a priest, a whoever was over your religion that you practice, and if you question them, they should have some really honest answers for you. They should be able to tell you, hey, this happened, that happened, or they should be able to tell you, I don't fucking know.
That puts their authority on raping children in check.
Yes. Right over the plate, right out the park. Yes. And it kills me. It's no different than all these Jews, these whoever did what. If you're a Christian, if you are a Christian, if you believe in Christian values, okay, I understand your entire religion is based on a Jew. And if you read actual text, they didn't call him this or that or master or anything else. They called him rabbi. Well, what did a rabbi basically, what was he required to do at the time? He was required to have a wife.
I ain't gonna lie, brother. I'm a pagan. I ain't no Christian. I believe in fucking Jotun. I believe in fucking Balder. I ain't no Christian.
I acknowledge a bunch of those things, and as many arguments as I have with God, and God knows He knows, I've got plenty of them, and I'm never going to be this perfect person who gets everything right or anything like that.
And I do believe in Jesus. I'm not saying I don't believe in Jesus, guys, but I don't believe what people fucking say about the Bible, especially today. No fucking
No.
way.
Dude, you look at these guys. Yeah, I still got to finish the smoke. But yeah, you look at these guys. What was that big pastor down in Texas when everything flooded? He wouldn't let anybody in his church.
Joel Osteen.
Osteen, yes. That's not
Christianity. That's what I told my girlfriend.
not.
I had a
It's
fight with her tonight about
nowhere
that.
near.
I
Okay,
don't need some fucking a suit telling me what to believe.
Christianity, if you wanted to get down to the nuts and bolts of it, is I don't care whether I built this huge ass temple and it's got all the nicest things in it. If I need to help people, they're welcome. Christianity, if you want to get down to the nuts and bolts in it, is me sacrificing for others. And that was nowhere in that, oh no, Houston's flooding. No, you can't get in my church. I just put new carpets in. I'm sorry. And don't tell me that Christians can't get angry.
He's
Don't
one of
tell
the
me-
people that sacrificed Jesus. He
Yeah.
chose Barnabas over Jesus. Fuck Joel Osteen.
Don't tell me that Christians can't get angry. Don't tell me that Christians can't get pissed. There is a such thing as righteous anger.
Absolutely.
If you don't believe that and you do believe in the Bible, then you will remember Jesus going into the temple and whipping people with a fucking whip and turning their tables over because they had so polluted that environment.
That's why my girlfriend's fighting with me right now. I told her that exact same thing.
Well, I will tell you this, brother, and I am the worst ever at telling my wife things and being rational when it comes to her. I love my wife to death, but I got a smart ass mouth and a really quick wit. My advice would be to that is to let things calm down, try to have a little bit of a rational conversation. If they don't calm down, just walk away from it, fix her dinner, and then try to have a rational conversation later. Because I am horrible about that. Because
you believe in the stars, brother?
What do you mean believe in the stars?
You know, I got my there's all these stupid women my age. Don't call me a sexist, but like I'm one of those people who's like the 19th Amendment should be repealed. Women don't deserve. I don't believe that women are spoken to by God, and you know, I forgot where I was going with this.
I'll say this, just on what you said. I'll tell you this. I said it on a stream. I can't remember whose channel it was not too long back. I can't remember if it was Tactical Turkeys or somebody's. It might have been Tactical Turkeys. Where no, I don't. I am so done with women voting. It's not even funny. But it's not because women shouldn't vote. It's because the majority of women vote on emotion, and that's easily manipulated. And if there's one thing my wife can tell you about me is pissed as I can get, a lot of our arguments have been based off of, okay, this is something that's emotional and we need to come at it without the emotion. So do I think all women shouldn't vote? No. I think emotional women shouldn't vote. Because Jesus Christ, they voted for Joe Biden in overwhelming numbers, and that really makes me want to start a shotgun. Like I'm starting a fucking 49 panhead Harley Davidson at that point.
You better not do that, Coop.
No, dude, that ain't happening, dude. I'm 47, bro. If that ain't happened now, it ain't happening yet. It ain't happening. But
I can get with that.
You know, it's, and I'll make a lot of fucking hard ass jokes sometimes, but it's women are more the I need to fix things, and men are the more I need to repair things. And those are two different things. So that's why you see women get with guys that are just shitty fucking men, and they think they can fix them. I just have to do this. I can fix him. I can make him a better man. No, you can't. There are times where you need to scrap the whole engine and just build you another one. And that's where guys normally sit. If this isn't working, men
That is
in
very
general,
interesting.
just fuck it. That's trash. We just need to start over. We're completely different in that respect. But both of those, if you're talking about a family, fit nicely together. It's night and day. Mothers tend to be way more nurturing, and we tend to be the hard asses. And when you have one playing more of that role than the other, you throw things off of balance. Or if you completely subtract one of those, well, then you throw everything out of fucking whack.
You know how earlier I was talking about how God can see through time?
Yeah.
So you know how the Bible says that you were made in the image of God?
Yes.
So what does that really mean? If I had a child, are they made in the image of me? Do they grow up and they look like me?
No, it doesn't necessarily mean that they grow up and look like you.
I'd say not necessarily that they grow up and look like me, but part of my DNA is imparted on them, right?
Well, yeah, absolutely.
Same as like you being the child of God. So if you're God's child, what does that mean? That you'll grow up and you'll be just like God. You'll be another God. That's how I interpret that.
What that means is, and trust me, I I come from the idea, and I came to it from a long time ago, that God is a child with an ant farm, and he's just shaking things up. But what that means is, so when you're born in his image, he sets out a certain set of parameters. Serve others. Don't be the one who abuses others. There are many things that work into that, and we, especially in the community we believe in is, freedom. We believe in those things. That's why I fall back on principles all the time. As long as I don't wrongfully deprive someone else of life, liberty, or property, well, then the government ought to leave me alone. Because whereas I have the capability to take things from others unduly, I have plenty of stuff where I can do that. That ideal sets in to where I don't have the right to. So if I don't have that right to take things from other people without just cause, well, then that's kind of that. And then I give to others if I serve others. And a lot of times when I don't want to, that's what that image means. Because if you honestly think you have this omnipotent being who can travel back and forth in time, create life, destroy life, whatever, you think he honestly wants to put up with us?
Yes, because we're his child.
No. He could snap his fingers, literally.
But it'd erase all the progress, Coop.
But he could create it in the same instant.
That is true.
It's even worse than Thanos. Thanos snap his fingers, so many people disappear, yada yada. You're talking about a power, this thing that could create an entire world, Earth, even if you just stuck on Earth and didn't fucking talk about aliens and everything else, which is talked about in the Bible, and that may be a stream I'll do later. But you're talking about a power that could snap his fingers and create entire races, entire peoples. You think he wants to put up with our petty shit? You honestly think God wants to look at fucking MSNBC?
I do.
If
You
it
know
was
why
me,
I think that?
oh my God. I would have hit the fucking delete button so long ago. It wasn't even funny.
It ain't about that because God's seen all the time. The way I look at it, Coop, is that if we're the child of God and God is trying to create his son, God is trying to create another one of himself in equal power. You know, God's omnipotent, God's omniscient. He can see all the past and the future, and he has all the power. How much perspective does it take for God to create a being of equal mentality to him? You know, I don't want there to only be one person on the earth and this to be one person's egg, but at this point I'm really leaning towards the idea that all human beings are nearly the same and that every time that we're reincarnated, it's almost every person that's ever existed. And the reason why that God has so many people on the planet is because, like, imagine what it's like being God. He can see every perspective. He can see the perspective of the white man, the black man, the poor man, the rich man, the sailor, the army man, the farmer, the city man, all of it. So what does it take to know that? It takes billions and billions of lifetimes. And the way that I see that is that, you know, if we are God's child, perhaps this earth is our egg. And we need to live out every single lifetime that's possible for every human being for us to finally grow up and have every perspective. And that we really are made in the image of God, more so than most people think, not just our faces and our bodies, but in our spirit. And we literally are akin to God. We're his child. And, you know, like how, if you think about what God knows, how much perspective it takes more than my lifetime's worth of it takes more
Perspective.
than me, brother, because you know, I don't know much. I'm just a fucking redneck from Alabama. But what I can say is that I don't have the perspective of the Chinese dude living on the other side of the fucking world. And you know, I don't know, dude. I think that I don't want there to only be one of us. I don't want to be the same as you. I don't want to die and us all be conglomerated into one being. I hope there's 100 of us. But you know, if
Least
we're
100.
made in the image of God and we are to become like him, then like how much perspective does it take? You know, and I've been leaning towards reincarnation recently because you know, I can't fathom the idea that some Christian or some Muslim or someone can die and become God after committing so many sins. It takes much more than that. It's a much longer scale. So the way that I look at the earth is like it's this prison planet, this egg. This is where we're developing our consciousness so that one day we can go back to heaven and be reunited with our creator so that we can be like him. And that takes years, thousands of years of progress, brother, you know? I mean,
I can't disagree with any of that. I really can't. Especially considering if you believe God is this omnipotent force, creator, or whatever, and you're created in his image, I can't disagree with any of that. Now, what I can say is why we are here, why we are in these bodies, these fucking meat puppet goddamn bodies, and why the hell he cursed me with a small dick and a bad back. Fuck him for that. That's all I got to say. But yeah, why we are here.
I got cursed with a big dick and small arms.
Oh yeah, well I ain't got either one of those. I got decent sized arms, a bad back, and a small pecker. So I'm just either
Two
way.
different men. Exactly my point, brother.
But here's the thing, you know, why we are here, why we are on this spectral plane, if you want to call it that, this planet. It really doesn't matter the color, the creed, all this other bullshit that people throw on what kind of tan lines you have. None of that matters. because I know good and goddamn well, and I've seen it in my own life to where, and I've told welding students this, you may be dark as fuck. You might be. You get burnt bad enough, you're going to figure out you're just as white as I am after the first little bit of your skin. That color only goes so deep. So what can we agree on? We can agree on simple principles.
Our brain power differs, but I think that lends into the idea that, God is the poor, he is the rich, he's the stupid, and he is the smart. So like, I agree with you on that fact, brother. You've brought me much perspective tonight. Before I had this conversation, I was of the idea that black people didn't have souls, but perhaps they do
Dude,
have
it ain't
souls,
even,
and it's just two different sides of the same fucking coin, brother.
it ain't even it, dude. That is so far out there.
That is insane.
It is way beyond any kind of, especially again, getting back to if you believe in God, that is so far beyond rational thought. And if you believe we all have this creator, and if you believe we all have this same plane that we're existing on.
I put the black pill up my ass, and I need to take it back out.
Well, no, dude, I'm black pill like a motherfucker. But if we believe we're on this same spinning ball of dirt, okay, all of us were created by the same force. We all have the same spirit. The only thing that differs in between most of this is our cultural differences. There are cultures on this planet, white or other, that would cut off your head and not think twice about it. There are cultures on this planet that are absolutely about nurturing life at any stage. What we have to find as people, we have to find that median in between those, so to where there are times to get violent. If someone is a direct threat to you or your family or livelihood or something like that, there's a time to get violent. And I mean, let's face it, leave a motherfucker leaking on the floor. There are other times to where someone's not that threat to us, and we need to realize that it's not time to be that way. We can look at that person and smile all day long. That, okay, it is what it is. But I will guarantee anybody on this planet this off the rip. Your color, your skin color, and I tan like a motherfucker because I have a lot of Native American blood.
Me too, brother.
That color only goes so far. And it's like 2 dimes deep. So stack 2 dimes on top of one another. It's about 20 millimeters. It only goes so far. So the only thing that really separates us in most cases is the ideals or what culture we actually, I want to say push, but what culture we actually agree with.
That's all genetically different.
Well,
I don't think that there's one. This is genetically proven. I don't think that there's one, or I know through genetics, because I was in anthropology in college, I know that there's not one single origin of humanity. Black people came, the reason why black people have big old noses is because they came from the hot lands. And I've got my pointy Irish nose. I came from the cold lands. And we are 2 different creatures united as one.
Here's the deal. You have to draw, and you have to, if you want to understand things like this, you have to understand that it's not evolution, it's more the people evolving themselves. So and this is fucking goddamn argue with it, all these continents used to be smashed together. 300 million years ago, however million years
Back
ago.
when we were all squirrels, apparently.
So, well, I don't believe we were squirrels.
I don't believe we were squirrels
But
either, boss.
these things split apart completely. Poof. These continents moved. So there were some people that were stuck in where like Africa is right now.
Why did they become stupid and we become smart? This is the real thing I grapple with.
It's not about whether they were stupid or smart. It's absolutely not. It's nowhere near there. It's the society that evolves around people. So if I take two people different colors and I stick them in different rooms, and this person I feed them algebra all day long, and this person I feed them fucking Where's Waldo all the time, they're going to develop differently. And that's what it ends up as. When we split continents apart, there were, say, the continent of Africa. They were more worried about just getting away from predators because God knows they had more than we do. And then you take a society and you put them in another part of the world, and you put them in an area where they can actually control predators, and then they can concentrate on other shit. Those are two completely different things. So
that's why they're better at running the ball and we're better at throwing it.
Hey, fast twitch muscle fibers and all that.
Yeah, brother.
But it's just people don't understand.
You are the most intelligent person I've had this conversation with in the last 2 years, and you have brought me so much perspective.
You are so going to hell just for saying that. I just want you to know. I mean,
my friends who are 18 years old cannot have this conversation with me.
Well, dude, I'm 47. I'm a little different. I grew up as a fucking Gen X kid. We didn't have bicycle helmets. We didn't have pads. It's a different thing, man. But you can't. Part of it, getting into this part of it is you can't distill things out into this person's this and this person's that and da da da.
And I don't believe in hell.
Hell is a real thing.
Is hell.
Have you not listened to the congressional hearings we've listened to?
This
hell is a
hell,
very real thing. If you've ever listened to people like we listened to tonight that think that everybody is responsible because some dipshit did something, and then they make laws to throw you in prison over it, yes, we're in hell.
This is hell. Exactly my point. I think Earth is hell. I don't think that there is a hell. I think Earth is hell, and there's only heaven.
No,
there is no hell.
And again, I get back to my arguments with God. Yes, there is a hell, and it's way worse than what we deal with here. Way worse. Because if you're telling me, here's the situation. If you're telling me that a child sniffer, this is the worst end of what they get when they live or when they die.
He's going to turn into a cow, brother.
There is a very special place in a very hot place where that person will never be comfortable where they need to go.
I don't know about
there.
That. I think he'll be a squirrel and he'll be at the end of my 22.
Oh, God, could only wish, but hopefully he relives that like every day for like 9 million days. But
how long do you think it takes for you to get out of being a squirrel? I mean, squirrels only know so much. It must take 1,000,000 lifetimes to stop being a squirrel.
Hopefully so, because I have shot many a squirrel in the head, and if I could absolutely equate that to shooting them in the head, I'm cool with that. But anyway, I do got to get out of here, brother.
I'm sorry for running you on so long, Coop. This has been a very interesting conversation.
I was running on anyway, but like I said, I do have to get some sleep. So get you some sleep, brother. Take them easy. And I'll end it as I always do.
God bless you, Mike McClure.
Dark has his speech. I have mine. Dark has his be nice and all that, which is great. Mine is, you guys should always know, you perps be cool. Keep that thing on you at all times. Love you guys all to death. You guys should, especially after a stream tonight where my email's been up on the stream pretty much all night long. If you got something we need to cover, fucking email me. And we'll try to cover it. Because there's just that much stupid shit going on these days.
I hope you'll invite me on again.
Dude, Gabber, man, if I'm doing it's like Night Strike, it's like Warsaw, a bunch of other guys. If I'm doing a stream where I'm not trying to stay on these railroad tracks, which I realize I jump tracks a lot. But if I'm on a stream where,
We'll figure it out.
I can move around a little bit, then yeah, you fucking Warsaw, fucking any of the other guys in the chat, Red Dawn, Night Strike, you guys, fuck man, I'll send you an invite in a hurry. All you gotta do is hit me up in the chat and be like, hey, I'm on, and I'll send you the invite. That's simple to me.
This stuff interests me. I'm not trying to shit on anyone's religion, but this stuff interests me. I don't want to die, and if hell is real, I don't want to go to hell. You know what? I want to go to heaven. I don't want to be on this earth again if reincarnation is true. I want to move forward. I don't want to have to do this again. I don't want to go to hell. This stuff really interests me.
Well, it's all of us have that thought. All of us have that part of us. Now, some of us might believe different things more in the front of our mind, but all of us have that same thing. We when we're done, we want to be done. We want to move on. So that's nothing. That's normal, dude. Don't get hung up on that shit.
I love you, Coop.
All of us want to move on, man. Some just want to do it later.
I was an alcoholic. I quit smoking weed, thank God. Thank God I quit smoking weed. I was an alcoholic. I was addicted to weed. I've moved past that. When there was no one in my life, I moved out of my house when I was 16 years old. Man, I don't have a family. When there was no one there to catch me, you guys were here for me. And I will always value you in the chat for that.
Dude, you got my email. I promise you, if there's anything fucking that you need, if it's something we need to address right then, I'll tell you the same way I tell my students, man. Hit me up. If it's something we can handle right then, we'll handle it right then. If it's something that can be done later, we'll do it later. Dude, trust me, boy, do I understand about addiction. And that may be a whole nother stream that I do later.
I done heard that story, Coop.
Oh, this dude, I haven't even gotten into this. Ain't even got close to it. There's a lot there. It's to give everybody kind of the preview, the new scoop. That's the reason I disappeared for a while from around October of last year, October last year.
I remember that.
And then finally started to pick back up during like late December, January this year.
Did you relapse, brother?
No, not a relapse, man. I've been on painkillers, and this, again, we go with the fucking admit everything. No, dude, I've been on painkillers forever for my back. But you get to a point where you can't take enough fucking painkillers to actually help the pain.
What did you do?
Huh? Oh, dude, my back's been fucked since I was 18. 16. I'm 47 right now, so it's been fucked for a long time. And I've been on and off painkillers for a very, very long time. And it's just you're on painkillers for say 2 years. You're on massive amounts of opiates. Percocet, fucking hydrocodones are like Tic Tacs.
I ain't never touched that stuff because I can't feel it for some reason.
Dude. Well, after a little while, even when you can feel it at first, after a little while, you don't feel it anymore. But what you end up with is your body, even though your brain's not addicted to it, because there are different levels of addiction. So even though your brain's not addicted to it, your body is. And when you've been on and off something for 2 years here, 3 years there, 4 years here, and then you're doing this yo-yo shit, when you come off of it, your fucking brain goes insane. And it's all you can do to fucking make it to work and not go postal. I mean, that's just the truth of it. And maybe, and like I said, maybe one day I will do a stream on it. Maybe I'll get Sabar on. Sabar's dealt with addiction.
You got to get
Dark's
Dark
dealt
on
with
there
addiction.
too.
And me and Dark and Sabar have been on a stream before and talked about some of that.
I remember that stream.
But and that's probably a stream that needs to happen. Just to let people know, man, this shit's out there. And it's not this.
I got a beer in my hand, Coop. I was clean for 6 months and I'm back on the beer. And I'm still on tobacco. You know, my girlfriend's main gripe with me is you drink too much, you smoke too much tobacco. I don't want to be with somebody who smokes tobacco. I was addicted to mushrooms, which is hard to believe, but I was taking mushrooms once a week. I was
That's a
smoking
mental
a
addiction.
shitload of. It was a mental addiction. My dad can't admit that. My dad's like, that's not a real addiction. The only real addiction there is opiates.
No,
And
you have two, and I'm fixing to drop in a second. But no, you have two forms of addiction, basically, and there are some subcategories around it. You have a physical addiction, to where your body is physically dependent on something. You have a mental addiction on the other end, to where your brain, your mind is dependent on it. Those are two different things. I can come off of opiates quicker than I can come off of tobacco. I'm going to smoke like a fucking Indian chief.
Me too.
And that's just the way it is. I could come off of opiates quicker than I come off of beer. Why? Because when I walk into a store, there's beer there. So there's
Same here,
two
brother.
very different things. And we really do. I need to get together and get some guys and maybe we'll talk about, you know, dependency on things and work. Maybe flesh that out a little bit more, because it's a lot different than what a lot of people think it is. It's way fucking different.
Pray for me, whatever that means, bros. Pray that
You
I
also
can
have a
get
hooker
sober.
addiction. I don't have any hooker addictions. It's the app that brings the hooker to my house that's the addiction. There's a difference. But anyway, guys, I'm getting out of here. I gotta get 3 hours worth of sleep. So anyway, you guys take it easy. As always, like I said, man, I love all you guys to death. Be cool.
I'm sorry about keeping you up, Coop.
Keep that thing on you at all times. Gabber, there ain't nothing to be sorry about, brother. Nothing at all. Like I said, you got my email. I promise you, you'll be in more contact. Trust me. But all you guys, Mike McClune, brother, I love you to death. P38, dang Matt, freaking Gabriel. Oh man, there's so many cool people in Taco Syndicate. Rusty Shackelford's another fucking cool ass dude. If you're not following him, Yeah. And I'm sorry if I missed something in chat, guys. We've been kind of talking and shooting the breeze, but anyway, I am out, guys. You guys take them easy because I'm fixing to shut a tab down. I got to pee like a racehorse.
Love you guys. Good
I
night.
love you guys, man. You guys take them easy.